My name is William, and this is the first time I face such a situation. The Chun family, a harmonious family in the eyes of outsiders, was full of prejudice and hostility towards my suddenly returned son. The so-called family affection has long been shattered, and what remains is only indifference and accusations. I thought that rebirth would change everything, but reality still makes me feel suffocated in this luxurious cage. William, you actually did this too. Lisa, you are worse than an animal. Vivian, the eldest sister, angrily accused me, her tone as sharp as a knife. Every word seemed to cut my heart. I lowered my head and said nothing, but my heart was already filled with waves. How could they possibly understand that I have been accustomed to living in misunderstanding all my life? I know that in the face of my family's accusations, keeping silent may be the best option. After all, no matter what I say, it will be nothing but empty talk. I lower my head silently. Although my heart was full of confusion, I said calmly, I went to bed early last night and just woke up. It wasn't me who did it. However, my explanation was met with contempt from my second sister. You are the only one in the family who would do such a thing. Who else could it be but you? I once made countless efforts and changes for this family, but in their eyes, there was always only one perfect Oscar. His excellence and his cleverness made them stand by him unconditionally and abandon me, their unknown son. I didn't steal the jewelry you lost. I'm used to such injustices, and my calm tone can't hide the anger in my heart. You dare to quibble? The third sister's sneer made my heart tighten. She threw the pendant in her hand and hit me hard. The look on my face seemed to have already given me an accusation that I could not refute. Despite this, I, Diana, remained silent. All the accusations and suspicions at home were not the first time. But today, I suddenly became no longer afraid. While I walked back to the room, I took out the pendant and opened it. Inside was a family photo. That photo was Oscar and I appear in the same frame. Memories come flooding back, and the warmth and happiness of that moment seemed to make me feel a little bit more tender. However, behind all this, there's a truth that I cannot express. I never doubted the meaning of my existence until the moment I was reborn. In my previous life, Oscar and I were taken away by mistake due to a medical mistake, and thus missed the family relationship for 15 years. I was raised by a strange couple of elderly people until Oscar needed me because of kidney problems, and then we met again. Oscar bribed the doctor, faked a medical accident, deliberately let me die, and took away everything that belonged to me. And I didn't realize until today that all this was premeditated from the beginning. When my life on Earth came to an end, I felt an inexplicable emptiness, and somehow I was reborn back to the blue planet. It was a month before my 18th birthday. Looking back on my past life, I wished countless times that my parents would treat me like their own son, just like they treated Oscar, and give me the love I longed for. At that time, I always fantasized that my sister would be like a gentle angel, saying to me in a soft voice, my dear brother, I love you the most. On my birthday, I would have my parents by my side, surrounding me, making wishes, blowing out candles, and giving me gifts that they had prepared with care. These should be simple wishes. Why are they always so difficult to achieve? At that time, I was full of resentment, and my only hope was that my parents could share some of the love that Oscar got. Even if it was just a little bit, I would feel satisfied. Just as I was immersed in these memories, I suddenly heard my father Richard's angry voice from downstairs. Get down here, you little bastard. His anger seemed to shake the entire roof down. Old Fong, hurry up and drag that rebellious son down. I didn't respond immediately, but listened quietly, until Richard slapped the coffee table again, his voice even heavier. Little beast, things have come to this point. How are you going to solve it? I've already said it wasn't me. So how do you solve it? I responded calmly and coldly, feeling helpless. Vivian couldn't help but interrupt. It wasn't you who did it. Could someone have deliberately stolen your pendant and put it on Lisa's bed to frame you? I glanced coldly at Oscar, who was leaning against Grace, and asked calmly, Brother, do you really think I did it? Oscar's expression suddenly turned into shock, his eyes full of disbelief. I know you don't like me, but no matter how much you target me, I won't do such a thing. You also know that As he spoke, his eyes gradually became moist, tears welling up in his eyes. Grace looked at the scene and said distressfully, William, how could you become like this? Your brother is so pitiful. She hugged Oscar tightly, her eyes full of love and sympathy. I smiled coldly, My tone was cold and emotionless. I clearly saw you into my room yesterday. That's because I saw that your room was a mess, and I wanted to help you clean it. I know you don't want me to donate a kidney. Although it hurts, I have no choice but to do this. If you don't want to, I will understand. Oscar's voice choked, and he couldn't help but let his tears fall, soaking Grace as clothes. In my previous life, I endured almost all the humiliation for the sake of family harmony. Not only did I swallow my anger, I also took all the blame for Oscar and gave him my position. But what did I get in the end? Nothing but endless inferiority complex. Oscar always seemed to do everything right, and his parents always tolerated him unconditionally, no matter his mistakes or unreasonable demands. But no matter how hard I tried, I was always criticized and blamed. All this filled my heart with bitterness, but also aroused endless anger. Grace raised her head and looked at me, her tone distressed. William, how did you become like this? Seeing your brother crying so sadly, you can actually laugh? I smiled gently, my tone calm but cold. Thank you, mother. Since you made up your mind, then go and die. Pa! Grace was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up and slapped me in the face. I'm sorry, William. I'm sorry. She was stunned for a few seconds. Tears couldn't help but flow out, and she was obviously regretful. I didn't try to comfort her, but said coldly, I'm sorry. In your eyes, beating your son is justified? You have never hit Howard, right? She was stunned and returned to the sofa, her eyes tired, as if she had lost all her strength. Shut up. Do you think you're right to do this? Richard roared and kicked over the trash next to him. It wasn't me. You can call the police. I responded calmly, knowing that this would mean nothing to me. Call the police? If the scandal gets out, how will our Chun family save face? The eldest sister, Vivian, hurriedly defended the family's reputation, impatiently. You knew Oscar was engaged to the Chin family, but you made such a big fuss on purpose and threw dirty water on him. How could you be so mean? Nina stood aside, her tone full of disdain. I sneered. You have always considered things from your own perspective and never cared about me. Then my father kicked me angrily with such force that I almost fell down. How can you talk like that? Howard is 100 times better than you. Richard was furious and almost out of control. I held onto the rattan tightly and resisted his attack. Your precious son is a beast. Snap! The rattan was swung at me again, and my arm was severely whipped, leaving a bloody mess. The severe pain on my face made it almost unbearable, and blood oozed from the corners of my mouth. But my eyes were still full of stubbornness and unwillingness. I'm not afraid. Oscar is the beast. I whispered with deep sadness and irony. Get up. Richard pulled hard and I was whipped again. This time, I grabbed the wicker with all my strength and pulled it back. Since you like him so much, then you all should just die. I said angrily, with uncontrollable rage burning in my eyes. After saying that, I quickly pulled the wicker out of Richard's hand and swung hard at Oscar. My movements were too fast, and Oscar had no time to react. He was hit hard on the back and let out a scream, breaking the silence of the hall. The four sisters were stunned, but Grace reacted extremely quickly and rushed over screaming. William, are you crazy? How can you hit your brother? She hugged Oscar tightly to prevent him from being whipped again. Seeing this, the housekeeper Lao Fong hurriedly took away my wicker. Diana rushed to Oscar's side and saw the wound on his back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jessica quickly asked the servant to fetch the medicine box and began to treat Oscar's wound. Although my whip was very powerful, Oscar was wearing thick clothes, so the wound was just a thin whip mark without even breaking the skin. The whole family seemed to be comforting Oscar, but they looked at me with complicated and strange eyes. In the past, I've always been a well-behaved child, never contradicting my parents and never even speaking loudly. This scene today obviously shocked and puzzled them. Grace hugged Oscar and burst into tears. William, how could you be so cruel? We have held him in our hands since he was a child, and we didn't even dare to touch him. I watched their dramatic performance with cold eyes, but I knew clearly in my heart that my questions have not been answered to this day. In order to save Oscar, can my kidney be replaced? If my life ends because of this, what choice will they make? What choice do you make? I asked coldly. Grace comforted me impatiently. Your third sister is a doctor. There will be absolutely no problem with the surgery. Don't let your imagination run wild. I didn't back down and spoke more firmly. If I might die to save Oscar, will you still let me do it? My voice was as sharp as a knife, piercing their silence. After a moment of silence, Diana said loudly, Of course it's to save Oscar. How can you compare your life with his life? I had already gotten the answer, and deep disappointment quickly filled my heart. I looked at them and said in a cold and firm tone, Since you have made your choice, I have nothing to say. I took off my shirt, revealing the wounds on my back. Those were Richard's whip marks, some of which had scabbed over, but most of them were clearly visible. Grace blamed Richard painfully. How can you be so heavy-handed? Richard was a little embarrassed. I just hit him a few times. Who knows? Stop talking nonsense and hit me. I was already impatient, My voice was hurried and cold, as if I was no longer a member of the family. Richard was furious and whipped me repeatedly. Each whip was so heavy that it made my heart palpitate, but I endured it silently without making any sound. After more than a dozen whips, he sat back on the sofa panting. "William, admit your mistake, apologize, and let's forget about what happened today." Richard's tone was tired. I stood up shakily and put on my clothes, which were instantly stained with blood. I sneered. "If you knew you had a bastard, would you be willing to raise one for someone else?" I looked straight at Grace, and she suddenly became uneasy. She reacted fiercely. "What nonsense are you talking about? By the same token, why should I marry a child you don't want?" I asked back. "Richard, it's not that I don't want to repay the favor, but you just wanted to save your adopted son from the beginning to the end," I said coldly, turned and left the hall. When I came back, I had an A4 paper in my hand. I slammed it on the table and said, "Since we don't owe each other anything, just sign this agreement and sever all ties." "William, that's enough. Stop going too far," Vivian shouted angrily. I threw the bank card on the table. "This is the living expenses you have given me for the past 3 years, a total of 20,000 yuan, and I haven't spent a penny. Now, I don't owe you anything." Several people were a little surprised that I had been back to the Chun family for almost 3 years. All the living expenses were only 20,000 yuan, while Oscar would spend more than 20,000 yuan just to buy a video game console. I ignored them and quickly signed my name on the paper. I signed my name, and the words on the paper seemed to bind everything about me. People around me were shocked, but I didn't react at all. "Sign quickly, I have enough money." I threw the pen in front of Richard. "I can hurt myself." Jessica seemed stunned, and she held me and said, "Don't act like a child. Go upstairs and bandage it first." I shook her off. "Let me ask you another question. If I save Oscar and let him leave after he gets better, is that okay?" Before Richard could speak, Diana shouted, "Dream on. Oscar will never leave the Chun family." Grace tearfully said, "You are all my dearest ones. Why do you make me choose? Mom is in so much pain." Oscar whispered, "I am willing to leave. I don't want my brother's kidney. I am willing to do anything as long as my brother is happy." Oscar glanced at me secretly. "I packed my luggage last night and prepared to leave. I just hope you won't blame me." Grace cried even harder. "Howard, you can't leave. You are my baby." Diana said in dissatisfaction, "William, can't you give in to your brother? He is younger than you. Can't you give in to him?" I watched this farce quietly. Oscar was so into the role that he kept pulling Grace towards the door. Richard slammed the table and said, "Even if he has to leave, he should leave." After that, he signed. "Since we have nothing to do with each other, why should I give you a kidney?" "William, how can you just stand by and watch someone die?" Grace said anxiously. "It's up to me whether to save him or not." I replied, and then went back to my room to pack my luggage. The room was simple, with nothing but school uniforms and books. After changing clothes, I took off the bloody clothes and threw them into the trash can. I glanced at the family portrait pendant and threw it into the trash can. I could never get the family love I once had. I ignored the people in the hall and walked straight to the door. "William, Mom can't bear to leave you." Grace hugged Oscar and shouted from behind, "Mom, he's packing. He definitely didn't bring any luggage." Diana shouted. I didn't look back, and when I opened the door, I saw my grandma standing at the door. She was sitting in a wheelchair with an 4 drip hanging on her body, looking very weak. I was a little stunned. Grandma was the only family member who was kind to me. She was in the hospital all year round and rarely went home. "Grandma," I squatted down and called softly, "Silly child, have you been wrong?" Grandma touched my head, her eyes full of heartache. "It's okay, Grandma. I'm very happy at home." I smiled. Grandma looked at the wound on my arm and tears welled up in her eyes. "You guys bullied him to this extent. How could I not come back?" Richard came over in the hall and frowned when he saw Grandma. "Why did you come back when you were not recuperating in the hospital?" Grandma glared at Richard and said, "If you don't come back, you will bully my precious grandson." "We didn't bully him. He was the one who violated Lisa and refused to admit it. He also hit Oscar," Diana said as she prepared to turn over Oscar's clothes to show her grandmother. "Diana, come here," Grandma whispered. Diana ran over happily and squatted beside the wheelchair. "Grandma, I miss you so much." Diana, without hesitation, "Do you have the right to speak here?" Diana's face was red and swollen. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she started to cry loudly. Vivian hurriedly grabbed her and tried to comfort her. Richard said distressfully, "Mom, this time it is really the fault of the rebellious son. Don't blame Diana." Grandma snorted coldly. "Don't blame him, blame you. How did you treat your son?" Oscar saw this and quickly said, "Grandma, it's all my fault. My brother is angry. In this case, I'd better leave." Grace quickly stepped forward and held him back. "Mom, this has nothing to do with Howard. William does have a bad temper. We will educate him well." Grandma rolled her eyes and looked at Oscar. "Come on, lower your head." Oscar bent down and lowered his head. "Okay, milk?" "Pa!" Grandma slapped him again. "You are just a bastard. How can you have the right to speak?" Grandma was panting. Grace and the others watched Oscar fall to the ground in amazement. No one dared to help him. Grandma coldly ordered, "Whoever dares to help him will never enter the Chin family again." She turned to Richard. "Go clean it up and get that bastard out." Richard and Grace were obviously unwilling, but Grandma was firm. "Either he leaves, or William and I leave the Chun family." "Grandma, I'm really tired. Please let me go," I said softly, looking at my grandma. Grandma's eyes gradually turned red, and she couldn't help but shed tears. She hugged me tightly and said, "Silly child, why didn't you tell me earlier? Grandma didn't know you were suffering so much." She sighed and said, "Go, Grandma supports you." "Grandma, you should go back to the hospital. You are not in good health." After I said that, I knelt down, kowtowed heavily, then turned and left. As I walked out of Chin's house, Grace's crying gradually faded away, but my heart remained calm. In my previous life, I might have been moved, but in this life, I no longer care. Walking aimlessly on the street, I unknowingly came to the moat. I lay on the green belt, looking at the starry sky, and felt an inexplicable tiredness. I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. I was really tired. At the Chun family, the atmosphere was heavy, and Richard and Grace looked very unhappy. Before leaving, Grandma scolded them harshly and threatened to cut off relations with them. Richard said in a deep voice, "Dad, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have left." Oscar lowered his head and said, "I'd better leave." "Howard, don't say that." Grace looked at him distressfully. "William is important, and you are important too. Mommy can't bear to let go." Oscar added, "If I don't donate my kidney, I won't live long." He stood up to get his luggage. "Stop," Richard said. "Don't worry about the kidney problem. If he can't survive, he will come back naturally." He looked at Jessica. "Give Lisa some money and send her away." Oscar said confidently, "Lisa is not injured." Vivian frowned slightly. "How do you know Lisa is not hurt?" Oscar lowered his head and stammered, I guessed. I don't think it needs to be checked. I've just been hurt." "Well, just listen to Oscar." Jessica looked at Oscar strangely. "In fact, it is not difficult to find out the truth. She's a doctor and knows exactly how to deal with these things. All it takes is a DNA test to find out the truth." But Oscar couldn't do such a thing. More importantly, Lisa found my pendant on her bed. This is solid evidence that cannot be refuted. If it is possible, then someone deliberately framed me. Jessica suddenly remembered that Oscar looked worse than usual today, and he seemed flustered when he mentioned checking on Lisa. Jessica became increasingly irritated and rubbed her temples. "Jessica, what are you thinking about?" Nina patted her shoulder. Jessica came to her senses and saw Oscar and Diana helping Grace upstairs. Richard and Vivian had obviously gone to deal with company matters. "Nothing, just a little uncomfortable," Jessica said with a smile. "By the way, come with me to check William's room and see if he forgot to bring anything. He'll be back in a few days. Aren't you trying to drive him away?" Nina smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Her eyes swept over her coldly. Her tone was emotionless. Jessica did not respond. Diana wore a faint smile on her face and walked lightly towards my room. The moment she entered the door, she noticed that this was actually the servant's room. The dim light and the simple furnishings made her pause for a moment. 3 years ago, when I first arrived here, I also temporarily lived in this room. Gradually, everyone seemed to have forgotten about it, and the room became as if it had never belonged to me. The space was pitifully small, with almost nothing except a bed and a desk. It was empty. Jessica's eyes accidentally swept to a pendant in the trash can, and she picked it up casually. There was a photo in the pendant, which was the photo of our family at that time. Her eyes suddenly tightened, as if some emotion was touched. She held the photo and said softly, "Hey, why is this drawer locked?" Nina tried several times, but couldn't open it. Finally, she called Butler Fong and successfully opened the drawer. Inside was a yellow diary. Nina flipped through a few pages casually and said disappointedly, "It turned out to be a diary." Jessica hurriedly took the diary, her face slightly solemn. "Diary is other people's privacy. You can't flip through it." She gently closed the diary and whispered, "I'll take it to William another day." Nina looked at me in confusion, frowning slightly. "Jessica, why do you suddenly care about him so much?" I lowered my head and was silent for a while, then slowly spoke. "Maybe we care too little about him." Jessica's eyes were a little deep. She lowered her head and stared at the diary, and fell into a long contemplation. At night, the cool breeze from the moat blew by. I turned over and felt a little cold. I couldn't help curling up. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance came over me. This smell was very special. It was not the smell of perfume, but a fresh soap fragrance. That fragrance made me feel as if I had returned to the past, but I couldn't explain why. I sat up suddenly, my heartbeat quickened. Are you awake? A familiar voice sounded. I turned around and saw her sitting next to me, wearing thin clothes and trembling slightly. Sister Angelia, why are you here? I asked in surprise. She smiled at me, her eyes full of tenderness and love. She sneezed, achoo. The sound was soft and fragile. I hurriedly put my coat on her, feeling guilty. I'm not cold. You put it on first. Be careful not to catch a cold. But she put her coat back on me and then hugged me tightly. Have you been treated unfairly at home? He's done my... I'm living well at home, and they all love me very much. But I didn't say it firmly enough, and a complicated emotion surged in my heart. Angelia brought me home. I realized that her family was in a very difficult situation. She had to work overtime every night and could not go home until the early morning. Seeing her working so hard, I felt guilty. I thought about dropping out of school and working to help her share the burden, but she always stopped me. In order to please my father, I haven't visited her for a long time, and I always feel a little guilty towards her. When you're in a bad mood before, you like to go to the river to enjoy the breeze. Angelia said softly. I didn't respond, but just hugged her tightly, leaned my head on her shoulder, closed my eyes, and enjoyed the warmth. Angelia, words until I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Nyan, go get some barbecue for your brother, and remember to bring some wanglaji. I turned around and saw Penny next to me. She was a few months younger than me, but she was already familiar with the hustle and bustle of this world. Why go to school? Penny pouted and continued. When my sister heard that something happened to you, she abandoned her stall and took me to look for you everywhere. She pouted and complained. We went to the orphanage, school, and even the places you had been to. Finally, we found you in this mode. Penny's tone was a little blaming. You're such a worry. I scratched my head embarrassedly, feeling full of guilt. Okay, little chatterbox, go get some barbecue for your brother. Angelia suddenly interrupted Penny, her tone a little anxious. Your brother is hungry. Penny muttered reluctantly, turned around, and disappeared into the night. Not long after, Penny came back with 2 bags of barbecue, still with a dissatisfied expression. William, no matter what happens, eat your fill tonight. Angelia handed me a bunch of roasted ginkgo nuts, and her gentle smile made me feel warm in my heart. Well, at times like this, it's more fun to eat barbecue and drink. Penny complained. Sister Angelia, why didn't you buy some wine? They're just kids. Why should they drink wine? Angelia replied with a stern tone that brooked no room for rebuttal. I flicked Penny's forehead gently. Wow, that hurts, you bastard. She immediately jumped on me and started to play with me. The wound on my back was in great pain because of her movements, and I couldn't help but scream. What happened to you? Angelia immediately noticed something was wrong, quickly pulled Penny away, and looked at me worriedly. Her eyes suddenly became cold, and she quickly rolled up my clothes. When she looked at the scars on my back and arms, her eyes suddenly became cold. Who did it? Her voice trembled slightly, full of anger and confusion. Penny was stunned. She had never seen her sister express such strong emotions. When she saw the scars on my body, her tears welled up instantly. One of you is like an angry lion, and the other is like a wounded rabbit. I tried to ease the atmosphere with a relaxed tone, forced a smile, and cover myself with clothes. Angelia took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Let's go home and treat the wound. Sister Angelia, I want to finish eating the barbecue before leaving. I feel very happy now. I picked up a skewer and took a big bite. The emotions in my heart were a little difficult to express in words, and my voice was unconsciously choked. It was already past 2 in the morning. When Angelia and I returned to the community, I realized that Penny had already fallen asleep. She had to go to school and had to get enough rest. I also had classes, but compared to the textbooks, the pain in my back was obviously more urgent and had to be dealt with first. Angelia seemed to be very careful. She held a sterilized cotton swab and gently wiped my wounds. Every movement seemed to be carefully avoiding any place that might cause pain. Her movements were gentle, with an unconscious pity, as if she was afraid of hurting me. After the wounds were treated and bandaged, she couldn't help but ask, were these injuries caused by her father? I lowered my head and nodded silently without saying anything. Her eyes were on me, as if waiting for my explanation. Angelia was obviously a little angry, and her voice was full of undisguised excitement. Why is this happening? Didn't you say before that everything is fine at home? I smiled weakly, and then told her everything that happened in the past few years, including the kidney donation. She listened quietly, with no change on her face, but her clenched fist betrayed her inner anger. Especially when she heard that I was forced to donate a kidney to my adopted son. Her fist almost oozed blood at that moment. How can there be such cruel parents? Angelia lowered her voice and almost gritted her teeth. For the sake of their adopted son, they actually treated the life and death of their own son as worthless. She took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. It was obvious that she was extremely angry. I remained silent and responded in a low voice. I've severed ties with them and have decided not to go back. Angelia did not speak immediately. Instead, She paused and said slowly, "Fortunately, you didn't say you want to go back. Otherwise, I would have broken your legs today." Her tone suddenly became more relaxed, as if she was relieved. She patted my shoulder and said seriously, "This will always be your home. You can come back anytime you want." Hearing this, my eyes suddenly became wet and my voice choked with sobs. "Sister Angelia, thank you." She looked at me with soft eyes and a firm tone. "From now on, I will be your guardian again until you can live independently. Are you willing?" I kept nodding my head. Although my voice was hoarse, Diana said firmly, "Yes, I do." She smiled, and when she turned around to leave, she suddenly stopped and looked back at me. "By the way, how do you know you left the Chun family?" "Someone called me and told me that you had a conflict with your family." Angelia replied simply, "2 calls from different people." "2 calls?" I was confused. My grandma must be one of them. So who could be the other one? Angelia didn't give me time to think deeply. She sighed softly. "Okay, stop thinking so much and go to rest. You have to go to school tomorrow." She turned to leave, but soon came back with a quilt. "Your back injury will be more comfortable with a quilt." She carefully spread the quilt and gently adjusted it for me. "Sister Angelia, what should we do with you and Yin Yin?" I couldn't help but ask worriedly. She smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "It's okay. The weather is not cold. We could just make do with it." After that, she left the room. Lying on the bed, feeling the long-lost warmth, my heart was filled with gratitude. The pain of the past seemed to be slightly soothed at this moment, and I knew that I was no longer alone in this family. The next morning, I hurriedly finished my breakfast and went downstairs with Penny to rush to the bus stop. We slept very late last night and woke up much later than usual. "Hurry up, or you'll miss the morning self-study class." Penny pulled me and hurried to the bus stop. She is an excellent student, and time is especially precious to her now that the college entrance examination is approaching. I was not in a hurry. Being late was common for a student like me with average grades. While standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus, I suddenly noticed an old lady leaning on a cane, struggling to cross the road. There was no traffic light at this intersection, and the traffic was surging without a single gap. At that moment, I couldn't help but think of my grandma lying in the hospital, and my heart suddenly ached. So I quickly ran over, supported the old lady, and carefully moved her to the other side of the road. After sending her across the road safely, I returned to the station to continue waiting for the bus. At this time, a Maybach stopped not far away. The window rolled down, Jessica and Nina got out of the car and walked towards me. The bus also arrived, and I was about to get on the bus, but Jessica pulled me back. Penny had already boarded the bus, and when she saw this, she immediately stepped down and stood beside me. "Yin Yin, go first, or you'll be late." I urged her impatiently. "No, I won't leave. I want to protect you." Penny pouted stubbornly, with determination in her voice. I looked at the bus that had gone far away, feeling unhappy. We had already made things clear between us last night. "Why are you still here? You are so uneducated. How can you speak to your sister like that?" Nina scolded coldly. I sneered and was pulled to the front of the car by Jessica, who whispered, "Ms. Chun Air, Mr. Chun and I signed an agreement last night and severed our relationship. You haven't forgotten it, right? You're no longer my sister, understand?" As soon as these words came out, the two were immediately speechless. "William, admit your mistake to your parents, Oscar, and the problem will be solved." Jessica pointed at the buses coming and going and said, "You can continue to live the life of a rich young man. You will have a special car to take you to school, and you don't have to squeeze on the bus." I looked at her and smiled coldly. I remember that there was no special car to pick me up in the past few years. "What do you mean?" Jessica was stunned. At this moment, the rear window of the Maybach rolled down suddenly. Richard patted the windowsill and asked the driver, "Lao Zhou, what's going on? Why didn't you pick William up?" The driver, Lao Zhou, was obviously a little flustered and hesitantly explained, "Master, how doesn't like to ride in the same car with others? I mentioned it to you before, and you said you would take care of it." Richard suddenly remembered that he had heard about this before. "Old Joe, why didn't you remind me earlier? I didn't even pay attention to such a small matter," he said impatiently. Lao Zhou explained aggrievedly, "My wife and I have said this several times, but—" "Shut up." Richard interrupted him, angrily saying, "You will be punished for this." Then, he looked at me and showed a hint of impatience. "It's just a car. Ask your sister to buy you one worth more than 200,000 yuan later." Richard tried to change the subject, but it only made me more disgusted. "You gave me a car worth more than 200,000 yuan, but gave your precious son a car worth more than 2 million yuan. You really treat him differently," I said coldly. I already knew that the family was going to give Oscar a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan, just waiting for him to finish the college entrance examination. He is a 3 good student every year and has good grades. What can you compare with him?" Nina said angrily. I smiled faintly, having seen through all of this in my heart. "I don't need your car. If there's nothing else, I have to go to school quickly." I took Penny's hand and prepared to leave, feeling heavy-hearted and not wanting to have anything to do with Richard and the others anymore. "Stop!" Richard's voice suddenly turned cold, and he lost his patience. I don't ask you to apologize, just go back. I turned around, looked at him coldly, and asked sarcastically, after we go back, do you want me to donate a kidney to you, Howard? Richard was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly turned gloomy. Shouldn't it be your brother's duty to save your brother? Duty? I almost laughed. His life or death has nothing to do with me. How dare you say that, you rebellious son? Richard was furious. He stepped closer and raised his hand to slap me. Penny hurriedly stood in front of me and glared at Richard angrily. Just try and hit me. If you hit anyone, I'll call the police. I quickly pulled Penny behind me, gently leaned over, and said sarcastically, come on, hit here. I slapped my face. After the fight, can you please let me go, Mr. Chun, and don't bother me again, okay? Richard, his hands froze in the air and finally fell down helplessly. If you don't fight, I'll leave, I added coldly. At this time, a new bus arrived at the station. I took Penny's hand and quickly got on the bus. When the door was about to close, I couldn't help but look back and said coldly to Richard and the others, have you ever thought about why Oscar and I have such a high kidney match? How could I give birth to such a rebellious son? Richard said angrily. He obviously felt that he was not wrong. Maybe he was a little strict with me, but he always thought it was for my own good. He was convinced that if I didn't correct my behavior, I would get into big trouble sooner or later. What he cared about most was my jealousy and targeting of Oscar. I knew in my heart that I had finally found my home. But what about Oscar? He didn't even know who his biological parents were, which was really pitiful. Especially in the matter of donating a kidney, he said that I would only lose a kidney, but Oscar might lose his life. Richard couldn't understand why I could be so cold-blooded and make such a hard-hearted decision. He had tried his best to beg me humbly today, but I didn't appreciate it all. After saying that, he kicked the back of the front seat angrily. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became dull, and Lao Zhou almost turned the steering wheel crookedly. Nina hurriedly comforted him. Dad, don't worry about him anymore. Let him suffer more outside. He will come back sooner or later. She sighed softly. Just think about it. When he first came into our family 3 years ago, he was not like this now. Jessica came back to her senses after hearing this. Oh, sister, what did you just say? Nina glared at her. What's wrong with you? You've been absent-minded since you got in the car. It's okay. I was just thinking about something. Jessica forced a smile. She kept thinking about what I said before I left. From a medical point of view, every word I said was a sign that something was wrong. Oscar and I had an incredibly high kidney match, which made Jessica wonder, are we really brothers? Later, she checked the information and finally confirmed my identity, the long-lost son of the Chen family. But what I said today made her suspicious again, and she felt something was wrong. She herself couldn't explain what went wrong. Soon, everyone returned to Chen's house. Richard asked anxiously, how is it? Did you bring William back? He didn't sleep last night and looked haggard. He doesn't want to come back. Nina said nonchalantly. Richard was furious when he heard this. Who cares if you want to come back or not? Grace looked at Oscar, her eyes full of heartache. Silly child, what does it have to do with you? You are not wrong. However, Richard angrily fought back. He made a mistake, and he should be punished. You were there at the time. Why are you blaming me now? Grace was angry and sighed. How could you hit him so hard? I feel so bad. Richard didn't say anything else, just smoked silently. Did you scold him again? You have such a bad temper. No wonder he didn't come back. Grace frowned. I'll go find him. He listens to me the most. Grace was determined to find me. At this time, Jessica spoke up. Mom, William is angry now. Let him calm down for 2 days. Maybe he will change his mind. Grace nodded, seeming to think there was some truth to it. Jessica suddenly asked, Dad, Mom, do you want William to come back because of Oscar's illness? Richard slammed the table angrily. How can he not come back? No matter what. He is my son Richard and must come back to inherit the family business. Grace hesitated. Of course I hope William will come back. After all, he is my biological son. But Howard is also very pitiful. Her tears welled up again. Jessica looked at them and raised her eyebrows. In this case, I hope you won't mention the kidney donation again in the future. She even suspected that what happened to Lisa might not be my doing. I don't need my brother's kidney. It's okay for me to leave like this. Oscar cried in Grace's arms. Grace comforted him gently. Silly boy, I will definitely help you. Jessica looked at Oscar calmly. I will continue to look for a kidney source. The match may not be as good as William S., but I will try my best. Oscar's eyes were tearless. He whispered, I'm afraid others are not suitable. If you don't want to, I would rather die. Hearing this, Richard said coldly, even if he doesn't want to help, he has to help, otherwise he can forget about inheriting the Chun family's business. Jessica stood aside. A trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. She sighed, walked back to her room silently, picked up the medicine box, and prepared to go to Lisa's room. She didn't have time to deal with the babysitter's matter last night, and she had to deal with it today. The deadline for William on the 24th had not yet arrived, and she still had to pick up some things and prove some things. Manhwa No. 1 High School is the best high school in the city. The students, they're either geniuses or second-generation rich people. These second-generation rich people come from prominent families and are usually very outstanding. After all, they have enjoyed superior living conditions and resources since childhood. Not all second-generation rich people are fools. Many of them are actually smart and capable. Oscar also studied in this school and was in the experimental class. Penny was smart and had excellent grades since she was young, and she was also in the experimental class. But I was completely different. I deliberately manipulated my scores in the high school entrance examination, and my grades were mediocre. I was not qualified to enter #1 middle school, but at my grandmother's strong request, Richard found a way for me to enter this school. Although I was admitted, I could only stay in the poor class. After returning home, I thought I would work harder to impress my parents. Unexpectedly, Oscar came to me one day and begged me with tears in my eyes not to be too outstanding. He was afraid that he would be driven away and end up on the streets. At that time, I was soft-hearted. Seeing his sickly appearance, I agreed to his request and continued to maintain the image of a poor student. But now I decided not to pretend anymore and to be myself. When the school bell rang, I went to the senior high school experimental class and prepared to go home with Penny. When I arrived at the experimental class, I found that all the students were looking down and studying hard. After all, those who could enter the experimental class were students who work hard for Tsinghua University and Peking University. While most people in the poor class, I was an only wanted to get into a 211 university and had no ambitions. Before the bell rang, their school bags were neatly packed. I looked for Penny for a long time, but couldn't find her. After I walked into the classroom, I saw them discussing a math problem. I looked closer and found that Penny was among them. In addition to her, there was another person I didn't want to see. Eva, the school beauty of #1 middle school and Oscar's fiancée. It turned out that they were discussing a math problem. This problem was not difficult for me at all, but I didn't expect them to discuss it for so long. I patted Penny on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Nyin Nyin, let's go home." Penny saw me and smiled happily. "Brother, wait a minute. The problem is almost solved." I smiled and said, "Hurry up and leave. You will miss the bus." This question is very simple. I will teach you when we get home. The students in the experimental class were a little surprised and looked up at me. They didn't expect me to be so confident. Someone shouted, "Isn't this Oscar S. Nanny's son?" I sneered in my heart. That's right. In order to keep Oscar S. engagement, the Chun family has always claimed that I am their nanny's son. You are a student in a poor class, and you dare to say that this question is easy? You are such a boast. They began to laugh at me wantonly, with contempt in their words. Eva heard them mention the Chun family. She looked up at me, then lowered her head and continued to solve the problem. Penny was so angry that she cursed back a few times, but everyone stopped talking when they saw her getting angry. Penny finished scolding me. She suddenly remembered what I said. Her cheeks turned red, and she pulled me out. But I was no longer the William who was bullied by others. I pushed through the crowd and snatched the pen from Eva. I wrote quickly on the paper. 5 minutes later, the blank paper was full. Then, I threw the pen on the table and said coldly, "I'm not the son of the Chun family's nanny. The Chun family is shit." After saying that, I took Penny and left in style, leaving behind my classmates with shocked faces. After returning home, Penny couldn't wait to tell Angelia about what happened today. "Sister, brother actually dared to say that the difficult question was easy. He really acted like a big shot." Angelia was cooking and ignored her. Penny continued to walk back and forth between the kitchen and the living room, complaining, "The most annoying thing is that he obviously couldn't figure it out, but he pretended to have figured it out. It's really annoying." Angelia finally stopped what she was doing and looked at Penny with a smile. "How do you know that the answer he wrote down is wrong?" Penny was stunned, then picked up the phone and called Eva. A few minutes later, Penny seemed to be in a trance, muttering to herself. Brother actually solved that problem and used 3 different methods. It's incredible. She looked at Angelia, expecting to see a surprised expression on her face, but Angelia remained calm. "Sister, aren't you surprised?" Angelia smiled and said, "Your brother has always had this ability, but he just pretended not to care before. He deliberately controlled his grades just to go out and work early. It would be easy for him to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University." Penny suddenly realized. "So you let him keep reading?" Angelia nodded. "As long as he is serious, I don't care about the rest." Angelia, seriously. "Sister Angelia, I was ignorant before and didn't study hard. From now on, I decided to study hard and try to get into a 985 university." I spoke carefully, afraid that she would think I was bragging. But Angelia seemed to have seen through it all and responded easily. "As long as you work hard, 985 will be no problem." Penny asked in confusion, "Brother, do you really just want to get into an ordinary 985 university? Don't you want to challenge Peking University or Tsinghua University?" I scratched my head and said casually, "Well, Tsinghua and Peking University are a bit difficult. 985 is pretty good." Halfway through the meal, Penny suddenly yelled, and I was startled by her. Angelia frowned and looked at her, her tone unhappy. "Sure, why are you yelling?" "Sister, the The Chun family came to see me again this morning. Penny said anxiously. She almost forgot about it and quickly added, they almost beat me up, but luckily I stopped them. Angelia heard this. The chopsticks in her hand suddenly stopped and then slammed on the table. Chin family, this is really the end of fun, right? Her tone made the whole atmosphere tense. Penny and I were terrified and quickly comforted her. Sister Angelia, don't be angry. They won't dare to do anything to me. If they dare to mess with me again, I'll slap them. I added, trying to calm her down. Angelia took a deep breath and picked up the chopsticks again. You'd better keep your word. The Chin family's house, in Jessica's room, the atmosphere was also extremely tense. Jessica, what's the matter with you calling us here? Vivian asked. Third sister, hurry up and tell me. Don't waste time. I have to go back to finish the manuscript. The readers are urging me to finish it. Nina said while holding her mobile phone, seemingly handling work. Diana also frowned. Third sister, hurry up. I still have to take care of Oscar. Jessica glanced at a few people and said lightly, Today, I gave Lisa some money and sent her away. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Vivian nodded. Yes, it should be so. The Chin family is sorry for her. It has nothing to do with us. It was all done by that bastard William. He should pay for it. Diana was indignant and obviously dissatisfied. In any case, we didn't take good care of him. I think we were also responsible. Nina softened her tone. Jessica continued. Actually, I called you here today because there's something more important. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Vivian looked at her in confusion. What's the matter? Hasn't it been resolved yet? Jessica picked up a transparent bag from the table, which contained a piece of gauze. Before Lisa left, I examined her and took some of her internal fluids. She shook the bag. This is the sterile gauze of Lisa's internal fluids. DNA testing can be done within 10 years. Several people looked at each other, obviously not understanding what she meant. So what? Vivian still didn't understand. I plan to take this for a DNA test. Jessica finally expressed her plan. Diana snorted coldly. What kind of test? Wasn't this done by William? Nina's eyes lit up, and she suddenly understood. Jessica, do you want to use this test to prove William's crime and make him come back to explain? Diana also became excited. Her eyes lit up. Third sister, this is a good idea. Let's do the test quickly, and then we'll see what that beast has to say. Vivian and Diana didn't say anything, but just looked at Jessica quietly. Jessica, do you suspect that William wasn't the one who did this? Vivian's tone was calm, with a hint of deep thought. Jessica nodded slightly, indicating that she agreed with Vivian's guess. Diana exploded. Third sister, how could you doubt Oscar? She obviously couldn't accept the idea. Yeah, third sister, why would you doubt Oscar? Nina also seemed a little puzzled and became nervous. How could he do such a thing? Besides, with the pendant as evidence, how could Oscar frame William? Everyone began to discuss in an urgent tone, but Jessica was full of doubts. She nodded. I admit that what you said makes sense, but there are still some things that I am worried about. I feel that the pendant and the scene I saw that day of William helping the old lady cross the street are both unforgettable for me. She was silent for a moment and finally decided, I have to get it tested. The others finally fell silent. Although they firmly believed in Oscar, they were still a little worried deep in their hearts. If Oscar really did it, what are you going to do? Jessica suddenly asked. That's impossible. If Oscar did it, I would eat shit live. Diana answered without hesitation, not considering the possibility of what if. Vivian and Nina Diana remained silent, and the atmosphere became solemn for a moment. In the end, Diana still insisted on her position. If it is really Oscar, it will be a big deal. Jessica didn't argue any further. She simply put away the bag and said firmly, I will definitely do this test, and we'll talk after the results come out. In the end, they didn't say anything else, and the atmosphere remained depressing. I lay on the table, feeling a little heavy, thinking back to the past years. I once watched a web drama called The True and False Young Master, and the plot made me think deeply. The real young master in the drama donated a kidney to the fake young master, but died tragically, and the fake young master eventually betrayed everyone and seized the family's property. After my rebirth, I found that Oscar and Grace were somewhat similar, and I even began to suspect that Oscar was Grace's biological son. However, Diana, could not figure out what the relationship between Oscar and me was. It didn't matter to me to figure out these questions, so I closed my eyes and prepared to take a nap. At this moment, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. I looked up and saw that it was Eva. Her beauty did not interest me, so I asked her coldly, What's up? Eva was obviously surprised by my attitude. Usually, no matter where she was, boys would be enthusiastic when they saw her, but I was so cold. She smiled and said, Sister Jessica is looking for you. I didn't want to pay attention and said directly, Tell her that I'm going to sleep and I'm busy. However, Eva did not leave, but continued. Sister Jessica said she has something to return to you, and she has to ask you to go out. I sighed, got up reluctantly, and walked towards the school gate. There was a Maserati parked outside, and Jessica was leaning against the front of the car, seemingly waiting for me. I walked over and asked impatiently, "What on earth do you want to give me?" She said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "William, no matter what, I am also your sister. Why are you like this?" I replied coldly, "That's all in the past. I only have one sister now, and that's Angelia." Jessica was obviously a little angry, but Diana said unwillingly, "You have lived with Angelia for 4 years, and with us for 3 years. Isn't our relationship more important than hers?" I sneered and said firmly, "Although we are not related by blood, Angelia treats me like a family member. What about you? I have been the Chun family for 3 years. On my birthday, you asked me to sign a kidney donation agreement. When I was sick, you only cared about Oscar's birthday party and left me aside. I was so angry that I almost lost control. What kind of relatives are you?" Jessica didn't answer, but just lowered her head. I turned around and prepared to leave, and she suddenly called me. "William, come back and apologize to your parents. Oscar will definitely not hold it against you." I turned around and yelled, "Fuck your apology. I did nothing wrong. Get lost." She handed me a diary and a pendant, which were my most precious things. Once upon a time, I was like a pitiful licking dog, trying hard to please the Chun family and get their attention. But now, I no longer degrade myself. I sneered, snatched the 2 things from her hands, and threw them into the trash can without hesitation. "What a piece of junk, it's an eyesore." Jessica watched me leave, feeling powerless, and leaned against the car until I disappeared completely. She picked up the diary and pinned it on the ground, looking heavy. When Jessica returned home, she saw the whole family gathered together happily, and Diana was also smiling happily. Seeing that she looked depressed, Vivian asked with concern, "Jessica, what's wrong with you?" She forced a smile and didn't answer, but asked back, "What are you talking about so happily?" Grace smiled and replied, "Oscar's birthday is coming soon, and we're discussing what to do." Diana asked excitedly, "Third sister, what gift are you going to give Oscar?" Jessica smiled and looked at Oscar. "Oscar, tell me what you want and I'll buy it for you." Oscar's eyes suddenly moistened, and he said, "I don't want anything. The most important thing is that my brother can come back." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Oscar's gift to be this. Grace immediately hugged Oscar and said, "Good boy. Mom will go find William right away." Richard also sighed. "If that rebellious son was half as sensible as Howard, I wouldn't have to worry so much." "Why do you still care about him when he treats you like that?" Diana snorted. "If he comes back again, he should be taught a lesson," Nina agreed. Vivian asked, "Jessica, is there any progress in finding a new kidney for Oscar?" "Well, the match is 4 points, which is pretty good." Jessica replied, "Only 4 points, isn't that too low?" Grace frowned. "William's kidney match is 8 points. It's not that dangerous, but there will be more rejection, which won't have much impact on your normal life," Jessica explained. "William must donate a kidney to Oscar," Diana shouted. Jessica was instantly filled with anger, and my words and expression flashed through her mind. "Diana, shut up. Were you nice to him? Did you know his birthday is the same as Oscar's? What did you do?" She suddenly collapsed, squatted down, and burst into tears. She didn't curse her family, but herself. She finally understood how I felt when I said those words, which was deep helplessness and loneliness. The house was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop, with only her crying echoing. After a long time, Vivian walked over and asked softly, "Jessica, what happened today?" "I went to see William today," Jessica replied, crying. "I know you seem to be particularly concerned about him lately." Vivian sighed. Jessica sobbed and looked at her eldest sister. "I don't think he'll ever come back." She recalled my determination to throw away the diary, and that feeling has been lingering in her mind. Vivian patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will find a way to get him back." Grace also said, "William listens to me the most. I believe he won't be so cruel." Vivian nodded. "Jessica, what are you holding?" Jessica looked down at the diary. "This is William's diary." Richard disagreed. "What privacy can he have? It's just trivial matters." Jessica immediately protected the diary. "This is William's privacy. You don't respect him." Although she wanted to read it, she never took a peek. A diary is a private matter and represents the most basic respect. "William didn't steal the jewelry." She suddenly blurted out. "How do you know?" Nina wondered. "I don't know. Anyway, William wouldn't do such a thing." Jessica firmly believes that I am not that kind of person. "The only thing I am looking forward to now is the DNA test results of Lisa's body fluids. If William hadn't stolen it, who else in the family would do such a thing?" Jessica sneered, knowing that this was not groundless. Every time something was lost in the house, it was related to William's appearance. Jessica didn't answer, but lowered her eyes with a complicated expression. She was probably struggling in her heart, wanting to believe me, but not daring to completely let go of her doubts about Oscar. "You're not doubting Oscar, are you?" Nina asked directly with a heavy tone. Jessica shook her head, feeling uncertain. Compared to William, Oscar had no motivation to do these things. Moreover, since William entered this family, Valuables have always disappeared mysteriously. Isn't this a coincidence? Shut up. Diana's voice was full of anger. You are all blind. How dare you doubt my brother? The atmosphere at home suddenly became solemn, and Richard slammed the table angrily. How could you have such an idea, Jessica? You are too much. Jessica lowered her head and stopped talking, silent as a cold stone. Suddenly, Diana's voice came again. Not only that, the third sister also took Lisa's body fluids and sent them for testing. This sentence was like a bomb that exploded. Richard and Grace's faces turned pale in an instant. Jessica, why do you have such an idea to doubt Howard? Grace's tears had already begun to well up in her eyes. She unconsciously covered Oscar with her hands. You guys forced William to leave. Are you going to drive Howard away too? My heart ached as I saw them arguing so fiercely. I suddenly understood why I was so angry. Jessica, go and apologize to Oscar. Richard's tone was stern and cold. Jessica lowered her head, her mind full of confusion, and slowly said, I'm sorry, Howard, I didn't mean that. Oscar didn't seem to fully understand all this. He just stood there blankly with empty eyes, looking lost in his own world. Jessica turned and left, feeling heavy-hearted. All the arguments and doubts seemed insignificant. William, come back soon. Mother Grace, crying echoed in my ears, but I could never go back. As night fell and the school bell rang, I quickly put on my backpack and walked quickly to the stairs. After waiting for a few seconds, Penny ran down from upstairs and rushed to my side screaming. We looked at each other and immediately ran towards the school gate. If the teacher can finish class on time, we can catch the next bus and go home half a William earlier to prepare dinner for Angelia, so that she doesn't have to rush to cook after work. For me, this is not only to save time, but also to relieve Angelia's stress. She works hard every day, but I have never been able to share any of her burden. When we got home, Penny and I started to prepare dinner. Although we were not rich, cooking and doing housework were not difficult for us. I want to make something different for you guys to eat, Penny said innocently, her eyes full of anticipation. Dinner was finally ready. Although it was just simple dishes, water spinach, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised chicken legs, and a bowl of tofu soup. It was made by us and was full of love. Angelia came home, took off her coat tiredly, and when she saw the dinner we had prepared, she smiled for the first time in a long time. I looked at Angelia and felt guilty. She worked so hard, but I was always helpless. During the meal, the topic turned to tonight's chicken drumsticks, but there were only 2 drumsticks for 3 people. I quickly put a drumstick into Angelia's bowl. She also reached out and put the other drumstick into my bowl almost at the same time. We smiled at each other, as if we were in sync. Sister Angelia, eat one first. You still have to go out and set up a stall in the evening. I said seriously. You and Penny are in the growing stage. You guys eat. She insisted. Penny reached out and grabbed my chicken leg and started eating it. Sister is the adult. The chicken leg is for you, brother, and I can eat it. The 3 of us continued eating with smiles on our faces. Although we were not rich, these simple moments were the most precious to us. As I was eating, I suddenly realized that I had to do something and I couldn't let Angelia suffer like this any longer. I couldn't keep dragging her down. It was time to take responsibility and make some changes. A gleam of determination flashed in my eyes. I decided that I had to find a way to make money. After dinner, Angelia went out to set up a stall, while Penny was busy doing her homework. I turned on my phone and started browsing the news and studying the economic development of this country. I couldn't help but get excited. It turns out that the historical development trajectory of Blue Planet is extremely similar to that of the Earth in my previous life, with almost 90% similarity. In other words, Blue Planet and Earth are actually 2 parallel worlds. This discovery made me very excited. Although the events in the 2 worlds were different, the general main line did not change. In other words, the major events that occurred in history were the same, such as which countries perished in what time period, where major earthquakes occurred, and even some catastrophic events. But in terms of details, things like buying lottery tickets and stock trading are basically the same as everyone else, relying on luck. I quickly turned my attention to real estate. Through analysis, I found that the current housing prices were not high, and if the historical development trajectory did not change, the housing prices this year would definitely soar. Therefore, if you want to make money lying down in this world, you have to buy houses like crazy. But here comes the problem. It is easy to buy a house, but where does the money come from? I don't have a penny and can't pay such a large amount of money for buying a house. Thinking of this, I had to rub my forehead and fell into deep thought. Just as I was thinking about how to raise funds, Penny suddenly walked in, hugged my neck without warning, rested her head on my shoulder, and said in a sweet voice, "Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight." I was startled and quickly pushed her away. "Ninian, we can't sleep together." "Why? Didn't we always sleep together before? Why not now?" She obviously didn't understand my refusal. My head ached, and I had to explain patiently. "Ninian, we are all grown up now. It's not appropriate for us to sleep together casually." Penny frowned in confusion. Are you dissatisfied with my sleeping posture and don't want to sleep with me? I was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to explain. I don't care. I'm going to sleep in your room tonight. Faced with her persistence, I was completely helpless. It was already 1 in the morning when Angelia came back late at night. She saw that Penny was not in bed, so she went straight to my room. When she saw the scene on the bed, Angelia almost laughed out loud. It turned out that Penny and I were lying on the bed like two lazy cats. Penny hugged my thighs, and I pushed her feet with my nose. The way we looked was really hilarious. Angelia sighed helplessly, covered both of us with the quilt again, and quietly left the room. The next morning, William woke up a little late. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found my mouth was a little salty. I looked down and saw that Penny's feet had been inserted into my mouth. I pushed her away with disgust and tried not to make any sound. Although it was a bit embarrassing, I didn't plan to wake her up and went to wash up by myself. At this time, Angelia has already gone to work. She works all year round and is always busy. Looking at the breakfast prepared by Angelia on the table, my determination to make money became stronger. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door and saw Eva standing at the door. "Are you here to see Yin Yin?" I was a little surprised. I didn't expect her to come at this time. Eva was slightly startled, and when she saw me, she showed a puzzled expression. Then she bent down and bowed and said, "Yes, I'm here to see Yin Yin." I nodded and let her in. Then I walked to my room and kicked Penny awake. Penny came out with disheveled hair and traces of saliva at the corners of her mouth, looking like she had not woken up yet. She muttered, "Brother, why did you bite my feet again when I was sleeping last night?" Her voice was so loud that it almost embarrassed me, but she didn't seem to realize that Eva on the sofa had heard it. Eva's face changed, and she was obviously shocked. I quickly coughed and reminded her, "Yin Yin, your classmate is here to see you." Penny then noticed Eva's presence. She didn't care about the strange expression on Eva's face at all and walked directly to Eva and hugged her. "Eva, you are here so early." "Well, it's almost 10 o'clock. Let's do the questions quickly." Eva responded with a smile. "Okay, I'll wash my face," Penny said as she quickly rushed to the bathroom. I sat aside and played with my phone. When the two of them were working hard on the questions, Penny would ask me for help from time to time, and I would always provide her with several solutions and patiently explain each question. Eva began to notice me, and the surprise in her eyes became more and more obvious. At noon, Penny insisted that I cook and forced Eva to stay. "Eva, try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and onions made by my brother. By the way, this seaweed egg soup is also delicious." Penny was picking up food for her. She enthusiastically introduced the dishes I made. Eva looked at me and suddenly asked, "Your brother seems to like eggs very much?" I lowered my head in embarrassment and ate in silence. There were only eggs left at home. I had planned to go shopping for groceries today, but I forgot the time. "Yes, there are only eggs left at home," Penny replied nonchalantly. Eva nodded and gave an awkward smile. The atmosphere became a little quiet for a while. Suddenly, Penny asked, "Brother, I just saw you looking at a house. Do you want to buy one?" I didn't argue and just said casually, "Yes, it's a pity that I'm poor and have no money. Why buy a house? It costs so much money. It's better to rent a house." Penny pouted. I smiled and said, "Who says houses can only be lived in? Buying a house can also be an investment." I knew Penny didn't understand, but I just said it casually. Unexpectedly, Eva looked at me with a surprised expression in her eyes. I raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you looking at?" Facing Eva's gaze, I always felt an inexplicable hostility in my heart. Although she's Oscar's fiancée, it is difficult to explain that feeling in words. She didn't seem to be angry about my attitude, but seemed to be more focused. William's remarks that day caught Eva's attention. A few days ago, she heard her family discussing the real estate industry, saying that there would be earth-shaking changes in the near future. For these rich kids, they have been in the business world for many years and can usually see opportunities that others cannot see. But William was just an ordinary student, and Eva was extremely surprised that he could notice these things. "School beauty Cheen, can you lend me some money?" I suddenly asked, thinking to myself, let's try it out and see if it works. "You want to buy a house?" She didn't seem surprised when she heard it. "Yeah." I nodded and calculated in my mind. 300,000 should be enough. "How much?" I was too embarrassed to say the more the better directly, so I stammered, "Let me borrow 300,000 first." I calculated that a house in a good location now costs about 3,000 yuan per square meter, and a 100 square meter house costs about 300,000 yuan. After buying it, I can use it to get a loan and buy some cheaper relocation houses. "Okay." Eva agreed without hesitation. Penny heard this. She immediately yelled, "Brother, how could you borrow money from EVA? Didn't Angelia always teach you to be self-reliant and not live off others?" "Nian Yin, this isn't the meaning of free rice." I sighed helplessly, thinking that I can't always get something for nothing. "William, how about this?" Eva suddenly said, "You could be my tutor 4 times a week and help me with my homework." I will give you 300,000 as tuition. How about that? No problem. Without hesitation, I immediately pulled her hand and gave her a high five. For weeks a month, for classes a week, and 3 months left before the college entrance examination. In this way, I can earn 25,000 yuan a week, and I don't need to do much. It's just picking up money. But you have to give me money first. I thought to myself that the important thing is to have funds as soon as possible. Okay, give me the car number. Eva took out her cell phone without hesitation. Not long after, I received a reminder that 300,000 yuan had arrived in my account. Wow, EVA, you are so generous. Penny's eyes lit up and she smiled excitedly. But you're already the top student in the grade. Why do you still need extra classes? Eva smiled faintly. It's easy to get 99 points, but it's hard to get 100 points. My goal is to be the top scorer in the country. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Great ambition, great. Although I admire her goal, I always feel uncomfortable when I think of Eva as Oscar's fiancée. Although I hate Oscar, I have no grudge against money. At this moment, my cell phone rang. When I saw the caller ID was Oscar, I hung up without hesitation and blocked him. Nina called again, and I hung up again. A few seconds later, the phone rang again, and the caller was her mother, Grace. Penny asked curiously, "Brother, who is it? Why aren't you answering the phone?" I hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone, and said coldly, "What's the matter?" "William, we're downstairs. Come down for a moment. We have something to say to you." Grace's voice revealed an irresistible tone. I walked to the window, looked down, and saw Jessica and Nina standing by the car, looking upstairs. "I have nothing to say to you. Just go away," I said in a cold voice and in a bad mood. Just as I was about to hang up, Eva and Penny came over. "Hey, isn't that Sister Jessica and Sister Diana? What are they doing here?" Eva asked puzzledly. I glanced at her and whispered, "I'll go down." I felt a little uneasy in my heart. After all, I didn't want Eva to know too much, especially when it came to family matters. Asking Penny and Eva to continue doing their exercises at home, I hurried downstairs. Downstairs, Jessica and Nina were seen standing next to the car, and Grace came over with Oscar. "William, Mom came here today because she hopes you can go back with her." Grace spoke, her eyes full of anticipation. "Mrs. Yang, please respect yourself and don't try to make connections." I spoke in a cold tone, emphasizing the 3 words Mrs. Yang on purpose. Nina angrily scolded me. "William, how can you talk like that? Call Mom now." Jessica also spoke nervously. "William, Mom will be sad if you talk like that." I glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "A week ago, Mr. Chun and I signed an agreement to sever parent-child ties. Since then, we have no relationship." "William, don't say that. You will always be my child. Come home with me, admit your mistake, and live with Howard." Grace reached out to pull me. I pushed her hand away without hesitation and asked coldly, "Why should I apologize?" Grace's hands froze in the air. She lowered her head and sighed. "Okay, Mom doesn't need you to apologize. It's all Mom's fault. Don't be angry with Mom anymore." I smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in my eyes. "Okay, since you think you were wrong, then tell me where you were wrong." Grace's tears fell, and she spoke after a long while. "It was my fault that I didn't discipline you well and let you go astray and do wrong things." She had a painful look on her face and a helpless look in her eyes. "But it doesn't matter. Things can still be fixed. Jessica has already dealt with Lisa's issue, and you don't need to be responsible. As long as you come back with me and treat Howard well, we can still be like before." I finally realized that she didn't understand what she was missing, or in other words, she didn't care about my real needs at all. Oscar supported Grace and said sincerely, "As long as you're willing to go back, I will do anything for you." I sneered, "Does what you said count?" "Of course it counts. I have never thought of competing with my brother for anything. My wish is very simple. I just want our family to live in harmony and be happy." As he said this, he wiped his eyes and pretended to be sad. I shook my head helplessly and really wanted to ask him if he wanted some eye drops. However, this trick seemed to work on Grace and Jessica, and they all comforted Oscar. I smiled, turned my head and looked at a pile of dog shit not far away, and said in a playful tone, "Hey, there's a pile of dog shit over there. Go eat it, and I'll go back with you." "William, you're going too far. How could you let Oscar do that?" Nina cursed angrily, but I ignored her and continued to stare at Oscar coldly. "Don't you always like to pretend? You say you'd die for your family, but now that the moment has come, you act like a cowardly loser." William sneered in his heart, looking at Oscar, standing there in a daze, hesitant. "Didn't you say you're willing to do anything?" I said sarcastically. "Since Madame Yang cares so much about you, I dare not ask you to do anything too extreme. I just want you to eat the shit over there and satisfy your brother's wish. You wouldn't even refuse to agree to this request, right?" Oscar hesitated, took a step forward, but then stepped back, looking at Grace with a face full of grievance. Grace hurriedly pulled him to her side, her voice full of pain. "William, you are really too much. Oscar is so good to you. How can you force him to do such a thing? He always thinks about you. but you always target him. Mom really misjudged you. I almost laughed out loud and said disdainfully, "You've never paid attention to me. How can you be wrong?" Grace was a little stunned, but she still disagreed with what I said. "William, you are my son. How can I not care about you? How can you say such things? I am really sad." She probably didn't understand that she didn't care about what I went through. Her guilt had long been overwhelmed by her so-called concern. I couldn't help but sneer. "Since you care about me so much, let me ask you, what do I like, what do I hate, and what are my hobbies? Can you tell me?" Grace was stunned, frowning, obviously trying to recall. But she was still confused and had no impression at all. If it was Oscar, she would have blurted it out long ago. I turned to look at Nina and Jessica and continued to ask, "What about you? Do you know what I like?" Nina snorted, not caring at all. "How would I know what you like?" Jessica lowered her head, not daring to look me in the eye. "You don't know my preferences, but I know you very well." I looked at Nina. "Miss Chun-er, you like sour food. Every time before writing a manuscript, you will eat a lemon because it can inspire inspiration." Then I looked at Jessica. "And you, Miss Chun-san, happen to be allergic to lemons. If you eat just a little bit, you'll get a rash." Jessica's face turned pale, and she was so shocked that she could hardly speak. How could it be possible? No one knew about this except her parents. At this time, Jessica remembered that she had accidentally used the plate that Nina had used to hold lemons, but the amount was very small and did not cause a serious reaction. Unexpectedly, I noticed this detail. I continued to look at Grace. "Mrs. Young, you like dancing. Everyone should know this, right?" This sentence made Nina and Jessica look up at the same time and look at Grace in surprise. They had no idea that their mother actually had this hobby. Grace herself was surprised, having apparently forgotten that she loved dancing when she was young. She had almost given up this hobby since marrying into the Chun family. "William, Mom never told you about this. How did you know?" "How do you know?" "Because I tried my best," I said calmly, with a cold look in my eyes. Grace couldn't help but shed tears. Her body trembled, and she wanted to pull me, but I dodged her hand without hesitation. At this time, Nina and Jessica lowered their heads and remained silent. My last look fell on Oscar. "Well, you got your chance. Since your Howard doesn't want to eat shit, you should leave now." Grace couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She rushed to me and hugged me tightly. She said urgently, "William, please come home with me. I can't bear to leave you." Suddenly, Penny's voice broke the silence. "Auntie, let him go." Grace was stunned for a moment and was instantly blocked by Penny. I took this opportunity to quickly break free from her arms and took a few steps back. "Yin Yin, what are you doing here?" I helplessly looked at Penny and Eva, who suddenly appeared. Penny stood in front of me and opened her arms without hesitation, protecting me from behind. "Brother, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Eva greeted them with a smile. Aunt Young, Sister Nina, Sister Jessica, Oscar. Seeing Eva's appearance, everyone's expressions became surprised, especially Oscar. His face was pale, and he was obviously a little overwhelmed. "EVA, why are you here?" Oscar asked with a hint of doubt in his tone. Grace also hurriedly asked, "EVA, why are you here?" Her worries were obvious. She was afraid that William's identity would be discovered by the Cheen family, and if so, Oscar and Eva's engagement would definitely be ruined. "I came to my classmate's house to do homework," Eva explained with a smile, turning to look at Penny. "By the way, Aunt Young, what do you want to talk to William about?" Eva's question made everyone feel relieved. Obviously, she was unaware of the truth of the matter. Several people hesitated and could not answer. Obviously, they did not dare to answer too much, for fear of angering me and causing me to expose all the truth. Looking at their panic-stricken appearance, I couldn't help but laugh, but this smile seemed particularly sad. "I'm the son of their nanny. I used to work here, but their family is too bad. Now I don't want to do it anymore and want to leave," I said indifferently with a relaxed tone. After hearing what I said, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they no longer had to worry about the truth being revealed. Oscar's complexion improved a lot, and he smiled and said to Eva, "EVA, I haven't been feeling well recently, so I asked for sick leave. We haven't seen each other for several days. Do you want to go to the movies together tonight?" Eva declined. "No, since you were sick, you should rest at home. I need to study." Grace quickly pulled Oscar away, fearing that something unexpected might happen if they stayed any longer. She also didn't dare look at me again, fearing that Eva would notice something was wrong. "Jessica, let's go." Nina pulled the dazed Jessica. Jessica seemed to finally come back to her senses, but her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she had just cried. Before leaving, she turned to me and said, "William, will you come home with us?" This sentence undoubtedly ignited the anger that had been pent up in my heart for a long time. "Miss Chin-san, are you annoying or not? You're clinging to me like a dogskin plaster all day long. Didn't I slap you yesterday? Are you here to get slapped today? Get out of here now." I almost yelled the last sentence, anger filling the air. In the car, I looked at Oscar's face, which was obviously disappointed by Eva's rejection. I knew that he must be unhappy because I didn't go back with them. Grace saw this scene, put her arm around Oscar's shoulders and patted him, as if to comfort him. Oscar, don't be sad. One day, your brother will come back. Oscar pretended to be sad and whispered, well, I will continue to work hard and do better to make you understand my feelings. Silly boy. Grace smiled with satisfaction, feeling very happy. Although I was not a good person, she was very pleased with Oscar's understanding. By the way, didn't you just say you wanted to watch a movie? Let your sister take you there in the evening, Grace suggested. Oscar was a little reluctant at first. He wanted to take this opportunity to find an excuse to date Eva alone instead of going to the movies, but he still nodded and agreed. Okay, Mom, I got it. Grace looked at him and continued. Okay, Mom knows you're sensible, but you can't stay in the house studying all day, or you'll become a nerd. It is necessary to relax occasionally. Oscar nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll listen to you. Oscar, I have to finish my manuscript tonight, and my readers are asking me to finish it, so I really can't go with you tonight. Nina is busy writing her novel and has recently reached the climax. If she stops updating, the readers will riot, and she doesn't dare to take that risk. It's okay. Your eldest sister and Diana are at home today. Let them accompany you in the evening. Grace comforted. After Grace and her group left, Penny and I continued studying at home, and Eva didn't ask any more questions. In the afternoon, I took some time to buy some food. When Angelia got home from work, I had just finished cooking, and the four of us had dinner happily. Penny didn't tell Angelia about Grace and her group because I didn't want her to worry. After dinner, Angelia went to the stall, and Penny suggested we go to the movies. Actually, I was a little tired and didn't want to go out, but when I saw Penny's excitement, I softened my heart and agreed. Okay, let's go. EVA, do you want to go to the movies with us? Penny asked. I thought Eva would refuse. After all, she just said she was going to study at noon and she wouldn't come out at night. But to my surprise, she didn't hesitate and directly said she wanted to go with me. Didn't you say at noon that you would study in the evening? I asked puzzledly. Eva smiled and replied, I said it at noon. What does it have to do with the evening now? I suddenly changed my mind now. I shook my head and sighed in my heart. Women are indeed fickle, and what they say cannot be taken seriously. We didn't choose to take a taxi, but squeezed onto the bus. It was the evening rush hour, and the bus was so crowded that it was difficult to stand, let alone find a seat. In order to prevent the two girls from encountering inappropriate behavior, I put my arm around Penny with one hand and Eva with the other, try to protect them. When we finally got off the car, I noticed that both of their cheeks were a little red, probably because they had been stuck in the car for too long. When the three of us arrived at the cinema, the movie was about to start. After checking our tickets, we headed straight to the screening room. After the movie ended, Vivian, Diana, and Oscar walked out of the lounge area of the cinema. I had no intention of saying hello to them, but I saw Oscar's eyes locked on me. It was obvious that he didn't want me to get too close to Eva. Vivian and Diana already knew about today's events from Nina, and also knew about the interaction between Eva and me, but they were a little surprised by Diana's chance encounter in the cinema. Seeing Eva and I walking together, Oscar's face flashed a hint of viciousness, but he quickly concealed it and forced a smile to greet me. EVA, didn't you say you wanted to study? Why did you come out to watch a movie? Eva replied casually, I'm tired from studying and want to come out and relax. But I could sense that Oscar was already feeling uneasy. When he saw Eva and I talking and laughing, he had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. EVA is my goddess, and I will never allow her to be taken away by others, especially William. Oscar swore secretly in his heart, with a forced smile on his face. Vivian watched all this, and although she looked calm on the surface, I knew she felt uncomfortable. She turned to me and said softly, William, do you want to go back to Chen's house with me? Because Eva was present, Vivian did not directly ask me to go back, but asked in a tactful tone. I was in an irritable mood and couldn't help asking back. Your mother has already come to me today. Did you know that? Hearing me calling Grace by her name, Vivian frowned slightly, obviously feeling a little dissatisfied. If you knew, you would understand that I am just the nanny's son. Since I am just a servant, why do you care so much? Just let me fend for myself. I deliberately emphasized the word servants to remind them not to reveal any flaws in front of Eva. Vivian heard these words. She felt complicated and an indescribable sadness appeared on her face. She didn't know why she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Diana was very much like Richard, with a hot temper that made her yell. Since you know you are a servant, you should behave like a servant and be obedient. Understand? Hearing this, anger instantly surged in my heart, and I looked at Diana with a sneer and disdain in my heart. Chapter 19, I will never agree to him returning to the Chen family. William also got furious when he heard this. Slapped Diana immediately, but he glanced at Eva next to him and endured it. If this slap is thrown out, it will be difficult to explain what happened. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Eva suddenly said, Nian Nian, I want to go to the bathroom. Do you want to go with me? While watching the movie, Penny drank a whole cup of Coke, and her bladder was a little bloated. But she was afraid of leaving William alone and letting him be bullied. At this time, Vivian actually said that she wanted to go to the bathroom. Diana up, and the four of them walked towards the bathroom. After the four people walked away, William immediately broke up. What's wrong? The person is gone. Why are you still pretending to be weak? Brother, I don't understand what you were saying. Oscar still looked as pitiful as an actor. Don't understand? It was you who violated Lisa. And then you put the blame on me. William glanced at Oscar with contempt in his eyes. Oscar still refused to admit it. Brother, why do you think so of me? I didn't do it. You're still pretending. If you keep pretending, I'll beat the shit out of you. Seeing William raise his hand to clap, Oscar's eyes immediately turned red and tears began to well up. Brother, don't hit me. I'm weak. If you hurt me, my parents will be sad. I can't guarantee what they will do then. William was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the green tea-flavored threat to be like this. Why, you're threatening me. As he spoke, William moved closer, trying to scare him. Oscar was a little scared and took 2 steps back. However, his eyes never left the direction of the bathroom, as if he was waiting for something. Finally, he saw Vivian and several others appear. He didn't run towards them, but ran in the opposite direction, into William's arms. William was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, Oscar was knocked out and fell to the ground. Then she cried and yelled, Brother William, please don't hit me anymore, it hurts. No, who the hell are you performing for? William asked in confusion. The next moment, he immediately understood. William, what are you doing? Vivian and Diana ran over angrily and stood on both sides of Oscar. Especially Diana. The anger in her eyes could burn William to death. William, how could you hit Oscar? You knew he was in poor health. Why did you still do this? Vivian's face was full of disappointment. Who hit him? He fell down on his own. William spread his hands and said casually, We clearly saw it, and you're still trying to make excuses. Diana said excitedly, Sister, why are you talking to him? He is just an animal that can never be tamed. As she said this, she squatted down and examined Oscar's body with a distressed look on her face. Big sister, fourth sister, don't blame Brother William. He didn't mean it. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I was too weak and fell down with just one push. Oscar said, the tears that were still rolling in his eyes finally fell, and they were like raindrops. At this time, Eva and Penny also rushed over. Penny was fine. He knew about William and the Chin family. Eva was a little shocked. She didn't quite understand the reason, but she always felt that there was something wrong with the relationship between William and the Chin family. William, I'm gonna make this clear today. You'll never be able to return to the Chun family in this lifetime. Diana was so angry that she completely forgot about Eva's existence. It wasn't until Vivian kicked her that she reacted. Fourth sister, don't say that. Although Brother William violated Lisa, he stayed in our house for so long after all. It would be cruel to send him away like this. Oscar glanced at Eva secretly after saying this. Sure enough, Eva's eyes suddenly widened and she stared at William in shock. He deliberately revealed Lisa's affairs in order to completely destroy William's position in Eva's heart. In this way, he wouldn't be afraid that Eva would be taken away by William. Vivian looked at Oscar lying on the ground in surprise. She didn't understand why Oscar would bring this up. If Lisa's affair were to come to light, William's reputation would be completely ruined. Even if his identity is revealed in the future, he will only become a joke among the wealthy families. William will be labeled a rapist for the rest of his life and will never be able to clear his name. This is really too vicious. Oscar going to destroy William? Vivian couldn't believe that her cute and well-behaved brother, whom she had grown up with, could be so vicious. He definitely didn't mean it. He must have said it unintentionally in a moment of anxiety after being beaten by William. When it comes to treating animals, why should we care whether they are cruel or not? Oscar, you're bullied by him because you are too kind. You are not allowed to speak for him again. Diana yelled at Oscar. Penny was shaking with anger as he listened to the two people unscrupulously accusing his brother. Her fair face had already turned red, and her little fists were clenched so tightly that they made a squeaking sound. Don't you dare say bad things about my brother again. Penny shouted with all her might. The sound was so loud that everyone in the lounge area turned to look over. William and others were also frightened by Penny. He didn't expect that this girl had such a bad temper and such a strong lung capacity. William didn't feel much about what Diana and Oscar said. As for what Eva thinks of him after hearing about Lisa, he doesn't care. As long as Angelia and Penny believed in him, that was enough. Who said anything bad about him? There are witnesses and evidence, but he still refuses to admit it. Diana showed no sign of weakness and stood up to confront Penny. You are the ones who wronged him. My brother would never do such a thing. Penny retorted angrily, like an inflated puffer fish. Oscar coughed twice while lying on the ground and weakly defended William. I believe that Brother William definitely did not do it on purpose. After this, Brother William will definitely realize his mistake and repent. Fourth sister, we should give Brother William a chance to correct his mistakes. Oscar seemed to be speaking for William, but in fact, every word he said confirmed William's guilt. This is a great trick. William tilted his head, said nothing, and watched Oscar's performance quietly. He had seen green tea watches before, but this was the first time he had seen a green tea man. It's really interesting. Oscar, stop trying to persuade me. I will never agree to him returning to the Chun family. Diana refused sternly. Then he looked at Penny and said sarcastically, able-bodied criminals should live with. Diana, shut up. Diana said this. Vivian immediately yelled at her sister. At this moment, Vivian noticed that William's face looked very strange, and his eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. But before she could react, bang! William slapped Diana. The slap was so powerful that Chun Iran turned 360 degrees on the spot. Fuck you, you're the jerk. Before everyone could recover from the shock, William took 2 steps to Oscar and kicked him in the face. Chapter 20. You forced me to do it. Don't you like pretending? I'll let you pretend for fun. William put his foot on Oscar's face, and instead of taking it away immediately, he crushed it twice. Ah! Oscar howled in pain. William then moved his feet away with satisfaction. Suddenly, a deep footprint appeared on Oscar's big face. From slapping Diana to stepping on Oscar, it all happened so suddenly. Moreover, William's movements were very smooth and completed in one go without any delay. By the time Vivian reacted, William had already returned to where he was. William, you've come to the conclusion. Are you really planning to break up with the Chun family? Vivian yelled. She ignored Diana and checked on Oscar first. After all, Oscar's health was not good, and he looked much weaker than Diana. And William's kick just now seemed quite heavy. Hasn't the split already taken place? Could it be that the split that day wasn't severe enough? William said disapprovingly. Diana is fine, but don't you know how Oscar is doing? How could you bear to treat him so harshly? Vivian didn't understand why William suddenly became like this. In the past, I would never say a single dirty word to them, let alone hit them. Humble like a little lamb. Now, not only does he swear, he even dares to hit his own sister and brother. This would have been unimaginable in the past. If I wasn't afraid of going to jail, I would have unloaded him. Do you believe it? William snorted coldly, ignored Vivian, and turned to Diana. At this moment, Diana's eyes were wide open, still in disbelief and shock. She covered her beaten cheek, her fingers trembling slightly. Apologize to Nyen Nyen, William said in a deep voice. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Diana's mouth drooped slightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress her inner anger and grievance. That's right. William frowned and raised his hand again. You can accuse me and insult me, but you're not allowed to say a bad word about my family, understand? Seeing that William was about to slap her again, Diana couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Do you understand who your family is? Okay, Diana. Eva was still present, and what happened today must have aroused the other party's suspicion. She couldn't let Diana continue talking. Just at this moment, Eva's driver called. Eva said hello to a few people and left. However, when he left, he looked back every 3 steps or 5 steps, as if he was reluctant to leave. Seeing that Chin Shinma was not there, Vivian finally breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the crying Oscar, and handed him to Diana. Then he looked at William. William, aren't you afraid that Mom and Dad will know what happened today? Very scared. William answered seriously. If you're scared, why did you do it? Your parents would be so sad if they knew you beat Oscar like this. Vivian looked at the shoe prints on Oscar's face and felt very distressed. William sneered. I'm very scared. They don't know enough details about this matter. If only I had recorded the video of me kicking this bastard just now and showed it to them. This way, once they get angry, they won't bother me anymore. Vivian sighed. William, how did you become like this? You disappoint me. You guys forced me to do that. My Miss Chun. William sneered and pulled Penny away. He didn't expect Diana to apologize. After all, she was used to being superior, so how could she admit her mistakes to people like them? Chun Family Hall. Grace was carefully wiping the shoe marks off Oscar's face. Although shoe prints can be cleaned, it takes a lot of time for wound marks to heal. This means that Oscar will have to live with a red shoe horn mark on his face for some time to come. Grace wiped, the sadder she became, and the more heartbroken she felt. William, how could you be so cruel to treat your brother so harshly? That bastard actually dared to hit me. He is so lawless. Diana's face is very swollen, and she is holding ice cubes in her hand to reduce the swelling. From time to time, he would wail because of the pain. Mom, you and Dad must discipline him well. Grace nodded, agreeing with Diana. When your father comes back, I will talk to him about this matter. Mom, don't blame me, it's all my fault. Oscar said with a look of shame on his face. I accidentally let others know that my brother had molested Lisa. That's why my brother is angry, Mom. I didn't mean it. What did you say? Did you tell me about that? Grace's tone finally became a little annoyed. Seeing Grace was angry, Oscar hurriedly apologized. Mom, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Oscar almost cried as he said this. Diana said disdainfully. It said, what's the big deal? You dare to do it, but dare not let others say it. Diana, do you know what you're talking about? Jessica is really annoyed with her sister now. He is outspoken and has no brains. This not only affects William's future, but also the Chun family's reputation. How can we treat it so lightly? When Diana heard about the Chun family's reputation, her expression changed slightly. Eva was the only one present at the time. I don't think she would tell anyone. I hope so. Jessica sighed helplessly. Mom, hit me, scold me, I shouldn't say that casually. Oscar's face was full of regret. Grace was a little annoyed. She felt distressed, and all her anger disappeared when she saw Oscar's pitiful appearance. I've said it all. There's nothing I can do. Mom doesn't blame Howard. I don't think William would bother with Howard. That evening, William and Penny had just finished their meal when there was another knock on the door. Penny opened the door and saw it was Eva. William thought that Eva listened to Oscar and would not ask him for tutoring again. As for tuition fees, he had also made plans. As long as the other party didn't mention it, he would pretend to forget it. Didn't you listen to what Oscar said that day? William asked. What are you talking about? Eva didn't even raise her head, studying hard. It's just that I violated the babysitter. You're not worried if you stay with me? William asked casually while scrolling through his phone. To be Eva's tutor. Eva's grades are among the best in #1 middle school, and there are very few things that are difficult for her. So William would occasionally go over and say a few words, and the rest of the time he would do whatever he wanted. Eva looked up and asked seriously, will you violate me? Of course not. I don't have no hands, why would I do that? Besides, I have no idea about you. William said with disdain. That's fine, since you won't be a danger to me. Why should I hide from you? Besides, I've already paid. If I don't come, you probably won't return my money to me. Eva said lightly. William couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. I didn't expect Eva to know me so well. Chapter 21, Do you know who I am? William didn't go to class that day. At his strong request, Angelia took leave and accompanied him to buy a house. In fact, buying a house is a very simple matter. He has lived on Earth for a lifetime and understands a lot of things. In fact, Angelia's company is not necessary. He asked Angelia to take a leave, just to take this opportunity to let her relax. 365 days, working every day, and finishing until the early morning every day. Anyone can't hold on, but Angelia persevered for him and Penny. When he received the $300,000, William wanted to keep $100,000 for living expenses. Tell Angelia not to go out and set up a stall, but Angelia rejected it. Angelia's reason was that $100,000 was too little and she didn't think highly of it. When she is given $10 million, she will accept it without hesitation. After the two met up with the agent, they quickly looked at several houses. Anyway, it is used for investment, so as long as the location is good, the rest will be minor problems. When signing the contract, William directly transferred the house to Angelia's name. Upon seeing this, the agent lamented on the spot that most couples quarreled over the signature of the house. What's worse, the wedding banquet had already been scheduled, but when buying a house later, they had a big argument over who would own the house, and in the end, they couldn't even get married. It's rare for couples like you to actually compete to give each other a house, the agent said with envy. Angelia didn't refute, and William could see that she was embarrassed. Then he said, This is my sister. We are not a couple. The agent was even more surprised. All I've ever heard of brothers and sisters fighting over property until they were bloodied. I've never heard of anyone pushing a house to another. Even more valuable. After signing the contract, the two went out to eat and go shopping. After paying the house price of $300,000, there were still a few thousand left. William suggests that we become a spendthrift today and experience the life of a tycoon who spends money like water. Angelia actually agreed, which was rare. In the mall, Angelia looked here and there, jumping around like a little kid. It's like a completely different person. William thought about it and felt that it was normal. When he was 10 years old, Angelia was only 18. Now 10 years have passed, she is only 28, and the environment she lives in is simple and clean. I ran back and forth between the orphanage and home. She is still a little girl at heart. William, do you think this looks good on me? This bag, like this, is it suitable for me to carry? This lipstick, does it look good on me? William couldn't help feeling sad when he saw Angelia, who was too busy. My eyes were a little wet. Angelia seems to have not been shopping for a long time. All her energy was focused on taking care of him and Penny, and she had no time for herself. In his previous life, William was only thinking about how to please the Chun family, and he actually forgot about the woman who had spent her best youth for him. It's really damn annoying. He deserved to be killed by having his kidneys dug out. William now hates himself in his previous life. The two of them walked around and played all day long. William also had a lot of bags in his hands. William, thank you for today. I haven't had such fun and enjoyment in a long time, Angelia said as she handed the milk tea in her hand to William's mouth. William took the straw in his mouth and took a big sip. Angelia felt a little anxious as she felt the weight of the milk tea was decreasing rapidly. William, you've had too much to drink. After saying that, he took the milk tea out of William's mouth. William was caught off guard and was sprayed in the face. Seeing William's confused and embarrassed look, Angelia smiled coquettishly, completely disregarding the opinions of people around you. Some men were so stunned that they couldn't take their eyes off for a long time. It was not until their wives came up and grabbed their ears that they took these people away. Some gay men who are single or whose wives are not around temporarily muster up the courage to come forward and ask for contact information. At the beginning, Angelia could still respond with a few words. She then hugged William and lied that he was her boyfriend. William was also very cooperative and acted with her. When they got home in the evening, Penny just happened to come back from class. Eva was also with him. When she learned that William and his partner had abandoned her and spent the whole day hanging out outside, she became completely unhappy, forced Angelia to take her out for dinner in the evening. The two were very tired after a day's work and were too lazy to move. But I couldn't resist the little girl's persistence, so I had to agree. Eva, the follower, naturally went to the restaurant with the three of them. They came to a fly restaurant not far away. The food in this restaurant tastes good, but it's a bit dirty and the hygiene conditions are poor. The customers are a mixed bunch, and it's common to see people drinking and playing rock, paper, scissors with their shirts off at night. As long as people are not too drunk or have a bad temper, there will generally be no trouble. As soon as he arrived at the store, William saw a table of shirtless young men drinking beer and bragging in high spirits. When they noticed William, Angelia, and other beauties coming in, they immediately whistled provocatively. The store was already full at this time, but they were lucky because a table of customers was just checking out and leaving. After sitting down, William started ordering food on his own. He knew Angelia and Penny's preferences, but as for whether Eva had any food taboos, William didn't bother to care. The things here are probably not palatable for a rich lady like Eva. But surprisingly, when the dishes came, Eva not only did not dislike them, but ate them more happily than anyone else. Her posture and movements while eating were still elegant, and she retained her demeanor as a lady. Unlike Penny, who eats like a wretch. However, the frequency with which he picked up the food was somewhat shocking. William can only pick up a dish once, while Eva can do it 3 or 4 times. Because she couldn't swallow fast enough, her mouth was full of stuff. The contrast with her cold eyes was huge. Unexpectedly, it gives people a weird and cute feeling. EVA eats slowly. Order more if it's not enough. Angelia said with a smile. Oh, okay, Sister Angelia. Eva didn't look up and continued eating. Penny couldn't help but grumble. EVA, you eat too fast. I don't have any to eat. William looked at the two gluttons and finally understood why these two girls with completely different personalities would play together. At this time, William saw a bald man among the shirtless young men at the table stand up and walk towards him unsteadily. The bald man pulled over a chair and sat down next to Angelia. Ladies, please give me your contact information. Angelia and the others looked up at the bald man, frowned slightly, and ignored him. All three of them are top-notch beauties, and it is common for them to be approached. So it's nothing new. The bald man became a little angry when he saw that the others were cold and ignored him. Do you know who I am? I'm a famous Kunshin Longa. Chapter 22, the test results are out. I know. Brother Long? I've heard of it. William immediately smiled and said, it's better to avoid gangsters and drunkards if possible. Who knows what these people will do after being provoked? He was not afraid. After all, he had learned some boxing in his previous life. Even if you can't beat them, you can still run away. What he was worried about was that it would affect Angelia and the others. So, it is better to value harmony. You are really knowledgeable, kid. The bald man smiled and patted William's shoulder, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Now that you know, give me your contact information. Angelia and the others with a dazed look in his eyes. Brother, I have their numbers. I'll tell you. To prevent the bald man from making advances, William put his arm around his shoulders and pulled him towards himself. William gave his own number and also gave Oscar's phone number to the bald man. The bald man carefully entered the number into his mobile phone and dialed it. William's cell phone rang. He immediately pushed the phone in front of Angelia. Indicates that this is Angelia's phone number. The drunk bald man didn't think much about it and continued to enter Oscar's number. After a few beeps, the call was actually connected. Oscar's voice came from the other end of the phone, with some anger in his voice. Wait for me to notify you of the specific time. Don't call me if you don't have anything else. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Everyone was confused, and the bald man was also confused. Then, the bald man looked at William, ready to get angry. At this time, Eva handed over the phone. Here's my number. Getting Eva's call, the bald man returned to his seat with satisfaction. As the meal was coming to an end, William and his friends were preparing to pay the bill and leave. A little yellow-haired boy from the bald man's table came over. A few beauties, our boss wants you to come over and have a few drinks with us. Angelia refused directly. Sorry, we are ready to leave. Seeing Angelia's cold attitude, the little yellow-haired boy became unhappy and threw out 200 yuan. Hurry up. If you perform well, I'll give you another 200 yuan. Angelia's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she said coldly, "Get lost." The little yellow-haired boy immediately got angry, took a step forward and slapped Angelia in the face. "Fuck, I gave you face, didn't I?" Before the yellow-haired boy's palm touched Angelia, William grabbed her wrist. Then he slapped the little yellow-haired boy away with his backhand. William hates these drunkards the most. Once they get drunk, they think of themselves as emperors and have no idea of their own limitations. After waking up, he cried and screamed, knelt down to confess, begged for forgiveness, and put the blame on alcohol. Upon seeing this, the bald men didn't care about anything and just picked up the chairs under their buttocks and rushed towards William and his group. William protected Angelia and the others behind him and started fighting with the bald men. The store was in chaos, and the customers stepped aside to watch the fight. As soon as the boss realized something was wrong, he called the police. The little yellow-haired boy who was slapped to the ground was very angry and felt embarrassed in front of his brothers. He stood up and rushed out of the store. When he came back, he was holding a sugarcane knife in his hand. He got it from a fruit shop next door. He stared at William with anger in his eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he yelled, "Ah," grabbed the sugarcane knife and chopped at William. "WC, go to hell." William was concentrating on dealing with the bald guys and didn't notice the yellow-haired man rushing over. "Brother, be careful," Penny yelled. William noticed the little yellow-haired boy. However, the knife had already appeared in front of him, and it was too late to dodge. He could only watch the sugarcane knife coming toward him. Bang! At this critical moment, what William expected did not happen. Instead, the little yellow-haired boy screamed and flew out straight. The sugarcane knife in his hand also fell off, drew an arc in the air, and fell to the ground. Then, a pair of straight long legs appeared in William's peripheral vision. He turned his head and saw Angelia raising her legs, clenching her fists, and doing the starting movements of Taekwondo. William was stunned and murmured, "Sister Angelia, when did you know all this? Why don't I know about it?" Angelia put her foot down and said casually, "Always will. Didn't I tell you?" Angelia's kick sobered up the bald guys and made them stop what they were doing. At this moment, the siren sounded. Eva said, "You guys go first, I'll take care of this." William didn't bother to be polite with her, and the three of them left quickly before the police showed up. With Eva's energy, it's easy to handle such a small thing. On the way home, William asked Angelia several times about Taekwondo. Angelia said that when William was young, she met an old man who saw that she had a unique figure and was a martial arts genius, so he taught her some martial arts. William felt that Angelia treated him as a fool, but he didn't care. This explains why many men have come to harass Angelia and Penny over the years, but nothing happened in the end. William's guess was that they were beaten up by Angelia in private, and then they gave up the idea. They returned home, and after taking a shower, Eva called, informed of follow-up situation. A group of bald men were detained for gathering and causing trouble. The little yellow-haired boy attempted to injure someone with a knife, and although he failed, the circumstances were quite serious. We don't know what will happen to him next. As for the matter of William and the other two, Eva used her connections, and the police won't look for them anymore. Eva also expressed her gratitude to William for saving her life. Her family also wanted to meet William and thank him in person. William refused. He felt that it was Kunshin Long Gu and his gang who should thank him, not Eva. If it weren't for his protection, Brother Long and his group would probably have to step on sewing machines for the rest of their lives. "Hello, I'm Jessica." Jessica answered the phone. "Hello, Dr. Chun. The results of your last DNA test are out. Do you want me to tell you the result directly, or send it to you?" "No, I'll go get it myself." "Understood. I'll wait for you in the lab." Jessica hung up the phone and stood there in a daze. Vivian just came back from the company and saw her sister holding the phone with a dazed look in her eyes, as if she was worried about something. I couldn't help but ask, "Jessica, what are you daydreaming about? Is something wrong?" Jessica came back to her senses and saw that it was her eldest sister Vivian. She smiled and replied, "It's okay. Didn't we send Lisa's body fluids to the laboratory for testing? The results are out." "Really? What's the result?" Vivian didn't care. She had forgotten about it long ago, because in her mind, the truth was obvious and doing the test was totally unnecessary. "I don't know the result yet. I have to go to the hospital and get it in person." Jessica replied. Vivian just smiled and said, "Why bother making a special trip when you can just let the hospital tell you the results?" Chapter 23, Kidnapping. Jessica left. Diana and Oscar came down from upstairs. "It's almost time for dinner. Why is Sister Jessica out?" Oscar asked. A few days passed, and the red shoe horn mark on his face faded a lot. But the mark was still very obvious, so he had to continue to take leave and study at home. However, his grades were very good, and he had the potential to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, so the school didn't say anything and agreed. Vivian glanced at the two of them and said disapprovingly, "The results of Lisa's body fluid DNA test are out." Jessica went to the hospital to get the report. She knew Oscar would feel uncomfortable after knowing this. But according to Diana's character, she must have told Oscar about it. So she didn't plan to hide it. Oscar heard this. His body shook slightly, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Diana noticed that something was wrong with her brother and became concerned. Oscar, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Oscar forced a smile and replied, No, nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I haven't called EVA today, and I'm afraid she'll be unhappy. That girl always seems to ignore you, which makes me angry. Why are you being so nice to her? When she enters the Chun family, I will show you how I deal with her. Oscar is the treasure of the Chun family, but he's like a dog in front of Eva. Diana gets angry every time she thinks of this. Fourth sister, don't say EVA like that. She's just not good at expressing herself, and things will get better after she gets married. Oscar explained, I'll give her a call, and then come down for dinner. When we arrived at the hospital, it was already very late, and the laboratory had already closed. However, in order to wait for Jessica, the laboratory specially left a medical staff member. Jessica stood at the entrance of the hospital, holding the file bag containing the report in her hand, in a daze. She didn't let the laboratory staff report the results directly on the phone because she was not ready to accept the fact. That's why I made a special trip to the hospital. But when she really got the report, she still didn't dare to open it. In her heart, she actually leans towards Oscar's side. Although she thinks William may be innocent, she is still more willing to believe Oscar. After all, Oscar was so sensible and well-behaved. She had never seen him do anything like molesting a girl, let alone swearing at people. But William is different. He has been wandering around for more than 10 years and has a lot of bad habits. It is understandable that he would do such a thing. But she was afraid of that one possibility. What if William was innocent? She didn't dare to think further. She sighed and thought about announcing the results in front of everyone. After making up her mind, she took the elevator to the underground garage. Jessica walked towards her Maserati. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. She didn't care either. It is normal for pedestrians to appear in the garage. Jessica came to the car door, opened it, and prepared to go back. At this moment, the footsteps behind him suddenly became hurried, and the sound was getting closer and closer. When she wanted to turn her head to check, an arm suddenly appeared and locked her throat. When she struggled to call for help, her mouth and nose were tightly covered with a wet cloth. Jessica's eyes widened, and she was completely panicked, because she knew the smell of the wet cloth very well. It's ether and anesthetic, an anesthetic commonly used in surgical procedures. She watched the scene in front of her become increasingly blurry, and then gradually disappear from her sight. Finally, Jessica dropped her struggling arms and passed out. After dinner, William came to a village in the city alone. According to his memories of his previous life, this place will be demolished soon. He thought of buying some houses here at a low price and making a fortune when they were demolished. As I was walking, I suddenly saw some familiar faces at the entrance of the village. It's Kunshin Long Gu and his group. Several people gathered together and seemed to be discussing something seriously. Maybe it's because I'm too involved. Even when William approached, they didn't notice. William didn't want to get involved and wanted to leave immediately. At this time, Brother Long's phone rang. Hey, have you caught the female doctor named Chun? Okay, let's take you to village. There happens to be a river here. Brother Long's voice was not loud, but William heard it clearly. This conversation sounded like a kidnapping. William was shocked and quickly found a stone pillar to hide. After waiting for half an hour, a van appeared at the entrance of the village. Several people came down from above, one of whom was the little yellow-haired guy who had tried to chop William with a sugarcane knife. Then they opened the trunk. William's sight was right at the trunk of the van. He saw a large sack in the trunk. The sack seemed to contain something alive, struggling and twisting violently. This is kidnapping. Based on the conversation just now, William can be sure. I just don't know who they kidnapped. I just heard from the bald guy on the phone that it seemed like it was a female doctor, and her last name was Chun. At this moment, Jessica's figure flashed through William's mind. William immediately denied it and shook his head. Jessica had no grudges against anyone and didn't have any enemies, so why would the bald men tie her up? Even if it's blackmail, they would kidnap Oscar. He originally thought that the bald gang were just ordinary thugs, but he didn't expect them to be desperate criminals. Boss, what should we do with this woman? Asked the little yellow-haired boy. The bald man's eyes were fierce, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Seeing the bald man's actions, the expressions of several people suddenly became complicated and a little worried. It's just a kidnapping. Why does it mean killing people? Seeing that they were hesitant, the bald man said, This is what the employer wants. After we finish the work, each of us will be paid tens of thousands of dollars. Hearing that there was a huge sum of tens of thousands of dollars, the younger brothers suddenly became excited. A few of them talked for a few more words, then got on the van and left the village. William heard clearly what the bald men said. When he learned that they were willing to kill someone for tens of thousands of dollars, he was shocked. This is a real life. Thinking about it, he decided to call the police. But after searching for a long time, I realized that I had forgotten to bring my cell phone. Keys, mobile phone, wallet, these are the three essential items when going out. He had never forgotten it. So why did he forget it today? This is such a cliché TV plot. There are always unexpected events at critical moments. It was such an urgent situation that by the time he found the phone to call the police, it was too late. William didn't hesitate and immediately pedaled towards the van. But the other person has 4 wheels, and he only has 2, and they are human-powered, so how can he catch up? At this moment, he remembered that the bald man seemed to have mentioned the river in his phone call. Could it be that the bald guys were going to drown that unlucky guy in the river? He remembered that when he came here just now, he happened to pass by a river. It would take about 10 minutes by bike and less than 5 minutes by van. William could only pray that the man was lucky enough to be rescued by him. Chapter 24, your legs are gone too, right? Jessica was so scared at this time that her whole body was shaking. She woke up when she was taken to the village entrance. The conversation between the bald men could also be heard clearly. If it was just an ordinary kidnapping, it would be fine. At most, the Chin family would have to pay a ransom, and at least their lives could be saved. But these people obviously wanted to kill her. How could she calm down? She had been pampered since she was a child and had never experienced anything like this. She couldn't figure out who wanted to kill her. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Chun family and comes from a wealthy family, she is always kind to people outside and does not remember offending anyone. She could feel the vehicle moving, but she didn't know where it was taking her. This made her even more anxious, and she could only twist her body and bang against the trunk, hoping to make some noise and attract the attention of passersby. But she didn't know that the place where the vehicle was driving was deserted and there was no one in sight. The bald men ignored Jessica and let her struggle. Soon they reached the river. "Boss, is it just going to sink like that?" The yellow-haired man asked. "What else?" The bald man glanced at his younger brother, who looked reluctant, and asked back. "I think this girl is very pretty, but it's a pity that she died like this." The bald man immediately gave the yellow-haired man a big pot cover. "Why are you wasting your time on something that can be solved with a few $100s?" the bald man shouted. "Don't do anything stupid to me. Just get to work." After being scolded by the bald man, the yellow-haired man had no choice but to command the others to carry Jessica out of the trunk. Then he found a large stone nearby and tied it to the sack. After checking and confirming that there was no problem, they shouted slogans together, 1, 2, 3, and then threw Jessica into the river. They rested there for a while and then drove away in a van. As the weather was good today and there was plenty of moonlight, William followed the tracks of the van and finally found the scene of the incident. But a lot of time was wasted in the process. Through the messy footprints on the riverbank, William basically determined the specific location. "I don't know if it's too late. I hope I'm not dead yet." He thought to himself. Without hesitation, he took off his coat and jumped into the river. The moment she was thrown into the river, Jessica was completely desperate. As the cold river water covered my entire body, I couldn't help but tremble and my limbs became heavier and heavier. She struggled frantically, trying to swim upwards. But the heavy stone dragged her and slowly sank to the bottom of the river. The feeling of suffocation became more and more intense, as if a stone was pressing on my chest, and I couldn't breathe. The panic in her heart surged like a tide, making her completely desperate. Slowly, the scene in front of my eyes began to become distorted, and a buzzing sound began to sound in my ears. She knew that this was the countdown of life and the sound of approaching death. In this desperate moment, her life played out in her mind like a revolving lantern. In this picture of life, she saw her parents and her sisters, and that cute little brother, Oscar. Oh, by the way, there's also the untalented younger brother who was wandering outside and was later taken home. But the image of this younger brother in her mind was so small that it could almost be ignored. But what's strange is that while others only have pictures, her brother has sound. She didn't understand and couldn't figure out. She just felt very tired, her eyelids were heavy, and she wanted to sleep very much. "Since you're sleepy, go to sleep." William took great pains to finally drag the big sack out of the river. He didn't have time to open it and collapsed to the ground exhausted. After taking 2 breaths, he immediately untied the bag. Anyway, he has tried his best to save her. As for whether she's still breathing, that is not something he can decide. When he dragged the person out of the sack, he was stunned. How could it be Jessica? Although he hated the Chun family, except for Oscar, he didn't hate them to the point of wanting them dead. He patted Jessica's cheek and called her twice, but there was no response. An ominous feeling came over me. I immediately checked Jessica's breathing. None. William didn't hesitate, turning Jessica's head to the side and letting her lean back. He then unbuttoned Chun Manching's clothes, folded his hands on his chest, and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. When it came time to perform artificial respiration, William hesitated and sighed helplessly. He pinched Jessica's nose and started blowing air. 5 minutes later, with Jessica coughing, William finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he lay flat on the ground and fell asleep. Jessica opened her eyes and looked blankly at the starry sky in the night. She stretched out her arms and waved them in front of her eyes to make sure she was not dreaming. Am I not dead? Jessica was confused. All she knew was that after she sank into the water, she felt very tired and then fell asleep. As for what happened later and why I am here, she doesn't know. Jessica just felt that she slept for a very long time. During this process, there was a voice calling him all the time, but that voice was not the one he cared about the most, Oscar. But it was the good-for-nothing younger brother, William. She couldn't help laughing when she thought about it. At this time, heavy breathing sounds came continuously. Jessica was startled and turned her head to look aside. William, she cried out in surprise. But William was sleeping like a dead pig and didn't hear anything at all. He just turned over and continued to sleep. William, who was soaked all over, Jessica immediately guessed why she survived. She stared at William's face in disbelief. She didn't expect that she would be saved by William, although she didn't understand how William found her. But at this moment, her inner feelings for William surged like a tide and could not be suppressed. Tears quietly overflowed from the eyes and slowly fell down the cheeks. I feel touched by the rebirth after a disaster, but also feel guilty towards William. She felt that she had treated her younger brother very badly in the past and had not fulfilled her responsibilities as a sister. She was determined to bring William home. Maybe he is naughty, ignorant, and will do a lot of outrageous things. But his nature is good. As long as he is trained well, he will definitely become an excellent heir to the Chun family. A cool breeze blew by, and William couldn't help but tremble, followed by a loud sneeze. It was too cold to sleep. William sat up unsteadily. William, you're awake. William turned around and got angry. Jessica, why are you still here? William's sudden anger left Jessica at a loss for a moment. What happened? Is there something wrong? Chen Manqing asked hesitantly. Sister, you didn't call the police or an ambulance, but you're still here looking at the scenery. Is your brain shot? After being scolded by William, she pursed her lips and explained, when I was kidnapped, I didn't know where my bag went. My cell phone was inside the bag. You lost your cell phone, and you lost your legs too, right? William glared at Jessica. Chapter 25, The Truth Must Be Revealed. He originally wanted to wait for Jessica to wake up, then seek help and have him lifted up. I didn't expect this idiot to be here, blowing in the cold wind with his body wet. I saw you were asleep, and I couldn't bear to wake you up, but I was also afraid that you would be in danger here alone. Jessica continued to defend herself. You can't bear to wake me up, but you can bear to see me sleeping wet and then getting sick, right? William asked sarcastically. Jessica lowered her head and remained silent. What are you still standing there for? Go home. William was walking in front, and Jessica was following behind. William, did you save me? Jessica asked cautiously. Otherwise, it was your baby Oscar who saved him. William hunched his shoulders, crossed his arms, and quickened his pace. Did you also give me artificial respiration? Jessica asked again. Yes, big sister. William replied impatiently. As if he thought of something, William became a little angry and turned to look at Chen Manqing. In the moonlight, he noticed that Jessica's cheeks were a little red. No, why are you asking this? Do you think I want to? If it wasn't for saving you, I wouldn't do it even if you paid me. It was so cold that William's teeth couldn't help but chatter, and he couldn't speak clearly. Seeing William's disgusted look, Jessica felt a little hurt. William, can you come back? After walking a few steps, Chen Manqing asked again. William curled his lips and said, Okay, if you tell Oscar to get out, I'll go back. William, I really don't understand why you are targeting Oscar. Has he been bad to you? When you're not at home, he cares about you all the time and thinks about you in every aspect. Why do you dislike him so much? Jessica was a little angry. She didn't understand why William had such a grudge against Oscar. He wants my kidney. How can I welcome him? William asked back. Jessica trotted a few steps to catch up. Oscar doesn't need your kidney. I've found him a replacement. Although the match isn't as high as yours, he should be able to live a normal life. William sneered twice and said, I'm afraid someone in the Chun family doesn't like the kidney you found. They just like mine. Jessica didn't understand what William meant. William turned his head and looked at Jessica meaningfully, then smiled and said, Don't you ever think about why my kidney is so highly matched? William had said this before, and she certainly felt that a match of 8 points was indeed rare. It can almost be said that it is impossible to exist. But in medicine, everything is possible, so she didn't think much about it. But William said such things again, which made her feel very strange. William, what do you want to say? Jessica asked. William just smiled and said nothing. He didn't say it directly because he couldn't understand the whole context of the matter. If Oscar is really his half-brother, then how did the scene of taking the wrong child happen? Plus, he learned about it through the plot of the web drama in his previous life. I can't guarantee that this result is the truth. Anyway, he doesn't care about the Chun family's affairs, and he doesn't care what will happen in the future. The reason I reminded Chen Manqing was probably because of my curiosity. Seeing that William didn't answer, Jessica didn't ask any further questions. The two walked in silence until they met a passerby and called the police. The two were first taken to the hospital by ambulance for examination, and then to the police station to take a statement. William reported what he knew truthfully. The police said they would arrest the criminal as soon as possible. By the time everything was done, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. William and Jessica walked out of the police station at the same time. William saw Angelia and Penny at a glance. As soon as the two saw William appear, they immediately surrounded him. The Chun family and their group are probably also waiting for Jessica or him. They have learned the truth from the police. Several people were frightened and broke out in cold sweats. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the two of them come out safe and sound. William, are you okay? Angelia looked distressed. Brother, are you hurt anywhere? Let me check. Penny touched William all over with a worried look on her face. Nyin Nyin, the doctor has already felt it. It's okay. William touched Penny's little head and pushed her back. At this time, the Chun family and their group also gathered around. William, thank you for saving Jessica. Vivian spoke first. William said casually, You're welcome. I will save anyone. William, no matter what, this incident shows that you are not a bad person, and I am very relieved. As long as you behave yourself in the future, I won't pursue the past. You will come home with me today, Richard said seriously. Grace also came up, holding William's hand, with a look of relief on her face. William, Mom is so happy that you have finally turned over a new leaf. After you go home, you should take Hauer as your role model. It won't be long before you become as good as Hauer. Roll. William shook off Grace's hand, glanced at the two of them, and spoke calmly. Then he took Angelia and Penny and was about to leave. After working hard all day, he is extremely tired and just wants to go home and sleep. William, I gave you face. Don't think you can be proud just because you saved Sister Jessica. Even if you want to come back, I still don't welcome you. After being slapped by William, Diana felt even more resentful towards him. Diana, shut up. Can you please say less? Jessica felt helpless. She didn't understand why Diana hated William so much. Am I wrong? William, I also want to tell you that Sister Jessica took Lisa's body fluids for testing. The results are out. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else can you say? Diana refused to give in. Sister Jessica, tell him the result and see what he says. Jessica shook her head. I just got the report and hadn't even read it when I was kidnapped. It doesn't matter what the result is. I don't want to know anymore. After what happened today, Jessica no longer wanted to know the truth. No matter what, William was her savior. She didn't want William to be ashamed for the rest of his life because of this incident. Yes, yes, yes. Don't look at it. It's all in the past. Let's not blame brother anymore. For some reason, Oscar suddenly shouted excitedly, which surprised everyone. No, the truth must be revealed. Otherwise, Oscar will be suspected for no reason. Diana said firmly. The others didn't say anything and seemed to disagree with Diana. But Nina stood on Diana's side. Since the test has been done, I might as well find out. I also want to know if William was wrongly accused. So, he was kidnapped when he went to get the report. William smiled and muttered to himself. The sound was not loud, but Jessica heard it. She couldn't help but tremble, as if she thought of something, and turned to look at Oscar with a look of astonishment. Oscar was stared at by Jessica, and he leaned towards Grace guiltily. Jessica seemed to have made up her mind and said, I'll have someone send a report home tomorrow. Chapter 26, you don't have to take the blame for him. William, let's go back and stop arguing with them. Angelia took William and Penny away. Diana was still yelling from behind. William, today is your last chance. When the results come out tomorrow, even if you kneel before us, we will never let you set foot in the Chun family. William didn't look back, but raised his hand and waved. I hope you will do what you say. The next morning, Jessica called the hospital and asked them to send a report. After the family finished breakfast, they all gathered in the hall. Jessica, why don't you just forget it? Vivian advised. No, you must see it. Diana was firm. Nina said, William won't come back no matter what. I think he is still struggling. That I violated Lisa. Just put the report in front of him and leave him speechless, and maybe he will come back. Richard nodded, thinking that what Nina said made sense. Then let's take a look. Isn't the truth very clear anyway? You still want to come back. Dream on. Diana pouted. It's either him or me. At this time, Butler Fong came in with a file bag in his hand. Miss San, this is the test report sent by the provincial hospital. I asked you to give it to me. Give it to me. Jessica took the briefcase and glanced at Oscar. William's words last night made her feel uneasy all night. She had a guess in her mind, although this guess was too unbelievable for her to believe. But the facts were before her, and she had to face them. If she had a choice, she would rather die in the river last night than believe that the brother she had loved for 18 years would do such a thing to her. Oscar, what's wrong with you? Why are you shaking? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Oscar has been absent-minded since returning from the police station last night. He didn't even eat breakfast this morning, which made Grace very worried. Grace's voice attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked worried. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Vivian asked in a concerned tone. Sister Jessica, when can Oscar's kidney be transplanted? Diana asked nervously. Jessica stared at Oscar with a complicated expression. The new kidney has a high rejection rate, so more preparations need to be made. So it may have to be postponed for a few days. In that case, why not use William's kidney? It would be fine if we just transplant his kidney. Diana asked. Jessica said, and nodded. Diana was about to say something else, but was stopped by Jessica. Let's read the report first. Jessica ignored everyone else and opened the file bag on her own. She couldn't wait to know the answer, but she was also extremely afraid to know the answer. Just as she was about to take out the report, Oscar fell to his knees with a bang. Then, the tears couldn't stop flowing. Everyone was startled by Oscar's sudden action and was confused. No matter what the reason was, as long as Oscar cried, Feng Qian would immediately become sad. Oscar, tell Mom if you have anything to say. What are you doing kneeling like that? Yeah, Oscar, get up quickly, the ground is cold. Diana advised worriedly. Okay, Oscar, get up and be a man. It's not like you to cry all day long. Richard's tone was slightly serious. This adopted son of his is good in every way except that he is too kind-hearted and sentimental. He also understood the reason behind this. After all, since his biological parents were not around him since he was a child, it was inevitable that he would feel lonely inside. For this reason, his family always tries their best to make it up to him, hoping that he can be happy every day. Why are you speaking in such a harsh tone? What if you scare Hal? Grace glared at Richard. Oscar, he must be sorry and wants to plead for William. Nina said confidently, as if she had guessed something. Grace then wiped away her tears and smiled happily. Silly child, we have already forgiven William. Even if you really want to plead for your brother, you don't have to kneel down. Looking at the scene in front of her, young Jessica felt a surge of shock in her heart. She is not a fool. All the answers are so obvious. Although Oscar hadn't spoken yet, she had already guessed what her beloved brother would say next. Her eyelids drooped, and the last glimmer of hope was shattered. Her heart ached so much, it really ached, as if it would stop beating at any moment. It's not just pain for Oscar, it's also pain for William. At this moment, Vivian noticed that something was wrong with Jessica and looked over. Jessica looked up, their eyes met, and Vivian seemed to understand her sister's heart. His eyes widened instantly, his pupils were filled with shock and disbelief, and even his face turned pale. Jessica had a blank expression on her face, as if she was heartbroken, and took out the test report from the file bag. Before she could open the report, Oscar fell to the ground and burst into tears. The voice was mournful, as if one was heartbroken because of the death of one's parents. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I was the one who assaulted Lisa. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The hall was dead silent. Apart from Oscar's sobbing, even the normal breathing sound disappeared. After a long time, Grace's trembling voice rang out. Oscar, what did you say? Mom didn't hear you clearly. Mom, I'm sorry. Actually, I was the one who assaulted Lisa. Grace thought she had heard it wrongly. When the answer came clearly into her ears again, she collapsed on the sofa as if all the strength had been drained out of her. She couldn't believe that the son whom she had raised for 18 years and was so proud of would do such a thing. What about his so-called character? What about his excellence? Are they all fake? Others don't believe it either. Richard frowned and stared blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Nina just maintained the same posture with her mouth open and eyes wide open. As for Vivian, she was the calmest one among them because she had guessed something from Jessica's performance. Diana had the strongest reaction, as if her brain had been hit by a cannon. He kept repeating a few words in his mouth. Impossible. Impossible. This must be a lie. Oscar would never do such a thing. Impossible. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She ran to Oscar and grabbed his hand. Oscar, are you afraid that we will blame that bastard William? So you deliberately take the blame for him? After hearing Diana's explanation, they all looked at Oscar expectantly, as if they had finally grasped a lifeline. Grace sat up as if she had taken a life-saving drug. This answer makes sense. It's the way things should be. Oscar is so outstanding and kind that he is willing to bear the bad reputation for William. What a good child. They were not sad that William was once again convicted of physical abuse. But I was delighted because Oscar was cleared. Oscar, you don't need this. Since your brother did it, he should take responsibility for it. Instead of you taking the blame for him, he will never be able to grow. Grace felt distressed and hugged Oscar in her arms. Chapter 27, I didn't mean it. After hearing Grace's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oscar, you really scare me to death just now. It sounds so real, I almost believed it. Nina patted her chest and let out a breath. Diana even sat on the ground and started crying. Wow, Oscar, why do you care about that little bastard? Don't pay any attention to a loser like him who only thinks with his lower body. Richard's frown finally relaxed. Good boy, Dad was right about you. I wish you were my biological son. Richard thought that if Oscar was his biological son, he would definitely let him inherit the Chun family's business without hesitation. But I felt it was inappropriate to say this, so I didn't say it. Oscar was suddenly at a loss for what to do after being treated like this by several people. He just stood there in a daze. I even forgot to cry. Vivian didn't say anything from beginning to end. She just looked at Jessica and the report sheet in her hand silently. Jessica finally opened the DNA test report, although she already had the answer in her mind. There is also a certain mental preparation. But when the facts were laid out before him, his body lost control and he almost fell down. Fortunately, Vivian was quick to catch her. Then he took the test report and opened it to take a look. She's the company's boss and has more social experience and the ability to withstand greater pressure. Although I was shocked, I was able to control myself. Vivian, the result is William, right? Grace asked with a smile when she saw Vivian's calm expression. I know it. I'm going to throw the report at his face right now and see if he admits it. Diana angrily walked over to her eldest sister and snatched the report away. Let me see. See, impossible. No way. Wow. After Diana opened the report, she collapsed on the ground and burst into tears again. Richard noticed something was wrong and snatched the report away. Looking at the facts before him, his hands holding the report trembled uncontrollably. Then he sat back on the sofa dejectedly. Grace not notice such an obvious reaction? This time she was obviously much calmer. After all, the most painful first time had just happened. Oscar, can you tell me why you do this? You know your body. Grace's tone was somewhat angry. She tried to remain calm. Everyone was looking at Oscar, waiting for his answer. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I didn't mean it. Oscar said this, with 2 lines of tears rolling down his cheeks. Is there a difference between intentional and unintentional things like this? Jessica finally spoke, her voice filled with anger, almost scolding Oscar. She was not only shocked, but also furious. Oscar was also frightened by Jessica and hid in Grace's arms. Jessica, why are you so loud? Are you scaring Oscar? Grace chided. Jessica was stunned by Grace's behavior. Mom, he did that kind of thing. Why are you still protecting him so much? Grace patted Oscar on the shoulder. Didn't Oscar say he didn't mean it? Jessica sighed helplessly and suddenly remembered how William was treated when he was regarded as a murderer. It didn't seem to be the case. Oscar, first tell me why you violated Lisa at that time. Richard is obviously much more rational than Grace. He was suddenly very disappointed with Oscar, but he was still willing to believe that his son had his own reasons. I was drinking that night. Oscar explained. Grace immediately became nervous and blamed him. Oscar, your kidneys are not in good condition. How can you drink alcohol? That day I saw my parents, sisters, and brother talking and laughing, and I suddenly felt like an outsider. I was sad for a while, so I drank some wine. Then I got drunk and walked into the wrong room, so I did that to Lisa. Ugh, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Oscar cried as he explained, and he was very sad. So that's how it is. Mom was wrong about you. It's Mom's fault, my poor child. Mom will never let you feel sad or lonely again. Grace lifted Oscar up and held him in her arms. When they heard Oscar's answer, instead of blaming him, they felt that their brother had suffered a great injustice and they should treat him better next time. Dad, Mom, I did something wrong. Please punish me. This will make me feel better. Oscar said sincerely. Good boy, you didn't mean it. Just don't do it again and forget about the punishment. Then at least give me a few lashes like you did to my brother. Oscar said, pretending to feel guilty. How can he be compared with you? He has thick skin and tough flesh. It's no big deal if he gets whipped a few times. Diana said disdainfully. Oscar's explanation. She was very happy and felt like she had returned to normal. She knew that her brother must have his own difficulties. Jessica couldn't tell whether Oscar's statement was true or not, but one thing was true. Why did you frame William? Jessica stared at Oscar with sharp eyes. Oscar felt uncomfortable being looked at and hesitantly explained, I didn't frame you on purpose. Your pennant fell on Lisa's bed by accident. Then why didn't you tell the truth when William was wrongly accused? Jessica asked, suppressing her anger. I am scared. I'm afraid that after the truth comes out, you will chase me away and not want me anymore. I can't bear to leave my parents and sisters. I really love this family. As he said this, Oscar started crying again. His reasons deeply moved the people present and made them feel even more sorry for him. Silly boy, no matter what happens, you will always be my good brother, and we will not drive you away. Diana's eyes were slightly red. Grace hugged him tightly. Silly child, your parents love you so much. How could they not want you? Richard also hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, Oscar. No one here could drive you away. You are reluctant to leave. So should William leave? You are afraid of being driven away. So isn't William afraid? How can you be so selfish? William and Oscar differently in the same matter. Chunman finally exploded with anger. Oscar trembled unconsciously when Jessica yelled at him and shrank into Grace's arms. Grace glanced at her third daughter in a chastising tone. Why are you so mean to Howard? He didn't mean it. That's right. Third sister, you've been having a bad temper lately. You need to change that, Diana said mockingly. Okay, then tell me, how do you plan to solve the problem of William being wrongly accused? Jessica asked with a serious expression. When Grace heard this, she burst into tears. William is also a poor child. I really hope he can go home. Let's go together and persuade him to come back, okay? Well, this kid is a little stubborn. Although not as stubborn as Howard, he is not a bad person by nature. Let's go and bring him back now, Richard said firmly. Chapter 28, Bringing William Back. Jessica was actually feeling very anxious because of something. That was her kidnapping and murder. But that was just her guess for now. She absolutely did not believe that Oscar would treat her like this. She couldn't say this guess now. If the kidnapping was really just an accident, then Oscar would be wronged. How much psychological damage will this cause to Oscar? They have wronged William and hurt his feelings. She couldn't let Oscar bear the false accusation and let another brother get hurt. She now wants to wait for the results of the police station's investigation. However, she was still very angry. Oscar, you must go and apologize to William for this matter. Otherwise, I won't have you as my brother. Jessica stared at Oscar and said angrily. Bang! Grace slapped the table and stood up. Jessica, shut up. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you understand how much your words hurt Oscar? Scolded by Grace, Jessica suddenly felt that her words were a bit harsh. Jessica, I know you're standing up for William. We will try to compensate him later. Don't be too angry. Richard sighed and soothed. Yes, Manching. Oscar has already admitted his mistake, so stop scolding him. Look how sad he is. Nina felt extremely heartbroken when she saw Oscar crying like a child. Vivian walked over to Jessica, patted her shoulder, and said, just forgive Oscar this time. He didn't mean it. At this moment, Oscar suddenly rushed in front of Jessica, hugged Jessica's thighs, and cried, Third sister, you can scold me and hit me, but please don't abandon me. I am really afraid of losing you. Don't chase me away. Seeing Oscar like this, Jessica began to soften her heart. But when she thought of the injustice William had suffered and the whip marks all over his body, she felt extremely painful. Seeing that Jessica didn't move, Oscar cried even harder. Third sister, I know I don't belong here. Since you won't forgive me, I'm leaving now. Jessica pitifully. Sister, I just hope that you can protect yourselves after I leave, especially when you encounter fire. You must be careful. Oscar stood up, glanced at Vivian and the others, then walked out resolutely. When hearing the word fire, Jessica's body couldn't help but tremble. Not only Jessica, but Vivian and the others couldn't help shaking as well. They thought of William and the fire. If it weren't for the desperate rescue of this non-blood brother in front of them, they would have been buried in the fire by now. Finally, Jessica couldn't restrain herself anymore, rushed over, and hugged Oscar in her arms. Oscar, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't leave, okay? Vivian and a few others also came over, hugged Oscar, and begged him to stay. Grace looked on, tears already streaming down her face. Richard's eyes were slightly red at this time. After several people's pleading, Oscar finally smiled, but no one noticed that his smile revealed a hint of pride that his evil plan had succeeded. Well, I'll listen to my sisters. I won't live long anyway, so let me use my last moments to stay with my parents and sister. Oscar, what did you say? We won't let anything happen to you. Don't talk nonsense. Diana immediately scolded angrily. Jessica was relieved to hear Oscar was staying. Don't worry, Oscar. Trust me, I will definitely save you. Oscar looked at Jessica gratefully and nodded. Jessica took a deep breath and then exhaled. Let's go and bring William back. It's a new weekend again. Angelia left home early to go to work. William was exhausted after returning from the police station last night, and it was very late when he got back. He slept until nearly 11 in the morning. After getting up and packing, he planned to go to the hospital to visit his grandmother. He never saw her again after leaving Chin's house that day. Although they had video calls during the process, he still missed his grandma very much. Last night, he asked Penny to contact Eva after getting up in the morning and tell her that she had something to do today and that she didn't need to come. Nyin Nyin, study hard at home and don't run around. I have prepared lunch for you. You can heat it up and eat it yourself when the time comes. William finished his instructions. He went downstairs. When he arrived downstairs of the community, he suddenly saw several luxury cars driving in and then stopped in front of him. When the residents of the community saw this, they stopped and watched. Is there anyone getting married in our neighborhood today? How come I don't know about it? What marriage? Can't you see you're looking for William? The residents of the community are very familiar with William's family. After all, they have lived here since they were young. William is good-looking and has a good personality. Residents in the community like him very much, although it disappeared for a while in the middle. As the vehicles approached, William recognized Richard's Maybach, Jessica's Maserati, and Vivian's Porsche. He immediately frowned and wanted to leave. Jessica got out of the car in a hurry before it even stopped. William, wait a moment. William ignored her and continued walking out of the community. Jessica rushed over and grabbed him. No, what are you doing? You're not done yet, are you? Chun impatiently shook off Jessica's hand. Jessica was not angry, but anxiously said, "William, can you listen to me for a few words?" At this time, Richard, Vivian, and others also got out of the car and surrounded them. William looked and saw that the whole family was there, including his adopted son, Oscar. He didn't want to get entangled with these people, so he said coldly, "Hurry up. If you have something to say it." "I'm Busse." "No, William, what's your attitude?" Diana was immediately furious. They came specially to see him, but William always had the same attitude, which made her very unhappy. William gave him a look and said jokingly, "What's wrong? Your face doesn't hurt anymore, does it?" Recalling the scene in the cinema where William slapped her in anger, Diana took 2 steps back unconsciously, and then anger appeared on her face. He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Vivian. "Okay, Diana, just stop messing around." "William, we already know about Lisa," Jessica said with a guilty look on her face. William had no expression on his face and was not surprised. He had already guessed it based on the conversation at the police station door last night. "So, what does it have to do with me?" Jessica was suddenly at a loss for words after being scolded by William. "William, we misunderstood you. Come back with us." Richard sighed and said in a deep voice, "Yes, William, let's forget about the past and live a good life from now on." Vivian echoed. Chapter 29, It's All As You Wish. "Forget it. Forget about it." William stared at Vivian and asked sarcastically. Faced with William's question, Vivian hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything. "Of course, it's some of the ridiculous things you did when you were in the Chun family," Nina said subconsciously. William smiled. "So, you came here today to tell me that you are magnanimous and have forgiven what I did." Nina retorted, "Isn't it? If nothing else, the missing jewelry and necklaces in the house are always stolen by you, right?" William nodded and said, "Okay, I admit it, even if I did those things. But compared to what your precious brother did, which one is more ridiculous, you tell me?" Nina was silent. It was just as William said. Even though William had a habit of stealing, it was nothing compared to what happened to Oscar. But this was not Oscar's original intention, so they cannot be compared. Oscar, he didn't mean it. Diana still couldn't control herself and wanted to speak up for Oscar. William just smiled, pretending not to know, and asked, "What do you mean?" At this point, everyone remembered that they had not yet explained the details of the report to William. In fact, it's not that they forgot, but they just didn't want to talk about it again for fear of hurting Oscar's dignity. He also didn't want William to know the truth, for fear that William would bear a grudge against Oscar and then secretly bully him. If we can keep quiet and just take William home, that would be the best outcome. Faced with William's questioning, everyone bowed their heads in silence. Finally, only Jessica spoke. "What happened to Lisa was something Oscar did unintentionally when he was drunk. It has nothing to do with you." Jessica finished speaking. She loosened her clenched hands. "Oh, I see. It was unintentional to frame me." William looked sharply at Oscar beside Grace. Oscar was afraid of being punished, so he had no choice, Vivian explained. William smiled contemptuously. "He had no choice but to do it. I deserve to be wronged, right? Well, if that's all, I'm sorry. I don't care anymore. Goodbye." After saying that, William pushed Jessica away and was about to leave. But Grace held his arm tightly. "William, please forgive Oscar. He is still young, and as his brother, please give him some room." "Mom, please." William heard this. He couldn't help but get angry. Why should the big ones give way to the small ones? What kind of bullshit is this? Besides, he has given up enough, including fatherly love, motherly love, and the identity of a young master of the Chun family. I even gave up the engagement, just hoping they would look at me more, but what is the reality? It was them who didn't cherish me well, and now they have the nerve to blame me. I'm sorry. I don't have a brother who's like a beast. He directly shook off Grace and walked straight out of the community. "Asshole, stop right there. How can you talk like that? Who are you calling a beast?" Richard said angrily from behind. "I had planned to come here today, have a friendly chat with my son, and then go home happily as a family. I didn't expect this bastard would be so disrespectful and insult Oscar in public. I'm so pissed off. Why? You could have called me a beast then, but now that the truth is before you, what's wrong with calling your precious son a beast?" William turned around and taunted. You bastard." Richard was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "William, please don't treat your brother like this. It really makes Mom sad." Grace's long brewing tears finally fell. Although they wronged William and felt sorry for William, Oscar was also innocent. It was because of alcohol that he made the mistake, and he is also a victim. Grace felt extremely distressed thinking about the relationship between her son, who had been with her since childhood, and her other son, which had ended up like this. She didn't understand why William couldn't be more sensible, why he couldn't think more about his parents, and why he just complained and blamed them every day. Oscar on the surface, she actually loves William in her heart. Why couldn't he understand? Why would he be satisfied only after turning a good family into a mess? "As long as you forgive your brother this time, Mom will allow you to spend your birthday with Oscar, okay?" Grace said. After William came back, Grace and her friends specially held a birthday party for William in order to trick him into signing a kidney donation agreement. But that day, Grace found that Oscar was in a bad mood, and she felt that it must be because of this incident that made Oscar unhappy. From then on, she never cared about William's birthday again. "Thank you for your charity, Ms. Young. I don't need it." William clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with anger. At this moment, Oscar suddenly ran out from behind and knelt in front of William. "Brother, don't be mean to Mom. It's all my fault, just hit me. As long as you can calm down, you can beat me to death." Seeing Oscar say this, several people showed worry on their faces and advised, "Oscar, don't do this." "William, Oscar has already apologized to you. What else do you want?" Diana felt very sad seeing Oscar being wronged. "Yes, William, Oscar really knows he was wrong. Please forgive him this time." Vivian felt that William had gone too far. "Although you have suffered some injustice, we have humbled ourselves and come to pick you up. What else are you dissatisfied with?" Nina thought that although they had wronged William, it was understandable and there was no need for William to hold on to it. Jessica remained silent. She also wanted to persuade William, but she didn't know how to start. Richard was a little impatient. "William, that's enough. You're almost an adult. Why do you still have to argue with your brother so much? Hurry up and help Oscar up and come home with me." "No, I can't get up." Oscar screamed and cried. Let me beat me. Let me beat me to death. As long as I'm not here, I won't be angry and I will be happy. I'm superfluous." "Oscar, what nonsense are you talking about? You are your parents' beloved son, not a superfluous person." Grace scolded. "What a great performance, my dear brother." William smiled, squatted down, pinched Oscar's chin and sighed. Richard and his companions were shocked when they saw this. They were really afraid that William would take action. Oscar's small body couldn't stand any more torture. "I'll give you what you want." With that, William let go of Oscar and turned to leave. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. But before they could react, William took a few steps forward and suddenly turned back. Then he suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Oscar's face, which had not yet healed. It's all as you wish. Chapter 30. Woo. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? William is faint to the east, and attacking in the west caught everyone off guard. It was not until Oscar's shrill howl and fell to the ground that the Chun family members reacted. "William, what are you doing?" Grace, who was closest to Oscar, screamed and rushed over like crazy. Oscar, who was lying on the ground wailing, to sit up. "My poor child. What has become of you?" Her fingers were shaking as she stroked the shoehorn marks on Oscar's face, her tone full of concern and panic. She did not witness Oscar's first beating by William. Although I felt extremely heartbroken, I was still able to control myself. But now, when she saw Oscar getting hurt with her own eyes, she felt as if her heart was being stabbed by needles, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. From childhood to adulthood, Oscar was like her baby. She was afraid that he would melt when she held him in her hands. Not to mention hitting. Even speaking in a harsh tone was almost non-existent. In the past few days, he was beaten twice by William. She was completely disappointed with William. She didn't understand why her son was like this. At this time, the others also gathered around to check on Oscar's injuries. Grace handed Oscar to the others. She stood up and faced William. The look she gave William was filled with not only disappointment, but also anger. "Apologize to Oscar," Grace shouted in a low voice, as if there was suppressed anger in her voice. None of them had ever seen Grace like this. "What would happen if I didn't apologize?" William stared at Grace and said calmly, "You bastard." Suddenly, Grace shouted angrily and raised her hand before everyone was prepared. Bang! A slap hit William in the face. "Mom, stop it." The voice was made by Jessica. Originally, the purpose of today was to bring William back, but I didn't expect the situation to develop like this. What was even more unexpected was that Grace, who loved William the most among all people, actually hit William. She didn't know what would happen next. She was very scared, afraid that after today, she would lose her brother forever. Except for Jessica, who showed panic. No one else tried to stop it and just watched it all coldly. Because they felt that William deserved the slap. Diana even felt that the slap was too light. Vivian just frowned and didn't say anything. Previously in the cinema, Oscar and Diana spoke without restraint and were beaten by William, which she felt was justifiable. But this time, Oscar was kicked hard by William, even though he did nothing wrong. Vivian thinks William really went too far this time and should be taught a lesson. William didn't expect Grace to hit him again. At Chin's house, it was Richard who took action, and although Grace stood by and watched, at least she didn't hit him. The first time I beat him was on the day I left Chin's house. This time it's because of Oscar again. William looked calm. He just raised his hand and touched his red and swollen cheek. Then he couldn't help it and hissed, "Oh, that hurts a bit." Slapping William, Grace calmed down and immediately regretted it. Tears started flowing again. "William, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mom didn't mean it. Can you please forgive me?" As he said this, he was about to reach out and touch William's face. William took a step back, avoiding Grace. Grace's hands froze in the air. She was in a daze. It's okay, it's just a slap. It doesn't hurt. William said, nonchalantly. Of course you're not hurt. Look at what you did to Oscar. Diana pointed at Oscar, who was sitting on the ground, and yelled angrily. As he said this, he was about to raise his hand and make a gesture as if to hit William. She had often disciplined William by beating and scolding him before. As an elder sister, this was only natural. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of William. What do you want to do? Penny frowned, her eyes widened, and she glared at Diana. William left. Penny was preparing to review her lessons when she suddenly heard a noise downstairs. She looked out the window and found William surrounded by his family. She was worried that William would be bullied again, so she ran downstairs. It's you again, you bastard. Diana was about to slap William, but she slapped Penny in the face without hesitation. He was supposed to visit his grandmother today, but this group of so-called family members came to his house for no reason, and he was slapped in the face for no reason. He was very angry. Seeing Diana's mouth is shameless again. Suddenly I was furious. At the moment when Diana was about to slap Penny in the face, he pulled Penny away. Diana slapped him with all her strength. As the slap missed, she lost her balance and fell towards William. William grabbed her collar and slapped her twice symmetrically. Did I warn you to watch your mouth? And if you dare to even think about it, I will kill you, believe it or not. After saying that, William threw her out. Diana was held in the arms of Vivian and others. She looked at William with horror and disbelief. Just now, when she saw Grace hitting William, William did not fight back because he was afraid because there were so many people around. But when it came to her, how could William dare to hit her? Woo, why is it always me who gets hurt? Richard saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot, and he cursed immediately. You rebellious son, are you planning to rebel? You even beat your sister and threatened to kill her. Are you crazy? I will beat you to death today. As he spoke, he looked around as if he was looking for something. Finally, he found a 5-centimeter thick wooden stick next to the trash can. He was about to hit William with a stick. Grace anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Are you going to beat William to death with such a thick stick?" Although Grace seemed very anxious, she did not move and remained where she was. Jessica and Vivian wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Just as Richard was about to hit William with his stick, a figure suddenly appeared. Then, Richard flew out with his body bent amid the screams of the crowd. William was also shocked by this scene. When he saw the figure clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sister Angelia!" Angelia kicked Richard away, threw her handbag into the air, and took 2 steps to Grace. She grabbed Grace's collar with one hand and lifted her up. With his other hand, he slapped her twice in the face and threw her out. Then he took 2 steps back and reached out to catch the handbag that had just fallen. Chapter 31, Dare to Gamble. Angelia looked down at Grace with a sullen face. From your tone, it seems like you care about William a lot. If you care so much, don't just talk and do nothing. Why don't you run up and stop him? Grace leaned against Vivian, looking at the woman in front of her with horror. Her lips trembled slightly, and she wanted to explain something, but she didn't say it. Angelia ignored Grace and came to William. "Nan, Sister Angelia, how come you're back?" William felt Angelia's anger and was a little scared. He swallowed and asked, "If I hadn't come back in time, would you have been beaten to death standing there?" As she said that, Angelia pulled William's ear and pulled him in front of her. "Come, let me tell you, Sister Angelia, why didn't you resist?" It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Sister Angelia, please be gentler, my ear is going to fall off." William cried out in pain and begged Angelia to let go. "Tell me, why?" Angelia yelled. William finally realized that Angelia was really angry. "I resisted. I had my own purpose." William explained hesitantly. "No matter what you think, you shouldn't let others bully you for nothing, understand?" Angelia lectured in a stern tone. "I'm warning you. If I find you being bullied again next time, and you don't fight back, get out of here. Do you understand?" Angelia's voice became a little hoarse, perhaps because she was too angry. "I was wondering why William became like this. It turns out it was all because of you." Vivian's voice rang out. Angelia waved and asked Penny to hold William, then turn around. "What's wrong with me teaching him? He's not 1,000 times better than this sickly wretch you taught me. What right do you have to say Oscar is a piece of trash? His character is better than William's, and his grades are better than William's. How can William compare to Oscar?" Diana only cared about the food and not the beating, so she jumped out again. "Character? Haha, you have the nerve to mention it." Angelia glanced at everyone jokingly, and finally her eyes fell on Oscar. Angelia didn't know about the test report. However, through some of the things Penny said to her on the phone, she guessed that the Chun family knew the truth, so they came to William to apologize. But I didn't expect this to be the result in the end. She was glad that she ran back, otherwise William would have been beaten to a pulp. What do you mean by character is to violate a girl and then frame your own brother? Angelia raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. What an outstanding person. Oscar had no choice but to do it. He didn't do it on purpose. Grace quickly defended. You believed everything he said, but you didn't listen to a word William said when he explained it. If the truth had not been revealed, would William have to take the blame for your beloved adopted son for the rest of his life? Now, just say it wasn't intentional and let it go lightly. I really want to know who is your biological son and who is your biological brother. Angelia glanced at Grace with disgust on her face. Ahem, that's because I've lived with you for so many years and learned so many bad habits. Richard coughed twice and said angrily. Angelia's kick was so hard that it took him a long time to recover. It seems that he needs to get a checkup when he returns. Even if I have bad habits, they are open and above board, unlike some people who do dirty things in secret. Angelia sneered. The Chun family members couldn't refute it because Oscar's behavior was essentially like that. Okay, not to mention character, in terms of academic performance, William is indeed not as good as Oscar. Vivian said confidently. Angelia looked at Vivian meaningfully and said slowly, Are you sure? Isn't it? Oscar's grades have always been among the top 10 in his grade. And William got into #1 middle school through connections, and his grades were barely enough to keep him in the poor class. How could he possibly compare to Oscar? Vivian is very confident about this. The college entrance exam is coming soon, so why not have a competition? Angelia raised her eyebrows. Why not compare? Nina said confidently. Since we are going to compete, there must be some prizes to make it more interesting. What do you think, Mr. Chun? Angelia looked at Richard provocatively. What do you want to win? Vivian asked with a frown. If William wins, I want 50% of the shares of your Chun group. Angelia's sudden loud mouth scared Richard and others. No. Grace refused immediately after hearing this. Why? William won't be the only heir of your Chun family in the future. Why not? Angelia asked, narrowing her eyes at Grace. Could it be that you want to hand over the Chun family's assets to this bastard who was brought back from who knows where? Grace hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Richard sighed and said, William is not capable enough. I'm afraid something will go wrong if I hand over the shares to him so soon. If William had not appeared, Richard really planned to hand over the Chun family business to Oscar. After all, he had been training Oscar to be the heir since he was a child. And Oscar did not disappoint him and was excellent in all aspects. Although Oscar was only an adopted son, in ancient times, there were many families who, because they had no heirs, specially adopted sons to inherit the family business. There are countless examples like this. Even with William now, he was still hesitant. After all, William is far inferior to Oscar. Aren't you very confident in this bastard? Why are you afraid of losing? Angelia sneered. That being said, the stakes are too high anyway. How about this? If William really wins, I can give him 10% of the shares. Richard finally made a decision that even if Oscar became the heir in the future, he would give some shares to William. After all, William is his own son. Dad, why should he take so many shares in our family? I don't agree. Diana shouted. Diana, are you stupid? Dad just said that. How could William possibly pass the Oscar exam? He's not a genius. Nina comforted. Everyone thought so in their hearts, so they didn't say much. Since you agree, let's sign the contract quickly, Angelia said. What do you mean? Why do we need to sign a contract? Is our Chin family so untrustworthy? Diana said angrily. Forget it. Let's just sign it. It doesn't waste much time anyway. Jessica said. After what happened today, she suddenly felt that William might drift further and further away from the Chin family. She would feel more at ease if she could provide some security for her younger brother for the rest of his life. Oh, what am I thinking about? Jessica slapped her head. Laugh at yourself and wonder if you're crazy. With William's grades, how could he possibly pass the Oscar exam? I must be crazy. William Moore. Chapter 32. A waste who can only get into a 211 university. Vivian made the call. Someone sent her a share transfer agreement. William signed his name on it without hesitation. He is not a conservative person either. I thought I had ambitions and didn't want a single penny from the Chun family. Besides, this is a bet. He's not getting it for free. After both parties signed, Diana suddenly thought of something. Then he asked, What will you pay if William loses? Everyone also looked at Angelia, wanting to see what equal bet she could come up with. Angelia just smiled and said, We have nothing but our lives. Do you want them? Well, this time they finally understood what kind of person Angelia was, who had taken care of William for 5 years. Shameless. But the Chin family didn't care. Anyway, they didn't think William would win an Oscar. After getting the contract agreement, Angelia will take William and Penny upstairs. Seeing that William was about to leave, Grace kept calling out to him from behind without giving up. William, come home with me. I really can't bear to leave you. You can't be so cruel. Angelia turned and glared at Grace, then hugged William into her arms. He is mine. If you dare to bother him again, I will overthrow your Chun family. In the room, Angelia was carefully examining William. Sister Angelia, why are your eyes red? William noticed that Angelia's eyes were red for some reason. Angelia looked a little flustered, rubbed her eyes, and explained, "The sand got in accidentally." After Angelia went out, Penny came in with ice cubes and applied it to William's face. Penny carefully looked towards the door, then whispered in William's ear, "Brother, let me tell you something. My sister was crying in the kitchen just now." After arriving home, the police called and informed that the group that kidnapped Jessica had been arrested. But unfortunately, the leader of this group, Brother Long, ran away. Because this group of people are just following Brother Long's instructions. As for why Brother Long kidnapped Jessica and who was behind it, they had no idea. The police told them not to worry and that they would notify the Chun family as soon as they caught Brother Long and found out the truth. Although this answer is not perfect, it is the best result for Jessica. At least she didn't hear from the police that it was her beloved brother Oscar who kidnapped her and wanted to kill her. At this time, Jessica was staying in Vivian's room. Nina is here too. Jessica told her about what happened at the police station. The two told Jessica to stay at home and not go out. The danger exists until the mastermind behind this is caught. We're in a low mood today because of William's matter. Especially Jessica, who looked exhausted. "Sister, why are you and that little bastard getting along so well lately?" Nina asked mockingly. "What a little bastard? He's her brother. Why are you calling him that?" Vivian glared at Nina, who was ignoring her phone. "If he can beat Oscar and Diana, then he is nothing but a little bastard." Nina pouted, looking disdainful. Although William's behavior was wrong, Oscar and Diana also had problems. William cannot be blamed entirely. Vivian said earnestly, "Second sister, he is not only our brother, but also my savior. No matter what, you shouldn't call him that." Jessica was a little angry. Yes, you are all right." Nina looked impatient. "Forget about Chun Manching. After all, William saved her." "What's wrong with Vivian? She always speaks for William." "Sister, if William really wins Oscar in the college entrance examination this time, will we really transfer 10% of the shares of Chun Group to him?" Jessica asked casually. "Of course, the agreement has been signed." Vivian answered without hesitation. "What are you two thinking? How can a loser like William, who can only get into a 211 university, possibly get better than Oscar?" Nina looked up with a sarcastic look on her face. "Everything is possible. What if William performs better this time?" Jessica wanted to make another argument, but halfway through, she couldn't think of any reason to convince herself. After all, no matter how well you perform, it is impossible for your grades to improve dramatically in just 2 months and for you to be admitted from a 211 university to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Nina just laughed and didn't argue with Jessica. Jessica felt uncomfortable because she couldn't win the argument with Nina, so she deliberately asked, "Second sister, don't you want to write today? Have your readers urged you to write?" "No need. I've already coded today's manuscript and uploaded it." Nina's answer surprised Jessica and the others. Nina's major is not writing. Online novels are just her hobby. For this hobby, she gave up her major and took up online writing as her full-time job. But she really has no talent in this area. "Sometimes I stay in a room all day and only type out a few hundred words. The plot that I spent so much time and effort to come up with was criticized by readers as shit. Gradually, the passion became less and less, and the content was discontinued from time to time. This behavior attracted more abuse from readers, and several readers said they would go to her house and chop her up, asking her to give them her address. After a year of hard work, the royalties are not enough to buy the tutorial. Of course, the Chun family is wealthy and can afford to support her. So efficient today." Chun Manching looked at her suspiciously. "Of course, I will never stop updating again, and I will update more frequently," Nina said proudly. "Our home address has been exposed." Vivian looked at her second sister in surprise. "No, it was just that I happened to meet a reader after my new book was published. This reader is very good. He often gives me suggestions in the comment section and sometimes even gives me ideas for the plot." Nina did not hide the truth. "After I adopted his suggestions and plot, my data increased dramatically. In one day, I made more than I did in a year. Don't you think it's amazing?" "So amazing." Vivian and Chun Manching didn't understand these things and had never read Nina's novels because Nina never told them the names of her works. But from Nina's tone, it seems like she's very powerful. Later, I added this great player using my secondary account. At my request, the great master finally agreed to teach me how to write a book. Let me be his only disciple," Nina said excitedly. "The great writer also praised me as a rare writing genius in a century. The reason why I haven't achieved any results now is because the opportunity has not come yet. The great writer said that I was a rough diamond, but as long as I receive his guidance, I would be able to dominate the online literature circle in no time." Vivian and Chun Manching looked at each other and asked in unison, "How much did he charge you?" "Not much, 200,000 for the beginner's course." Nina answered easily. Vivian and Chun Manching sighed after hearing this. Just as they expected, Nina met a liar. Chapter 33. Master William cannot sit at the table. Nina is the second daughter of the Chun family. She has the simplest mind among the three. Among the five sisters, except for the fifth sister, Chun Xingxia, who was studying far away in Kyoto, Nina had the simplest mind. Maybe it's because I've read too many novels about domineering bosses and I'm a little lovesick. There are always some unrealistic fantasies in my mind. However, although Vivian and her friend knew that Nina had met a scammer, they did not intend to say anything more. After all, even if she told him, her stupid sister wouldn't listen. Besides, that little bit of money is nothing to the Chun family, so just let her make whatever she wants. Big sister, second sister, third sister, it's time to eat. At this time, Diana's voice came from downstairs. Dad, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? At the dinner table, Jessica asked Richard with concern. From William's house, Chen Manqing sent Richard to the hospital for examination and took an x-ray for safety reasons. After all, Richard is not young anymore, so it is better for him to be cautious. Although, the results of the examination showed that there were no problems except some bruises on the stomach. But seeing Richard's gloomy expression, Jessica couldn't help feeling a little worried. Richard did not answer his daughter's question, but slammed the table. That bastard actually teamed up with outsiders to beat up his own father. Doesn't he know who his relatives are? Richard's eyes widened, and he did not hide the anger in his tone. If the Chun family's business is inherited by this rebellious son, what hope will there be for the Chun family in the future? Grace was picking up some food for Oscar and was startled by Richard's sudden slap on her. The food on the chopsticks fell onto the table. She angrily scolded Richard. Can you calm down a little? You are so irritable every day. If you hadn't beaten him all day, would you have left the Chin family? He hit me so hard. Didn't you see the wounds all over his back that day? As she said this, Grace couldn't eat anymore and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Richard was unhappy after being scolded by Grace. Then why didn't you stop me when I hit him? I remember you told me to hit him harder occasionally so that he could get rid of his bad habits. Richard's accusation made Grace burst into tears. I was just saying it casually. Who knows if you'll really hit me? I did that for his own good. If I didn't hit him harder, he would never remember it. Richard argued. Vivian hurried to dissuade them. Mom and Dad, calm down. Things have already happened. After a while, William will come back when he figures it out. No, he's not allowed to come back. Diana touched her still red and swollen cheeks and said loudly, he will only bully Oscar when he comes back. I won't allow him to step into the Chun family's door again. William beat Oscar repeatedly, leaving everyone at the table speechless. Sister, please don't be like this. I think as long as my brother can get good grades in the college entrance examination this time, we should give him another chance. Oscar said with a sad face. Sure, I'll give him a chance. If he can really pass the Oscar exam this time, I'll let him come back. Diana's face was full of pride. Didn't you swear before that William must have done what happened to Lisa? How are you doing now? Jessica felt that what Diana said was a bit too much and wanted to say a few words on William's behalf. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Diana's adrenaline surged. I'm putting this out there. If he really passes the Oscar this time, I'm gonna eat shit live on TV. Jessica and the others suddenly felt that these words sounded familiar, as if they had heard them somewhere before. Diana, stop it. There's no way William could pass the Oscar exam. Just stop messing around. Vivian said impatiently. Yes, fourth sister, even though my brother can't pass the exam as well as me, I still hope he can come home. Oscar said this with a frown on his face and put the steak he hadn't bitten off back onto the plate. Grace saw this and asked with concern, Howard, what's wrong? Is this steak not to your liking? Well, it's a little stale. Oscar pursed his lips and replied. Richard immediately shouted, Annie Wong, what's wrong with this steak? Why is something not fresh being served on the table? Nanny Wong Ma hurried over, and faced with Richard's questioning, she hurriedly said, Master, madam, I will go to the kitchen to ask. After a while, Aunt Wong came back in a panic. Master, madam, master, I'm sorry. This steak is from yesterday, and the chef accidentally took the wrong one. How could you make a mistake? I've told you so many times that Howard only eats beef that's been slaughtered that day. How could you forget? Richard frowned and lectured Wong Ma with an unhappy look on his face. You actually let Howard eat stale food. If Howard gets sick from eating it, will you be responsible? Don't you want to do this anymore? Grace followed up with an angry rebuke. Master Hao, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Aunt Wong kept apologizing. Okay, take this steak away quickly and don't do it again. Vivian ordered. Okay, miss. Aunt Wong took out a plastic bag from her pocket and was about to pour the steak into the bag. Richard saw this scene, his brows, which had been relaxed, furrowed again. Mother Wong, what are you doing? Without stopping her actions, Wong Ma explained. Master, I am pretending to be like this from Master Sure. If we bring it back to the kitchen like this, it will be eaten by the people in the kitchen. As soon as she said this, Aunt Wong seemed to suddenly remember something, paused, and put the plastic bag away. Ah, I'm old now, and I forgot that Master Sure has been away from home for a long time. Jessica frowned, not understanding Wong Ma's behavior. Even if William is at home, He can't eat what we don't eat. Aunt Wong smiled and explained, Miss San forgot. When Master Shi just came back, during a meal, the soup accidentally splashed on a Master Hao. Later, the master would not allow Master Shi to eat at the table. When the people at the table heard this, their chopsticks froze in midair. Then they remembered that William hadn't eaten with them for a long time. Perhaps they were used to it, and every time they ate, they didn't notice that their younger brother was absent. Richard also realized that this was indeed the case. That time, Oscar was wearing a new dress, and William was clumsy and accidentally made Oscar's clothes dirty, which made Oscar cry. At that time, he and Grace felt that William lacked table manners, and in order to appease Oscar, they temporarily did not allow William to sit at the table. Later, he completely forgot about the incident, and William never appeared at the dinner table with him again. But he didn't think there was anything strange. Richard felt guilty, but not much. Even so, didn't you prepare meals for him in private? Why is he eating these? Chapter 34. In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. That's right. No matter what, the food is definitely better than outside. Nina didn't take it seriously and continued talking while eating. She had to finish her meal quickly because she would have one-on-one online teaching from the master later. We didn't prepare any special meals for Master Shi. Aunt Wong said calmly. What do you mean? Jessica frowned and asked in confusion. You didn't prepare meals for William anymore. So what does he eat? Wang Ma showed a trace of heartache on her face and said, Young Master Shi usually eats the leftovers of the masters and ladies. What? As soon as Aunt Wong finished speaking, Chun Manqing stood up. The others also showed shock on their faces. Aunt Wong, what do you mean? Please explain clearly. Vivian put down her chopsticks and looked a little unhappy. William did not come to the table to eat, but she thought it was a big deal, as William had been living outside for more than 10 years and lacked etiquette and manners. For them, and for William himself, not to eat at the table. But eating leftovers was really a shock to her, like being struck by lightning. What do you mean, Wang Ma? Please explain it clearly. Richard asked eagerly. William is his son, the young master of the Chun family. How can he eat leftovers like the servants? No, even servants wouldn't eat other people's leftovers. Facing the crowd's questioning, Wang Ma sighed, glanced at Oscar and Diana, and explained, that day, Master Shi was driven off the table by you, and he hid in his room, crying alone. After you all finished your meal and left, I originally wanted to ask the kitchen to prepare new meals for young Master Shi. But Master Shi refused, so he went straight to the dining table and started eating the leftovers. I was going to stop him, but he said, when Wang Ma said this, her voice choked up a little. What are you talking about? Hurry up and tell me. Richard was a little anxious, and he was eager to know the answer. Aunt Wong sighed and continued. Master Shi said that the leftovers from the master, mistress, and young ladies at this time were not dirty at all. Eating these meals feels like sitting together with everyone. It's very joyful. When Wang Ma said this, her voice became even more choked up. Richard seemed to be in a daze, as if he was in a trance. Vivian and the others lowered their heads silently without saying anything. They recalled that before, they were always picky and unpopular about anything related to William. This brother, whom she despised, didn't mind their leftovers at all. Grace was already in tears, muttering to herself, William, my good boy. What happened next? Jessica continued to ask. It's okay if you just eat leftovers occasionally. It was that time when young Master Shi's actions were seen by the fourth Miss and young Master Hao. The fourth young lady said that since young Master Shi liked to eat leftovers, she should tell the kitchen not to prepare meals for him anymore. We will eat leftovers from now on. Wang Ma glanced at Diana cautiously and added, the fourth young lady said she would tell the master and his wife about this. So for the past 3 years, William has been eating our leftovers, right? Vivian asked in a deep voice. Aunt Wong nodded. Yes, it would be fine if you guys were home to eat, but if not, Master Shi would have to go hungry. They have a lot of things to do and social engagements every day, so they don't have much time to eat at home in the evening. Jessica couldn't bear it any longer. She pointed at Diana with a trembling finger and shouted angrily, Diana, look at what you have done. She understood that Diana and Oscar had a good relationship, and she also understood that she was worried because William's sudden arrival would take away everything from Oscar. But even if his sister disliked William, this was too much. Seeing Jessica's fury, Diana was a little flustered and stammered. You're not starving to death. Why are you so angry? Is that the problem? He's the young master of the Chun family. You've made him eat leftovers for 3 years. Haven't you noticed how skinny he has become? Seeing that Diana didn't realize her mistake at all, Jessica became even angrier. So what? Even if it's just leftovers, it's dozens of times better than what he ate outside before. He is the kind of person who is only fit to eat our leftovers. Diana continued to defend herself. Jessica simply picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them at Diana's face. You still have a point, don't you? Diana didn't expect her third sister to attack her. She didn't have time to dodge, and her already swollen cheek was hit hard again. Now she was also annoyed and stood up angrily. I was wrong, so what? He's been eating leftovers for 3 years. How come you didn't notice? Diana's words left Jessica stunned and speechless. After being in a daze for a long time, Jessica sighed as if all her strength had been drained out and sat back in her seat. Yes, Diana was wrong, but didn't the rest of them have any fault at all? 3 years have passed, and she has no idea how William is doing. Or I don't care at all. Who are they to blame Diana now? In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Sister Jessica, don't blame Diana. We only said that because we saw that brother was having a great time eating. She didn't mean it. Oscar explained for Diana. My poor Sure, you have suffered. Grace sobbed and murmured to herself. Richard sighed and suddenly felt sorry for his own son, wondering if he had been too harsh on him before. Vivian was relatively calm. She now felt a little guilty towards William, but she didn't think William had suffered much injustice. After all, William was originally an ordinary child with nothing, but suddenly he turned into a phoenix and was brought back to the wealthy Chin family. This is a result that many people want but cannot get. It's nothing to suffer this little injustice. Moreover, she felt that William would come back on his own sooner or later, and not going home now was just a retreat for his own benefit. Okay, Diana, if you have time, please take some time to apologize to William, Vivian said. Diana pouted and wanted to refuse, but Richard spoke. Diana, you really went too far this time. You should listen to your elder sister and go apologize to William. Diana reluctantly agreed. Nina, who was eating quietly on the side, didn't care about these things at all. She quickly finished her meal, said hello to a few people, and went straight to her room. Because today is the master's first class, she is very excited. Chapter 35, Why Go to His House Instead of Mine? After dinner, William sat on the sofa. In one hand, he held an ice pack on his face, and in the other hand, he held a mobile phone and tapped on the screen quickly. Angelia, Penny, and Eva sat around the table, happily eating the cake that Eva brought. William didn't go to visit his grandmother because his face was badly swollen. Eva found out. She ran over again. Brother, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Look at William playing with his mobile phone enthusiastically by himself. Penny asked suspiciously. William didn't even look up and replied, an online friend. William had no habit of chatting online, which made Angelia and the others feel a little strange. Eve also looked over. Brother, is this a female netizen? There are many scammers online now, don't be fooled. Penny heard William talking about netizens. She immediately became serious. Yeah, a female netizen. William did not hide it. Penny immediately became nervous, didn't even eat the cake, and ran to William. Brother, you are not in an online relationship. Penny's words made Angelia and Eva instinctively stop the spoons in their hands. What kind of online romance is this? The other person is an online novel writer. William explained, and he's a moron. William then told us that he met an author on the Tomato app while reading a novel. The author's novel was so bad that he couldn't help but give some suggestions. Later, under the other party's strong request, he reluctantly agreed and told the other party about teaching. Brother, you can also write novels. Penny asked in surprise. Angelia and Eva also looked inquiringly at him. After all these years, Angelia had no idea that William could write. Well, I know a little bit, William replied. He knows nothing. It's just that in his previous life on Earth, he read at least 800 if not 1,000 novels, so he has some experience. Besides, you've never eaten pork, but you've never seen a pig run. Maybe he is not a professional, but he is more than qualified to teach that brainless author. But why did you call that female writer a moron? Eva asked in confusion. I think that no matter what, people work so hard on their writing, even if it's not good, at least we should respect them. As readers, we should encourage rather than criticize. William agreed with Eva, but he couldn't help but explain, you are right, but this author is different. She is really stupid. William's words immediately aroused the interest of several people. They suddenly wanted to know how badly the author wrote that William gave such an evaluation. William adjusted his breathing and said, well, let me ask you, if your father was killed by an enemy, you would definitely want revenge, right? Several people nodded. Since you want revenge, you must be thinking about how to improve your abilities and finally kill your enemy, right? Yes, that's right. Guess how this idiot wrote this plot? How was it written? Several people immediately asked with great interest. William glanced at the few people and began to read into his phone. Dad, have a safe journey. I'm not strong enough to take revenge now. But if I can't get revenge, how can I be your son? No problem. Several people were puzzled. William continued reading. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger, cut off a lock of hair, and said, I will sever the father-son relationship with you today. This revenge for killing my father can only be avenged in the next life. Puff. Angelia and Eva couldn't help but spit out the contents of their mouths. And more. William continued reading. Describe the stepmother and say she farted in a mean way. The heroine got into a car accident, and needed a rare panda blood type. The boss brought 2 pandas. You stay alive. If you dare to die, I will kill you. At this point, Angelia and the others couldn't hold back their laughter and fell backward with laughter. Eva, who is usually aloof, couldn't stop giggling. After school that day, William rushed to the stairs and waited for Penny to come down the moment the bell rang. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Penny. Confused, he went upstairs to find Penny in the experimental class. When I reached the door, I saw Penny and Eva walking out. William was about to speak when he saw Oscar following closely behind them. EVA, let's go out for dinner tonight. I've already booked a restaurant. Penny said impatiently. Oscar, are you done yet? EVA told me to study in the evening. Why are you so annoying? Because of William, Penny is very hostile to Oscar. Although William didn't tell her much, he probably guessed a lot of things through the several times the Chun family came to his house. EVA, you study so well, it's okay to take a night off. Oscar ignored Penny and chased after Eva. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I don't want to relax for a moment. Eva said lightly. As soon as he said this, Oscar immediately thought of the last time when he invited Eva to see a movie, and Eva also said she wanted to study. But looking back that night, he saw Eva and William appear in the cinema. EVA, didn't you go to the movies with Brother William last time? Oscar finished speaking. Eva frowned. At this moment, William appeared. Elder brother, Penny exclaimed excitedly. William hummed and glanced at Oscar. Oscar was wearing a mask. A red shoe horn mark could still be clearly seen on his forehead. He also saw that Oscar was wearing colored contact lenses, which made him look pitiful at first glance. William snorted disdainfully. Oscar noticed William's unfriendly look, lowered his head with a guilty conscience, and called out weakly, Brother William. But William clearly saw a hint of ferocity flash across Oscar's eyes. William ignored him and scolded Penny, still dawdling. You're almost late for the bus. Hurry up and leave. Having said that, he pulled Penny and started to run. Penny grabbed him and said, Brother, don't rush. EVA is coming to our house tonight. We'll take her car back later. What? Aren't all 4 nights this week already over? Why are you still going? William was a little disgusted. Today is Friday. We were supposed to have 4 nights a week, plus 1 day on the weekend. As for Saturday, the college entrance examination was approaching and the school arranged tutoring for Saturday, so there was no rest. The time is already up. Why are you still coming? Facing William's reluctant expression, Eva was not unhappy, but just said, I just want to study with Nyen Nyen tonight. I won't bother you. Since Eva said so, William couldn't refuse. EVA, why don't you come to my house to study? I just happen to have some questions that I don't understand, and I want you to explain them to me. Oscar heard that Eva was going to William's house, and from what William said, it seemed that Eva had been going to William's house frequently recently. He suddenly became anxious. Why did EVA go to his house, but not to my house? Chapter 36, Brother, don't push me, I was wrong. Seeing Oscar looking like he was about to cry, William suddenly felt a sense of evil humor. These tears have been stuck in my eyes. How painful it is. Fall out quickly. Oscar, he pulled Eva over, put his arm around her shoulders, and said with a smile, EVA said she wants to go to my house. Why are you whining here? Go home and find your sister. No one expected William to suddenly attack Eva, and everyone was stunned, especially the students from the experimental class who followed behind and saw this scene. Eva, she is the school beauty of number 1 middle school and the goddess in their hearts. How could he be desecrated by someone of William's low status? Although, they also heard that Eva and Oscar were engaged. But Oscar is the young master of the Chun family after all. Even if Eva ends up marrying Oscar, they can still accept it in their hearts. But who is William? He is just the son of a nanny. How dare he flirt with the future mistress in front of the host family? This is too outrageous. Someone immediately shouted, William, what are you doing? Let go of EVA. William ignored it and just stared at Oscar playfully. Sure enough, after a while, Oscar's eyes turned red and tears dripped down. Because when she saw Eva being hugged by William, not only did she not struggle at all, but her cheeks even had a slight blush. That's obviously a shy look. Seeing Oscar finally cry, William turned around with satisfaction, holding Penny with one hand and Eva with the other, and walked towards the stairs. Oscar and the students behind him immediately caught up. Eva then struggled to break free from William's arms, lowered her head, and walked down the stairs. After Oscar caught up, he immediately squeezed between William and Eva, separating the two. With tears in his eyes, he said to William, Brother William, EVA is my fiancée. What you did just now was wrong. The students from the experimental class behind him also echoed, accusing William of being wrong. William was too lazy to pay attention. He just wanted to piss off Oscar, so he didn't argue and just walked silently. But Eva listened and said coldly, Oscar, we don't know what will happen in the future. Can you please stop mentioning this matter? Oscar could tell that Eva was a little angry and suddenly became anxious. It's not like he hadn't talked about this before in front of other people, but Eva had never refuted it. Today, for the first time ever, I got angry. This made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. And this sense of crisis came from William next to him. He felt for William, and his heart grew stronger. This bastard who suddenly appeared not only wanted to take away his property, but now he was even going to take away his fiancée. There was a ruthless look in his eyes, and he looked as if he had made a certain decision. Oscar immediately put on an innocent look and then said with a choked voice, "EVA, don't be angry. The main thing is that brother William violated our Chun family's nanny not long ago. I'm afraid he won't be able to control himself and might accidentally do something bad to you." Boom! Oscar said this. Everyone on the stairs stood still as if struck by lightning. William violated the Chun family's babysitter. William is a strong criminal. How can such a person still study in number 1 middle school? A series of question marks flashed through everyone's mind. Even William himself was stunned and stopped in his tracks. He thought Oscar would say something bad about him, and he also thought Oscar would pretend to be pitiful. But he never expected that Oscar would slander him in front of everyone, even though the truth of the matter had already been revealed. How can Oscar still be so shameless and say that he did it? Most importantly, Oscar said it in front of all his classmates, obviously wanting to destroy him. William was instantly furious and clenched his fists. He wanted to kill this grandson right now. "Oscar, shut up," before William could make any move. Eva immediately yelled. Eva's sudden shout scared everyone. Because from the beginning to the end, Eva has always been an image that seems indifferent and aloof about everything. Not to mention getting angry, they had never even seen him speak loudly. The sudden outburst at this time really shocked them. "You know what you're talking about. Apologize to William right now." Eva frowned and spoke in a cold tone. Oscar also didn't expect that Eva, who was always cold, would get angry with him because of William. His eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy, but instantly turned back into a pitiful and innocent look. Then he quickly apologized to William. "Brother William, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this. It's my fault. I apologize to you." Oscar wanted to tell this matter was to completely destroy William. Only the Chin family has the report evidence. At that time, the Chin family will not give up on William for him. At most, they will just blame him a few words, and that's it. So, he was not worried at all, and his apology completely confirmed William's guilt. William also calmed down at this time. He didn't care about what other people thought. Now he was only thinking about how to deal with this bastard. But before he could do anything, he heard Oscar scream, "Ah." Then he rolled down the stairs. "Brother William, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't push me." Oscar suddenly rolled down the stairs, and several students were frightened, and they hurriedly ran down to help him up. "William, you're going too far. How could you push Oscar? What if he gets hurt?" As the stairs were crowded, Oscar stood next to William. In addition, Oscar's words just now offended William, so they had no doubt that William pushed Oscar. Don't blame brother William. He was also careless. Oscar looked painful and pretended to speak for William. "Oscar, how can you still speak up for him when he treats you like this? Don't worry about it. I'll go find a teacher now." Yes, people like him must be fired. Penny heard that she was going to be fired. She was instantly scared. She was so angry that she didn't notice whether William pushed Oscar. But he testified on William's behalf without hesitation. "My brother didn't push him. He fell down by himself." Everyone knows that Penny has a good relationship with William. "Penny, you are still lying with your eyes open. If William didn't push him, could Oscar really have fallen down by himself?" Even if it was William who pushed her, Penny didn't think there was anything wrong with what William did. She even felt that William was too gentle. However, faced with the facts, Penny didn't know how to refute it. At this time, Eva spoke. "William didn't push him. I saw Oscar fell down by himself." Chapter 37, I kicked you, so what? Eva's word surprised everyone. No matter what, Eva is Oscar's fiancée. Why doesn't she help her fiancé, but instead protect the nanny's son? Oscar felt hopeless at this moment. He wasn't sure if Eva had seen him dive. Even if she really saw it, he was her fiancé. If she didn't stand on his side, why would she speak for William? However, when he thought about Eva's character, he finally felt relieved. Eva has never been one to lie, let alone tell lies with her eyes open. Maybe she really saw me faking a fall. Oscar reacted quickly and said immediately, "EVA is right. It shouldn't be brother William who pushed me. It might be that I accidentally stepped on empty space and slipped. I thought it was brother William." After that, he came to William, forced a smile, apologized sincerely, and said, "Brother William, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. You won't blame me." William raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said, "Of course I won't blame you, because I kicked you down." William's words left Oscar stunned for a moment, and even Penny, Eva, and a group of classmates were confused. They didn't know what William was up to. Even though he had been cleared of all charges, there were still people who took the initiative to admit that they were the murderer. Before everyone could react, William suddenly grabbed Oscar's hair. He dragged him to the stairs on the next floor, then kicked Oscar down with a clean and decisive kick. Ah, ah, ah. Hearing the tragic screams, the classmates saw Oscar rolling to the second floor with a thump, thump. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they rushed towards Oscar. But William is faster. He jumped down the stairs in 2 or 3 steps and dragged Oscar to the next floor like a dead pig. He did the same thing and threw Oscar down. Just like that, with William's help, Oscar rolled all the way to the first floor. After waiting for a while, Penny and her group hurried down. William didn't even look at Oscar, who was lying on the ground wailing like a dead pig. He pulled Penny up and walked out of the school gate. Eva hesitated for a moment, but finally stayed and called the Chun family. Chun Family Hall. The atmosphere was depressing at this time. Asshole! Asshole! Richard was so furious that he was shaking with anger. When Eva called and said Oscar wasn't feeling well, they didn't take it seriously. Let the driver waiting outside the school gate go in to pick up Oscar. But when the driver called and said Oscar was seriously injured, Richard still didn't believe it. It was not until the driver brought Oscar back and they saw bruises all over his body that they panicked. William was the culprit behind all this. Everyone was angry, but also in disbelief. They could never have imagined that Oscar had just been to school for a few days before he was murdered by William. Although Oscar rolled down 2 or 3 flights of stairs, fortunately, upon inspection, it was found that he only had some minor injuries. However, it also made Grace feel heartbroken. While she was relieving the blood stasis of her baby son lying in her arms, she kept saying with tears in her eyes, "My poor Hauer, my poor Hauer." That bastard, when Wanma said he ate leftovers, I felt a little sorry for him. I had thought about compensating him in the future, but I didn't expect that his nature would be hard to change, and he would actually do such a cruel thing to Hauer. Richard's voice trembled as he said this due to anger. "Oscar, why did William suddenly push you down the stairs? He wouldn't do such a thing without a reason." Jessica asked. When Eva called, Grace notified Jessica and asked her to come back to check on Oscar. She knew Grace was worried, so she immediately put down her work and hurried back. Nina is a homebody who basically never leaves the house. Diana dreams of becoming a star, but she has just started her career and has a lot of free time. Also at home at this time. As for Vivian, she is the CEO of Chun Group. She is usually busy with work and is currently attending a meeting at the company. What do you mean by no reason? He is just an ungrateful person who can never be tamed. Oscar at home before, but now they won't let Oscar go at school either. I think he shouldn't be allowed to stay in #1 middle school any longer. Diana said through gritted teeth. "Sister, I didn't say anything to my brother, but when I saw my brother suddenly hug EVA, I felt a little uncomfortable, so I said a few words to him. I didn't expect that my brother would get angry. And then, as he spoke, tears began to fall again involuntarily. What did you say? He actually hugged EVA. Grace screamed out. EVA is your fiancé. How dare this bastard do this? Richard looked incredulous. Yes, I don't know if my brother approached EVA intentionally because she is my fiancé. During this period, EVA often went to his house to play. When Oscar said this, his tone was extremely aggrieved. Beast, beast. Knowing that you and EVA are engaged, he still dares to have ideas about EVA. He is worse than a beast. Richard was so angry that he almost broke his hand. That's his future sister-in-law. How could William do this? Grace wiped away her tears and said disappointedly. Jessica stood there silently, looking shocked. William wouldn't fall in love with Eva too, would he? She suddenly felt very tired. Why were her two younger brothers so troublesome? Brother and sister-in-law, this is unethical. Diana's eyes lit up with a little excitement in her indignation. Because of the plot of her novel, this now has a solution. Diana snorted heavily. That little bastard, he's trying to snatch everything from Oscar, and I don't know what dirty tricks he used to get close to EVA. We must not let him succeed. After Diana's reminder, Richard and Grace realized the seriousness of the matter. If Eva is really pursued by William, then they can only announce William's identity. By then, Oscar would not only lose Eva, but also his identity as the young master of the Chin family. Then what can we rely on in the future? We'll definitely be bullied by William. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. Diana didn't think too much about it. Her mind was simpler than Nina's. She just said whatever she thought. We must not let EVA fall victim to that little bastard. We cannot let them stay together too often. Diana's words reminded Grace. Should we change William's school so that they can't see each other so often? Mom, the college entrance examination is in 2 months. Changing schools now will affect William. Jessica stopped him immediately. Then what do you think we should do? If Oscar's marriage fails, he will be very sad. You know Oscar's feelings for EVA. Grace said angrily. Okay, let's decide. Change the school for that bastard. Richard thought for a moment and said with determination. Chapter 38. What do you want from your grandpa? Jessica became a little anxious when she heard what Richard said. Dad, calm down. These 2 months are not a big deal. Can we talk about EVA after the college entrance exam? No, who knows what will happen in 2 months? This kind of thing must be nipped in the bud. Grace said firmly. I agree with Mom. Diana nodded. Mom, you have to consider William too. Changing schools suddenly will affect his grades. Jessica said with a frown. She didn't understand why Grace was so determined and didn't care about William's future at all. Humph, what kind of achievements does he have that he still needs influence? 211 is the best. It's the same everywhere. Talking about William's grades, Diana's face was full of disdain. Okay, it's decided. Change his school. Richard said in a deep voice. I'll call the principal later and have him expelled from school on the grounds of beating up Howard today. Diana, you have more free time. Go find him a new school. Okay, Dad. Diana said happily. I won't be going #1 middle school tomorrow. If any one of you is free, go to school and take care of William's expulsion. Richard asked, glancing at his daughters. I'll go. Diana yelled excitedly. Mom, Sister Jessica, Sister Nina, do you want to come together? Dad, Mom, do you want to reconsider this matter? Jessica wanted to make one last struggle. After all, Lynn High #1 Middle School is the best middle school in the entire Lynn High City, although there are only 2 months left before the college entrance examination. But the teaching resources of Lynn High #1 Middle School are unmatched by other schools. Even if it's only 2 months, it still has a huge impact on your grades. Jessica, stop talking. Your dad and I have already made the decision. Grace said firmly. Young Jessica could only sigh helplessly and said, I have an operation tomorrow, so I won't go. She really couldn't do anything to hurt William in front of him. Although, she also thought that William was wrong to hook up with Eva. I'm not going tomorrow either. Grace shook her head. Okay, then tomorrow Sister Nina and I will go to school and kick that little bastard out of #1 middle school. As she spoke, Diana pulled Nina and started dancing. Nina ignored him. She was now concentrating on thinking about the plot of the novel because of a sudden inspiration. Beating Oscar, William felt very happy. However, he still told Penny to keep this secret from Angelia. Angelia to know about the conflict between him and the Chun family to avoid worrying her. When they got home, Angelia had already prepared dinner and was waiting for them. Halfway through the meal, Eva arrived. After dinner, Angelia went out to set up the stall. William and a few others began to review their lessons. Oscar shouldn't be seriously injured. You don't have to worry. Eva suddenly said for no reason. William looked up at the school beauty sheen, then lowered his head to continue explaining the questions to Penny. Whether you love someone or not is none of my business. William thought to himself, as long as the Chin family doesn't pursue the matter, the school will at most give you a minor punishment, such as a warning or something. It won't be recorded in your file, and it won't have any impact on you in the future. Eva continued. William finally understood why Eva told him not to worry. So this is what it means. What if the Chun family wants to investigate? William suddenly became interested and asked. Eva looked at William, and her expression suddenly became serious. If the Chin family really wants to pursue this, then the matter will be serious. How serious is it? Penny asked. If the Chun family investigates further, they will be punished with a demerit or above. The lighter ones will be kept in school for observation, and the more serious ones will be expelled from school. Either way, it will be recorded in the files. Eva explained seriously. That shouldn't happen. Penny was relieved that Eva didn't know the relationship between William and the Chun family. But she knew that William and the Chun family were having a very unhappy relationship. William is also the young master of the Chun family and is related by blood. No matter what, the Chun family would not ask the school to expel William for Oscar. Besides, the college entrance examination is coming soon, and the Chun family will not do such a thing. William and Penny had the same idea. Although he hit Oscar, it should be just a superficial injury without causing any serious consequences. If there was anything, it was just that Oscar's dignity was shattered, especially in front of Eva. Other than that, there seems to be no harm. I don't think so either. After all, your relationship seems unusual. Eva said lightly. William could hear the hidden meaning in Eva's words. After all, she was not a fool and could see something. Eva didn't know what was inside. Oscar and you are engaged, so you should be caring for him. Why are you coming to my house to comfort me? William asked casually, jokingly. The engagement was arranged by the old man from the Chun family and my grandfather. I have no say in it. Eva looked at William seriously and explained. So EVA doesn't like Oscar. Penny could hear the helplessness in Eva's voice. I thought you were willing. The old man of the Chun family has passed away, and my grandfather is also old, so he probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Once he dies, it won't matter if the engagement is not honored. Eva said expressionlessly. William looked at Eva with a strange look. You have a bad relationship with your grandfather? Very good. Eva's answer surprised William a little, because from Eva's tone, he could clearly feel that Eva really wanted her grandfather to ascend to heaven. From what I hear you say, it sounds like if you had a knife, you could kill your grandfather right there. I don't know if I heard it right. William asked. Eva didn't deny it. She actually nodded. You heard me right. That's what you meant. He casually arranged a marriage for his unborn grandson. Shouldn't such an irresponsible person go to the underworld and repent as soon as possible? William didn't expect Eva to be so disgusted with this engagement and have such deep resentment. He suddenly felt fortunate that his identity had not been made public, so the engagement fell to Oscar. Eva would definitely hate him to death. So you want to wait until your grandfather dies before canceling the engagement, right? Penny asked. Well, that's my plan. Eva didn't hide it either. What if your grandfather stays strong? Penny asked bluntly. This question stumped Eva. Seeing Eva's silence, Penny said, why don't you run away from the marriage? Then they won't be able to force you. Just like, halfway through her words, Penny seemed to remember something and quickly covered her mouth and stopped talking. Chapter 39 EVA. How can you lie with your eyes open? The next morning, William arrived in class. He was called to the principal's office. In the principal's office, William saw Nina, Diana, and Oscar, who looked sick and as if he was about to collapse at any moment. William, do you have anything to say about pushing Oscar down the stairs yesterday? Kai-sun, the principal of number 1 middle school, asked. There's nothing to say. I pushed him. William admitted it directly. After all, so many people saw it at the time, there was no point in denying it. Old Huang, look at him. He did such a terrible thing, but he still looks like he doesn't care. How can we not punish him severely for this attitude? The person who spoke was Zhang De, the head teacher of the experimental class. Oscar is a top student in the experimental class. He has a prominent family background, excellent grades, and is a potential candidate for admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Unexpectedly, I was beaten up by William, who was on the wrong shift last night. What if he gets sick and can't take the college entrance examination, which affects his class's admission rate to Peking University and Tsinghua University? That would be a very serious matter. Haha, Lao Zhang, you're exaggerating. Is it understandable that classmates fight with each other? Besides, Oscar is fine, so just a simple warning will be enough. Old Huang, the head teacher of the poor class, said with a smile. Mediterranean, what are you talking about? Oscar is so badly injured, and he says he's fine. Diana was very angry when she heard Huang Minghui's explanation and directly launched personal attacks on Huang. Diana, his attitude made Huang Minghui a little worried. When something like this happens, the most important thing is the attitude of the other party's parents. William is his student. Although his grades seem average and he sometimes skips classes, he is a good boy. William delivering food on the road, and I learned that he skipped classes to earn money to buy things to send to the orphanage. Such a good boy. He didn't want to be punished and have it recorded in the file because of what happened today. William, isn't he your nanny's child? How about asking him to apologize for his mother's sake and letting it go this time? Huang Minghui's tone contained a hint of pleading. No, he must be severely punished. Zhang De and Diana shouted in unison, their voices firm. Nina just stayed aside and didn't say anything because everything had been decided and there was no point in saying more. Although she also thought in her heart that her parents' decision was a bit too much for William. But for Oscar, there is no other way. Okay, stop arguing. After a unanimous discussion at school, we have decided to have William drop out. As soon as Principal Kai-san finished speaking, Huang Minghui stood up. Principal, what did you say? Huang Minghui thought he had heard wrongly. Although William's behavior was bad, it was not bad enough for him to be expelled from school. Besides, the college entrance examination is coming soon. If he is asked to drop out of school at this time, what will William do next? Zhang was also surprised. He originally wanted to seek justice for Oscar, but he didn't expect the school's punishment to be so severe. But he didn't care. After all, he was just a poor student and could just drop out. Chai-sin repeated the school's decision. William was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his biological parents and sisters would force him to drop out of school for the sake of an adopted son, regardless of their own future prospects. He looked at Diana and the others with cold eyes. The three of them were so frightened by William's look that they took 2 steps back unconsciously. What? What are you going to do? Diana said tremblingly. After being beaten by William twice, she developed a traumatic feeling towards him. I've already found other schools for you. Your grades are average anyway, so it doesn't matter where you stay. Diana was afraid that William would get angry, so she quickly explained. Principal, this kind of thing should not be taken lightly. Please make a careful decision. Huang Minghui said anxiously. William is not a violent person. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Many students in my class saw it last night. Don't need to call them over for a confrontation. Zhang said disdainfully. Huang Minghui still wanted to make a final effort. He didn't think William would hit someone for no reason. There must be some hidden story. Maybe he could still salvage the relationship if he asked clearly. Okay, Lao Zhang, call those students over. I want to ask them in person. Soon, the students from the experimental class who witnessed what happened last night were called over, including Penny and Eva. When the two heard that William was going to be expelled from school, Penny immediately became upset, recounted everything that happened last night, including Oscar's slander that William had molested the Chun family's babysitter, and Oscar's fake fall. As for the incident in which William pushed Oscar all the way from the third floor to the first floor, she did not mention a word about it. Later, the story was completed through the narration of other students. Not to mention Kai's son and the other two, when Nina and Diana heard that Oscar was throwing dirty water on William in public, their eyes widened. William really did it. Even though telling it out would make him lose face for the rest of his life, he deserved it. But the truth is already clear. Oscar still managed to frame William. They were a little bit unbelievable. Faced with the questioning looks from his two sisters, Oscar immediately panicked and said that he had said it carelessly in his haste. Diana is a diehard fan of Oscar, and she believes everything he says. After all, it was William who hugged Eva first, and it was understandable that Oscar said those words in a moment of anxiety. Nina was a little different. She was greatly shocked. She suddenly felt that things were not as simple as she saw. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to tell the truth on behalf of William. But it doesn't work. If he really told it, what would happen to Oscar in the future? How would he have the face to stay in school? Besides, Eva was still at the scene, and this matter must not be let Eva know. Well, the truth about William pushing people is clear. There is nothing to discuss. Kai-san didn't want to care about other things. He came here with a mission. Besides, considering William's behavior, it would be reasonable to expel him from school. It seems that the matter has been determined. Eva, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. William didn't push Oscar. Oscar fell down by himself. Eva's words shocked everyone. What happened last night was clearly William dragging Oscar and throwing him down from one floor to another. Everyone saw it, but how come Oscar fell down by himself? Oscar is mentally ill. After falling to one floor, he climbed up by himself and then rolled down again. EVA, how can you lie with your eyes open? Chapter 40 must drop out of school. EVA, what are you talking about? Diana was stunned as she couldn't comprehend what was going on for a moment. Everyone saw that it was William who pushed Oscar. Several teachers looked at each other. Eva has been a 3 good student and an outstanding cadre every year, let alone lying. According to her personality, she has always been disdainful when encountering such things. How can you lie with your eyes open now? What's more, it was blatant nonsense, which made everyone unbelievable. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask others. Eva looked coldly at the students in the experimental class. The students started to stammer after seeing Eva's look. Eva is the monitor of the experimental class and has a high prestige. Her sudden distortion of right and wrong has made the students in the experimental class afraid to speak. Since William didn't push Oscar, there's no need to drop out of school. Eva said expressionlessly. But classmate William admitted it himself. Kaisen wiped the sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. Eva turned to William and asked, "Did you push Oscar?" I don't think I pushed him." William stared blankly at the eldest lady of the Chin family in front of him, a little speechless. Even he felt a little embarrassed because of Eva's behavior of confusing right and wrong. EVA, why? Why? Why did you help him? Oscar, who had been silent and pretending to be pitiful, could no longer hold back and asked in a trembling voice. His own fiancée, Eva, who never lied, actually lied and talked nonsense for William. This broke Oscar's heart. I didn't help him. I was just telling the truth. Facing Oscar's questioning, Eva remained calm and said calmly, just like the real thing. EVA, do you know what you were doing? Diana was completely furious. Not only did she not help Oscar, but Eva actually lied for William. It was simply incomprehensible. Eva ignored Diana and said to Kai's son, "Principal, do you have any other questions? If there is no problem, I hope the principal will withdraw William's decision to expel him." "No, William, you must drop out of school today," Diana yelled. Seeing Eva defending William in public, Diana felt a stronger sense of crisis. She didn't know how far the relationship between the two would develop, but if she allowed them to continue like this, Oscar and Eva's engagement would definitely be taken away by William. She would never allow this to happen. Nina quickly grabbed her and asked her to calm down. "William, why don't you drop out of school? It will be better for everyone." Nina was already feeling conflicted and thought it was unnecessary to go to the extent of forcing William to drop out of school. But since the family has made the decision, she can't say anything. William sneered at Nina and said, "This is good for everyone, not including me." "William, whether you like it or not, you can't stay in number 1 middle school," Diana said in a firm tone. "Why, if I don't retreat, what do you do to me?" William sneered. "Last time, Angelia beat us up. Do you think we can't do anything to her?" "That's because the eldest and third sisters stopped her. Otherwise, Angelia would have been in jail long ago. If you don't drop out of school today, I will call the police and have Angelia arrested, believe it or not," Diana threatened. "You dare." William's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, extremely angry. Then he calmed down immediately. Judging from the fact that he dropped out of school today, he no longer has any status in the Chun family's hearts. If he chooses to continue staying in number 1 middle school, it might really implicate Angelia. After all, in Lin Hai, with the power of the Chun family, It would only take a few minutes to deal with them. William took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'm willing to drop out." "William, no." Huang Mingwei immediately stopped him and shouted. Zhang De consoled him. "That's enough, Lao Huang. There are only 2 months left. No matter where he stays, his grades won't change." But there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "After he leaves, maybe it will increase our number 1 middle school's admission rate to the top 985 universities." Principal Kai's son nodded calmly, as if he agreed with what Zhang De said. Penny looked anxious as she saw that William was about to be expelled from school. "Brother, are you really going to drop out of school?" William patted her head and comforted her. "Others may not know, but don't you understand? With your brother's grades, it doesn't matter where he is." Penny just said, and didn't continue talking. In fact, she was sad that she would not be able to go to and from school with William anymore. Diana also heard what William said to Penny. She did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. "I'm pretty self-aware and know my own limitations. William, you should work hard and try to get into a 211 university," Nina said with some guilt. Although William's behavior of pushing Oscar was wrong, what Oscar did was even more shameful. This behavior is very similar to the behavior of the green tea female characters in the novels she has read. But Oscar is her little brother who was raised by her and has always been well-behaved and sensible, so it must have been unintentional. Heard that Nina asked William to take the 211 exam. She glanced at her with a hint of barely perceptible contempt in her eyes. "Principal Kai, I hope you won't regret your decision 2 months later." Having said that, Eva looked at William meaningfully, then turned and left the office. Kai's son was stunned, not understanding what Eva meant. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my decision today?" After leaving the office, William went directly to the school that Diana had found for him, number 15 middle school. William had no idea about the quality of this school, nor did he want to know. For him, as long as he can take the college entrance examination smoothly, that will be enough. After reporting, he skipped classes and used the money from the previous loan for his new house. There was also a brainless author who paid 200,000 yuan for tuition and went straight to the urban village at that time. According to William's estimation, this urban village will soon be included in urban planning and demolished. So he wanted to buy a large number of properties here before the news came out while the housing prices were low. If he had enough money, he would buy the entire village without hesitation. It seems that we still need to raise more funds. Told Angelia about his transfer to another school. But the reason was that he was annoyed by Oscar and didn't want to stay in number 1 middle school. Angelia didn't ask any more questions. As long as William promised to take the college entrance examination and take it seriously, she would not ask about the rest. "Don't worry, Sister Angelia. I will definitely take the college entrance examination seriously. After all, there is still 10% of the shares of Chun Group, so why not give it up?" William assured Angelia very seriously that the Chun family shares were actually secondary to William. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to make Angelia worry anymore. Besides, who knows whether the Chun family will really be willing to hand over their shares at that time. Chapter 41, Can You Date Me? Since number 15 middle school was far from home, it was almost 7 o'clock when William got home. Angelia had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Of course, Eva was there too. We had originally agreed to stay 4 nights on weekdays and 1 weekend. But I don't know if the food at home is delicious. These days, Eva comes here almost every day after school. "William, there is something I want to ask you for help with. I wonder if you can." Eva suddenly asked. "No." Before Eva could finish speaking, William refused directly. "If you, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, can't even solve the problem, it must be very troublesome." Eva's fair cheeks turned red instantly. Then he lowered his head and ate in silence. Angelia glared at William in reproach. "EVA, we haven't finished talking yet. Why are you refusing?" "That's right, brother, you're being rude." Penny also spoke up for Eva. Angelia smiled and asked Eva, "EVA, what do you need William's help with? Tell me. As long as he can do it, I will let him help you." Eva raised her head and glanced at William, her cheeks suddenly turning even redder. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but no words came out for a long time. Penny couldn't bear it any longer and complained, "EVA, what's going on? Tell me now." William was very panicked. Seeing Eva's hesitation to speak, he knew the matter was definitely not simple. "EVA, it's okay, just talk first." Angelia encouraged. Eva took a deep breath, stared at William, and said, "Can you date me?" Angelia's chopsticks froze in midair. Penny froze too, but she soon let out a scream. "I don't agree. EVA, you actually set your sights on my brother. Our friendship is over. Don't come to my house anymore," Penny said, puffing out her cheeks. Eva quickly waved her hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. "No, it's just temporary." Penny glanced at Eva, waving her arms around, and said, "You actually want to play with my brother's feelings? I'm so pissed." "No, Nien Nien, please listen to my explanation." Eva was a little flustered. Angelia stopped Penny. "Okay, stop messing around and let EVA talk." Eva paused, took a deep breath, and said, I want to cancel the engagement with the Chun family. So you're going to use me as a shield? Eva finished speaking. William immediately guessed what she was going to do. Eva nodded and said with a blushing face, as long as the engagement is successfully canceled, we will break up immediately. William glanced at Sheen, the school beauty, speechlessly, feeling that there was something strange about what she said. No, Ira Fuja. William didn't want to have anything to do with the Chun family, and the engagement with Eva was originally his. If he helped Eva, the Chun family would really think that he coveted their things. Next weekend is Oscar S. birthday. I want to announce this at his birthday party. You just need to come out and cover for me then. Just one day, Eva hastened to add, I refuse again. William was halfway through his words when Angelia hit him on the head with chopsticks. What's wrong with helping EVA? You're free anyway. Angelia said. William stared at Angelia with strange eyes for a long time. He felt that something was wrong with Angelia today. If it were any other time, he would have wished that he and the Chun family would be completely cut off, and it would have been best if he didn't even send text messages to them. What happened today? Why did he ask me to help Eva and break off the engagement with the Chun family? William quickly stretched out his palm and touched Angelia's forehead. Sister Angelia, you don't have a fever today. Angelia slapped William's hand away and said in a fake anger, You're itching, right? It's decided. Go help EVA that day and cancel her engagement. Seeing William's reluctance, Eva quickly added, I can give you money. It's not a question of money. The main thing is... William was in a dilemma. Is 500,000 enough? If not, make a deal. William agreed readily. Some people's starting point is really someone else's end point, which can easily be 500,000. In fact, it's not really about money. If it weren't for Angelia's request, he would never agree to it. After dinner, Angelia went out to set up her stall as usual. Since William came back late and delayed everything, the dishes and cleanup had to be left to them. Today, Eva actually offered to help wash the dishes, and William couldn't persuade her, so he let her do it. After she broke 2 bowls, William had no choice but to force her back to the living room. I'm sorry. I'll compensate for the bowl. Eva looked embarrassed. No, it's not worth much. William said, nonchalantly. Penny suddenly leaned on William's shoulder and said to Eva seriously, EVA, my brother can only be your boyfriend for one day. You can't take this opportunity to steal him away. Well, no. Eva still had a cool expression, but her face had already turned red to the back of her ears. The next day, the Chin sisters were gathered in the hall at this time. Richard was out for a social event. Oscar's birthday is coming soon. Grace took him out to pick out gifts. Diana, which school did you place William in? Jessica asked. That day, after Diana and her friends came back, she only said that William's problem had been resolved. When asked which school William was in, she refused to tell us. Besides, I've been busy these days and don't have time to take care of it. I happen to have some free time today, so I wanted to ask her if she also wanted to go see William if she had time. Diana hesitated for a long time, but didn't answer. Number 15 middle school. Nina said directly. They only know about the top-ranked and more famous schools, but as for what kind of school this number 15 middle school is, they have no idea. But what is certain is that number 15 middle school is not a good school. Otherwise, they would not be unaware of this. Diana, why don't you arrange William into a better school, such as number 3 middle school or something like that? Jessica frowned, looking a little unhappy. With his grades, some good schools may not be willing to accept him. Diana explained with a guilty conscience. You know that he got into number 1 middle school through connections. Jessica felt that what Diana said made sense. What kind of school is that number 15 middle school? Vivian asked. It's a good school, Diana said, looking around. Jessica felt something was wrong when she saw Diana's expression and immediately took out her cell phone to check. This examination almost gave Jessica a cerebral hemorrhage. Diana, you bastard, how could you arrange for William to go to the worst school in the city? Shun Manqing shouted angrily. Now, even Vivian's face darkened. Diana, you're going too far. Jessica glared at Diana angrily, picked up her bag beside her, and ran outside. Vivian quickly followed him out. Chapter 42, are you dumb? Didn't you choose him? William was in class when the head teacher suddenly appeared and called William out. In the corridor, the head teacher pointed outside and said gently, William, someone is looking for you outside. The university admission rate of number 15 middle school has always ranked last in Linhai City. Not to mention 211. Even for ordinary undergraduate programs, the admission rates have been very low in previous years. William's arrival was like a pheasant entering a sparrow's nest and suddenly becoming a phoenix. The school leaders and teachers treat William like a treasure. After all, William is likely to become the first student in the history of number 15 middle school to be admitted to a 211 university. William wondered who would come here to see him. He went downstairs and, when he was almost at the school gate, he saw Jessica's Maserati. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Jessica immediately ran after him, shouting, William, wait a minute. I have something to talk to you about. Jessica grabbed William's wrist, bent over, and spoke breathlessly. William tried to struggle free, but failed. At this time, Vivian also followed from behind. William asked impatiently, "Why are you looking for me again? It's not over yet, is it? Tell me what's going on. I still have to go to class." "William, you don't want to stay in this place anymore. I'll change your school," Jessica said with a serious expression. William sneered. "You kicked me out of #1 middle school 2 days ago, and now you want to change my school. What on earth do you mean by that? This school is the worst in Linhai City. If you continue to stay here, you may not even be able to get into a 211 school," Shin Manxing said anxiously. Only then did William realize that number 15 middle school was the worst middle school in the entire city. His eyes were extremely cold at this moment. "You guys chose this for me. Why are you pretending to be so hypocritical now?" "No, we didn't know Diana chose this school." Shin Manxing defended herself with a guilty look on her face. William stared at Shin Manxing for a moment, then glanced at Vivian and said with a tone full of sarcasm, "Then kick me out of #1 middle school, you know?" Jessica lowered her head and said nothing. Although this was not her original intention, she was involved after all. "William, it is true that we have discussed and decided to have you drop out of #1 middle school, but we also have our own reasons," Vivian explained. William was also very puzzled as to why the Chun family insisted on kicking him out of #1 middle school. Even if he hit Oscar, he would ignore him unless Oscar took the initiative to provoke him. "Can you please let me hear your difficulties?" William asked curiously. "You and EVA are too close. Oscar is unhappy." Vivian didn't hide it, or rather, she had no intention of hiding it. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to remind William to stay away from Eva. "So you kicked me out of #1 middle school just for that adopted son's feelings, regardless of whether it would affect my college entrance examination." William was a little surprised and filled with anger at the same time. Oscar Asake, the Chun family actually kicked him out of #1 middle school, completely considering whether it would affect his college entrance examination results, and then threw him in a number 15 middle school, which was the worst in the city. But when he thought about it, he felt relieved. After all, they did not hesitate to do such a big thing as donating a kidney, so dropping out of school was nothing. "What adopted son?" "William, Oscar is your younger brother. Don't say the word adopted son again. If Oscar hears it, he will be sad." Vivian frowned and said. William nodded slowly, stared at Vivian with a smile, and asked, "Okay, Oscar is the younger brother. Then who am I, please?" Vivian felt uncomfortable when Oscar stared at her. "Of course you are our brother too." "Really?" William took 2 steps forward, turned around suddenly, and suddenly yelled at Vivian, "Since we are all brothers, why is there such a big difference?" Vivian was so frightened by Oscar's sudden action that she could not help but take a few steps back and almost fell down. Jessica quickly grabbed William. "William, don't get excited. We all treat you equally. Don't let your imagination run wild. Equality? How dare you say the word equality? Ask yourselves, have you ever treated me equally?" William questioned, pointing at Jessica's chest. "We do ignore your feelings in some ways, but Oscar is also having a hard time. Not only is his health not good, he doesn't even know where his biological parents are. And you have your parents, me, and Manxing. Everyone is here. What else can you not be satisfied with?" "William, please let Oscar go," Vivian said sincerely. "I gave him my identity, my family affection, and even my engagement. Tell me, what else can I give up? As long as you can tell me, I will give it immediately." At this time, William finally understood that the grievances he suffered on their side were justified. But Oscar's little bit of unhappiness was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. William's words left Vivian and the other person silent. "And, Vivian, I'm telling you one last time, you're not my sister. It wasn't like that before, it's not like that now, and it won't be like that in the future, understand?" William said word by word. Vivian's body suddenly felt like being struck by lightning. She trembled and stood there in a daze. "William, don't be so heartless. You will always be our little brother, and your eldest sister loves you too." Jessica's voice began to choke. William's words had a huge impact on her. "Love is not something you can express with words alone, Miss Chun-san." William sneered. "And do you know why I want to promote Oscar?" Vivian and the others' eyes suddenly widened. They asked Oscar why at the time. Oscar's answer was that William hugged Eva in public, and then he said a few words about William. William got angry and pushed him down the stairs. But from William's tone, it seemed like there was another reason. "Your precious brother told everyone that I raped the Chun family's babysitter," William said calmly. Looking at Jessica and the others with shocked expressions, William immediately guessed that Oscar did not tell the truth when he returned home. If it was before, I could have thought that he did it unintentionally, but now that the truth has come out, he still falsely accused me of doing it. What is his intention? Can the 2 young ladies explain it to me? Now, I've become what everyone calls a forced construction prisoner, and I have to be looked down upon every day. This stigma may follow me for the rest of my life. I wonder if the two young ladies could be so kind as to publish the test results and clear my name. William smiled at Vivian and Jessica, who looked ashen and continued. Didn't you say you love me? Didn't you say you were my sister? If you really love me, shouldn't you help me with such a big thing? Why are you silent at this time? Are you dumb? William shouted the last sentence. I understand that you have your reasons, and you will definitely not do this. If you publish the results, your Oscar will be forever disdained. But isn't this a matter of course? After all, I, your brother, am the one who was wrongly accused. You know what I mean, right? William said, pinching Vivian's chin, staring at her for a moment, then shaking her off and turning away. Finally, I'll tell you that no matter which school I stay in, I'll be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Your rubbish brother wants to compete with me. What a pipe dream. Chapter 43, I only have one brother. The two of them just stared at William's figure, which gradually blurred from their sight and finally disappeared. Also leaving with the call seemed to be that familiar sister that they had never cared about. Yes, because they really are like William said, it is impossible for them to release evidence for William's innocence. If that happens, what will Oscar do? Even if they were willing, Richard and Grace would definitely not agree. They really don't know what to do. Do we really have to let William bear this blame and suffer for the rest of his life? They really don't want to, but there is no other way. William left behind echoed in their minds for a long time. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. How is this possible? But William said it so firmly and confidently. It made them think that William might really become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Linhai City this year. They suddenly felt that they didn't know their own brother very well, or that he seemed a little strange to them. They recalled that when William first returned to the Chun family, he didn't even dare to speak loudly. Even when the servants wanted to get things for him, he refused. He was timid and had no confidence, like a sheep that had strayed into a pack of wolves. In the following time, I never heard him make any request to his family. Unlike Oscar, he would go to them for whatever he wanted, and they would satisfy him no matter how much he acted. On the contrary, they often ordered William to do this and that, but William never complained and even seemed to enjoy it. Gradually, after getting used to it, when they had something to do, they didn't even call the servants, but directly drove William. Oscar is happy. He will sometimes take him out to play, but when he is unhappy, he will use him as a punching bag. Of course, they didn't take it seriously when they saw it, and just thought it was a fight between brothers. But if Oscar got hurt or was unhappy, they would blame William first. Blame him for not protecting his younger brother and for bullying him. So whenever something happens to Oscar, Richard will definitely beat William up. Yes, when they think back carefully, it seems that no matter whether it is a big thing or a small thing, as long as they have to choose between Oscar and William, without exception, they all choose Oscar. They just stood at the school gate, thinking about everything about William, until the school bell rang. William walked out of the school gate and passed by them without even looking at them. His expression was so cold and heartless, just like ice and snow in the cold winter. When they got home, Grace and Oscar had already finished shopping. Oscar's birthday party in a few days. EVA on my birthday, what do you think? Oscar asked coquettishly. Sure, anyway we plan to get engaged after you finish the college entrance examination. It's a good opportunity for you to propose to her during this birthday party. Grace said with a smile. Thank you, Mom. You're always the best to me. Oscar hugged Grace's arm and said happily. You're my son. Why are you saying thank you? Grace touched Oscar's head with a doting look on her face. Vivian and Jessica saw this scene. They suddenly felt sad. It seemed as if they had never seen William act like this in front of Grace. Grace has never shown such tenderness to William. Grace noticed the two had returned. She immediately ordered the servants to serve the food. Vivian, Jessica, what's wrong with you two? You seem a little down. Are you feeling unwell? Grace asked with concern. Mom, we're fine. You don't have to worry. Vivian forced a smile. Mom, I won't eat anymore. I'm going back to my room first. Vivian said. Nina, Diana, come with me. The two of them said oh, and followed Vivian and Jessica upstairs. Saw Vivian and the other person coming back looking distraught. She had a feeling that something was wrong. She guessed that it was most likely related to William, but she was not afraid. William had no status in his family anyway, so what if she arranged a crappy school for him? Is it possible that her two sisters will beat her for this? Several people entered Vivian's room. Diana, who was walking last, closed the door. Just as she closed the door and turned around, a slap unexpectedly hit her in the face. Diana, you've really gone too far. Jessica couldn't stop crying. Diana was stunned and leaned against the door, not moving. Jessica was crying, and when she was about to slap Diana in the face for the second time, she was stopped by Vivian and Nina. Jessica, calm down. It's already happened. This is not the way to go. Vivian said soothingly. Nina didn't understand what was going on and joined in comforting Jessica. Nina, tell me what happened at school that day. Vivian said in a deep voice. Nina glanced at Diana and started talking about what happened in the principal's office that day. But when it comes to the reason why William pushed for Oscar, it just skips it. Okay, that's about it. Nina's eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at Vivian secretly. Vivian's face suddenly darkened, and she slammed the table angrily. You're still not telling the truth, are you? Did Oscar frame William, and that's why William pushed him? Vivian's words made Nina and Diana look at each other in surprise. They originally thought that as long as they didn't tell anyone about this, their family wouldn't know about it, and no one would blame Oscar. Diana, Oscar was wrong in the first place. You even found a crappy school for William. What do you want William to be like to satisfy you? Vivian asked dejectedly. Diana had an impulsive temper to begin with, and after being slapped by Jessica, she was in a very bad mood. She yelled at Vivian and Jessica, I hope he will never return to the Chun family and disappear from our sight forever. I won't allow him to take anything from Oscar, including his property and EVA. The other three were stunned. They didn't expect Diana to be so extreme in her attitude towards William. But William is also your brother. He is the heir of the Chun family. Do you understand? Jessica had tear marks on her cheeks and looked shocked. So what? I only have one brother, Oscar. After saying that, Diana slammed the door and walked out. Nina said with a guilty conscience, I have an appointment tonight, and it's almost too late. Sister, Jessica, I'm leaving first. Chapter 44. We are related by blood, but I am wrong? William finished his meal. He went to Starbucks. He ordered a caramel macchiato and found a seat by the window. Tonight, he met with the brainless author he chatted with online not long ago. He had previously tricked the other party into buying his beginner's tutorial on online writing for a price of 200,000 yuan. I will try harder today and try to get the other party to buy his intermediate tutorial again. He is very short of money now, although Eva's 500,000 has been transferred to his account as soon as possible. But money is never a burden. The more money, the better. Moreover, the other party looks like a rich woman. The price of 200,000 for the tutorial was proposed by the other party. When William heard it, he immediately concluded that the author was not only mentally retarded, but also had a bit of cerebral palsy. After waiting for a long time, my cup of macchiato was almost finished, but the other person still didn't show up. This made William a little unhappy. He felt that the other party was somewhat disrespectful to him. To meet the great master, shouldn't you arrive early and wait? Why are you still late? What's more, Starbucks' food is really expensive. This small cup costs more than 30 yuan. When he was at Chin's house, 30 or so yuan was enough for him to buy several lunches. When that brainless author comes, he will make sure he reimburses the money for the coffee. Finally, when he was about to finish his second cup of macchiato, an unexpected figure appeared in his sight. He looked through the window and saw Nina running towards him in a hurry. Today was really unlucky. Vivian and Chun Manqing came to the school to find him during the day, and in the evening he met an online friend and ran into Nina again. William felt even more unhappy. He didn't know what happened to Nina that made her so anxious. Although Nina was heading towards him, it didn't necessarily mean she was going to Starbucks. William didn't want to run into her. He picked up his phone and sent another text message to the brainless author, asking for his location, and warned her that if she didn't show up, he would leave. Nina crossed the traffic light, picked up his phone, and took a look, tapping his fingers quickly on the phone. Then he looked around, as if he had the urge to run a red light, and was very anxious. After a while, William saw Nina hurriedly appearing at the door of Starbucks. Nina came in, holding her phone in her hand and looking around. At that time, there were not many people in Starbucks. Nina quickly noticed William by the window. The moment their eyes met, Nina showed surprise on her face. William thought to himself, what the hell? And quickly turned his head to look out the window, ignoring Nina. Nina walked straight to William's desk, knocked on it, and said in a deep voice, William, why don't you say hello to your sister when you see her? How rude. William turned his head and glanced at Nina. I have severed ties with your Chun family. You're no longer my sister. Why are you saying hello? Nina snorted and said, don't pretend. I know you really want to go back to the Chun family. William looked stunned, not knowing where Nina got this idea from. You're thinking too much. Everything in the Chun family has nothing to do with me anymore. Still trying to make excuses. If you didn't want to come back, why did you tell Big Sister and Manqing today that Oscar framed you? Nina looked a little angry. In the evening, Vivian and Chun Manqing came back, and the reason why they were so angry was that they also knew the reason why William pushed Oscar. Nina immediately guessed that it was William who reported her. If William didn't want to come back, there would be no need to complain and make the whole family restless. Diana was beaten as a result. Now seeing William, Nina was even more furious. What's wrong? Your brother can frame me, but I can't tell the truth. William felt that Nina was a little unreasonable. Oscar could lie with his eyes open and slander him in front of everyone, but he was wrong just for telling the truth. Of course not. Your behavior has caused great harm to your family. If you really care about your family, you shouldn't cause so much trouble. Nina tried her best to refute. William frowned and stared at Nina for a while, then reached out and touched Nina's forehead. The temperature is normal. There is no fever. Why are you thinking so strangely? Are you mentally retarded? William smiled jokingly, then his face darkened. You haven't thought about me. Why should I think about you? I'm not a saint. I'm not that great. Nina was stunned for a moment and continued to argue hesitantly. We are blood relatives. Isn't it normal to make some sacrifices for your family? Why don't you let your bastard be sacrificed? Just because I am related to you, does that mean I am wrong? William asked calmly. William, why are you talking so harshly? Oscar has no parents, and you still say this to him. You're going too far. Nina frowned and shouted loudly. Yes, my eldest daughter, she has no father or mother, but my parents are healthy, and my sisters are also alive and well. I'm the happiest person in the world, okay? Faced with William's ridicule, Nina was speechless and didn't know how to refute. William began to get impatient and said, well, get out of here now, or you'll end up like Diana. You want to hit me? Nina was so angry that she was shaking all over. William said disapprovingly, what's wrong, Diana? I dare to fight. I can't hit you. Get out of here. William's sudden change of expression made Nina a little scared. Only then did she remember that she came to see the great god today. I was already late, and now I've wasted so much time with William. The god will definitely be angry. No, in fact, when she was on the road, she felt that the master's tone was a little unhappy from the voice message he sent. She ignored William and continued to look for the master inside. She remembered that the master said that he was sitting by the window. There is no one else who can sit by the window except William. Just as she was wondering, Nina heard William curse in an impatient tone. Brain idiot, if you don't show up again, we will be no longer friends. You don't have to call me master anymore. I don't want a disciple like you. Hearing William's curse, Nina instinctively turned her head and looked at William with suspicion. Look at that chicken feather. If you keep looking, I'll slap you. William saw Nina turning around and looking at him again, and thought she was going to come over and talk to him again, so he got angry. At this time, with a ding sound, Nina turned on her phone and found that the master had sent another voice message. She opened it quickly. Brain idiot, if you don't show up again, we will be no longer friends. You don't have to call me master anymore. I don't want a disciple like you. The voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for people in the store to hear clearly. Chapter 45, You Don't Owe Me Anymore. Boom! The two were struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, unable to move. Nina opened her mouth so wide that she could fit an egg in it. With a look of disbelief on her face, she asked William, You are a great god. William's expression at this moment was also one of shock. He had never expected that the brainless author was actually Nina. He knew that Nina was writing online articles. Perhaps because she lacked confidence, Nina had never disclosed her author ID and book titles to her family. William naturally didn't know either. William has his own WeChat, but who would have thought that Nina actually added him using a small account? Facing Nina's question, William did not answer. He just glanced at her, cursed idiot, stood up, and walked out the door. Nina hasn't recovered from the sudden change yet. She never expected that the great man whom she admired so much was actually her own brother William. When she quit her job and devoted herself to the great cause of writing, her family opposed it. I don't think she has the talent for it. After a year of practice, it seemed that her lack of talent in writing was indeed confirmed. Especially the insults and abuses from readers almost made her give up this dream. Until the great writer appeared, a ray of hope appeared in her gloomy writing career. When others scolded her, the master praised her. When others doubted him, only the master firmly believed in her. He also threatened to lead her to dominate the online literature circle and make her the new generation, the creator of the 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West online literature myth. At that moment, her dying spark reignited. She is full of motivation. Of course, the most important thing is that the great god is indeed talented and amazing. Often provides her with unexpected plots and situations. Since receiving the master's guidance, her online writing skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and her statistics have skyrocketed. Sitting at the desk with 5 William and typing 500 words are gone forever. She never stopped updating since then, and sometimes even updated frequently. The number of readers who threatened to send razor blades or come to her house to chop her up was decreasing. But she didn't expect that this great man was actually her own brother, William, whom she despised. Nina heard the master's voice before. She had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but she didn't care. But now thinking about it, everything makes sense. She hurriedly opened her phone and tried to find William's account, only to find that she didn't remember William's account or profile picture at all. Only then did she remember that she had never chatted with William in private since he returned to the Chin family. She quickly switched to her main account, searched for the master's ID, and the master's avatar immediately appeared on the screen. It turns out that the account, Master, belongs to William. She suddenly realized that she had never cared about her younger brother at all before. Seeing William leaving, Nina immediately chased after him. William, wait a minute. Nina quickly caught up with William and grabbed his arm. William pushed her away, his tone full of impatience. What are you doing? William is now extremely depressed, as he never expected that the brainless author is actually Nina. What was even more unacceptable to him was how could their parents give birth to a daughter with such a strange way of thinking as Nina? Even if he hadn't severed ties with the Chin family, he didn't want to have anything to do with Nina. William, come home with me. I apologize to you for what happened before. Seeing William leaving regardless of anything, Nina followed behind and said anxiously. William snorted disdainfully. Apologize? What are you apologizing to me for? I shouldn't have treated you so badly before. Shouldn't have treated you like a servant. Shouldn't have ignored you. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Nina quickly explained. Do you really think you're wrong? Or are you apologizing because I'm a great god? William interrupted Nina and asked. Nina was stunned by William's question. If William was not that great man, would she really feel apologetic and think that she had let William down? Nina also began to doubt her original intention at this time. Seeing Nina was silent, she did not answer. William just smiled faintly. Haha, it seems that my status as a biological brother cannot even compare to that of a stranger, let alone Oscar. That's not the case, William. You and Oscar are both my brothers and are equally important to me. Nina's voice cracked a little due to excitement. The two stopped at the traffic light. There was a heavy rain last night, causing a lot of water to accumulate on the road. At this moment, there was a puddle of water in front of where the two were standing. Equally important? How dare you say that? William said expressionlessly. You sisters are really interesting. You all say nice things, but your actions don't follow through at all. William, don't say that. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you right now. Nina asked eagerly. William, tell me what you want, and I will satisfy you. Come back with me, and we will compensate you later. William didn't say anything, just stared at the traffic light. He hoped the light would turn green soon, so he could get rid of Nina. Just as the red light countdown was about to end, a BMW suddenly appeared and sped towards them. Although running a yellow light is not illegal, the speed is too fast and very dangerous. William thought. The moment the green light came on, the BMW crossed the stop line and came in front of Chun and Nina. At this moment, William suddenly seemed to have discovered something and cursed. But it was too late. The BMW drove past them quickly, and its wheels ran over the water in front of it, splashing the dirty water high onto William and Nina. Nina screamed instinctively and was about to step back. But this scene happened too quickly, and it was too late for the two to dodge. William was quick to grab Nina. Nina screamed, ah, and looked shocked, but at that moment, she understood what William was going to do. Suddenly, she felt a warm current flowing through her heart. Although William said that he wanted to cut off ties with her and not acknowledge her as his sister, at the critical moment, he still cared about her. She also leaned towards William. But the next scene left her completely dumbfounded, because William pulled her over, not protecting her behind him, but blocking her in front of him. The dirty water stirred up by the wheels instantly splashed all over her body, soaking her clothes and hair. She stood there blankly, her eyes dull and her mind dazed. William walked out from behind Nina, patted his chest, and looked like he had survived a disaster. As the green light was counting down, he glanced at the embarrassed Nina and said, "This is your compensation to me. You don't owe me anything anymore. The mountains are high and the waters are far away. Please don't come to see me again. Thank you." After saying that, he rushed to the opposite side in a hurry. Chapter 46, Heartbroken Nina. Vivian returned home tired after a busy day. I saw a family happily eating together. Vivian, didn't you say you had an appointment tonight? Why are you back so early? Grace asked. The social event was canceled, so I came back. Vivian said with a tired look on her face. We had agreed to sign a contract today, but for some unknown reason, the investor suddenly changed his mind and decided not to sign it. This financing is a considerable amount of money for the Chin Group and is very important. The investor's sudden change of mind left Vivian a little overwhelmed. I feel a little upset at this time. Sister, you must not have eaten yet. Come over and eat with us, Oscar said with concern. Oscar's well-behaved behavior made Vivian feel much better. I feel it's great to have this younger brother. She smiled and wanted to go over, but suddenly William's figure appeared in her mind, and she remembered that Oscar had framed William in public. Seeing her brother, who had a sincere smile, was kind and well-behaved, actually doing such dirty and despicable things repeatedly, she felt a little painful in her heart. She certainly believed that Oscar didn't mean it. But my mood became even more depressed. No, I'm not hungry, Vivian said weakly. Hey, what's wrong with you sisters these past few days? You all look unhappy, not going out and not coming down to eat. I asked Aunt Wong to take them to their room, but they refused to open the door. Do they want to starve to death? Grace sighed, her tone accusing. Only then did Vivian realize that Nina and Jessica were missing from the dining table. Jessica was in a bad mood, and she knew it. It's because of William. But what about Nina? Nina usually likes to stay in her room to work on her manuscripts. She always goes downstairs at mealtimes. Why didn't she show up today? Vivian felt a little strange. Mom, you guys eat. I'll go check on them. After saying that, Vivian went upstairs and knocked on Jessica's door first. Upon learning that it was Vivian, Chen Manqing quickly opened the door. Jessica, are you still unhappy about William? Vivian sighed softly. Jessica's eyes were red and swollen, and her eye bags were very deep. It was obvious that she had been crying and had not slept well. Well, now that it has happened, there is no point dwelling on it. All we can do now is find a way to make amends. Vivian said so, but she couldn't figure out how to solve the problem. Anyway, they couldn't possibly take the test report and tell everyone that William was innocent and that it was Oscar who actually assaulted the nanny. Moreover, they had no intention of telling Richard and Grace about this matter. She really couldn't bear to make them worry about it anymore. If anyone should be blamed for this matter, it should be Oscar, the instigator. She really couldn't accept that Oscar would actually expose such a thing. Chen Manqing remained silent. Vivian took a deep breath and exhaled. Jessica, do you know what happened to your second sister? I heard from Mom that she stayed in the house all day and didn't even eat. Jessica shook her head in surprise. In their impression, Nina has always had a simple personality and rarely has any worries. As for locking yourself in the room and not going out for the whole day, it is even more unimaginable. The two thought about it and came to Nina's door, knocked and shouted, but there was no response. Now the two of them became a little anxious, and they hurriedly asked someone to break down the door. Grace and a few others who were eating at this time were also alarmed and rushed over to check the cause. When the door opened, the scene inside scared everyone. It was pitch black inside and there was no light. With a light from outside, they vaguely saw a figure sitting at the head of the bed. Vivian hurriedly turned on the light in the room. They saw Nina in her pajamas, with her hair disheveled, sitting at the head of the bed with her knees bent. She was holding a cell phone in her hand, her face was haggard, her eyes were dull, and she was staring out the window in a daze. Grace immediately walked over and hugged her with concern. Nina, what's wrong with you? Tell Mom what happened. Nina just glanced at Grace and continued to stare out the window. Yes, second sister, has anyone bullied you? Tell me, and I will avenge you. Oscar asked with a concerned look on his face. Nina's body trembled, and then she slowly said, No, no one bullied me. I don't know if it's because she cried, but her voice is a little hoarse. You're still saying no. Look how swollen your eyes are. Richard shouted angrily. Keep your voice down. It's okay. Why are you speaking so harshly? That's why William doesn't want to come back. Grace glared at Richard and said reproachfully. Richard immediately shut up and stopped talking. But at this moment, Nina's tears suddenly fell like pearls from a broken string. Now the whole family was panicked. No matter how everyone pressed her, Nina didn't say a word and just cried silently. Vivian felt something was wrong. Mom and Dad, take Oscar out first. We'll talk to Nina and see if we can find out anything. In this situation, it's okay for them to stay here. Maybe the sisters can open up to each other more. Richard and his companions quietly left the room. Vivian sat at the head of the bed, hugged Nina into her arms, and asked gently, Okay, now you can talk to your sister about anything. Yes, second sister, just tell me what's on your mind. You'll get depressed if you keep it in your heart. Diana said in an anxious tone. Jessica sat quietly on the other side with a tissue in her hand, wiping Nina's tears. Finally, they waited for a long time. Nina suddenly said, William is a great god. What William? What a great god. The sisters were confused and didn't understand what Nina meant. Nina, what do you mean? What do you mean by William? Jessica's mind is full of William's thoughts now. When she hears her second sister mention William, she reacts very strongly. Vivian and her boyfriend heard Nina mention William. They were immediately surprised. Could it be that William bullied Nina? This was the first thought that came to the minds of the two. After all, William doesn't hate them to the core, but whenever he sees them, he will definitely not give them a good look. Second sister, did that bastard do something to you? Tell us, and we'll ask Dad to beat him up and make him apologize to you. Diana, like Jessica, also reacted violently when she heard the name William. However, unlike Jessica, she only had infinite disgust towards William. Diana said this. She immediately earned a glare from Jessica. The slap that Chen Manqing gave her yesterday still hurt a little. Seeing that Chen Manqing was about to get angry again, she touched her cheek, quickly lowered her head, and stopped talking. William is the master who taught me how to write online. Nina sniffled and spoke in a choked voice. Chapter 47, I became a gigolo, huh? What did you say? Nina's words made the three of them exclaim in surprise. At first, they learned from Nina that she met a great writer online who taught her how to write. At that time, they all agreed that Nina had met a scammer. After all, they charged 200,000 yuan for one tutorial, which is obviously a scam. Until Nina showed them her new book. They suddenly felt that the 200,000 seemed a little too little. Because Nina's novels are so good that even those who rarely read books can't stop reading them. I immediately became a loyal fan of Nina and forced her to write every day so that she wouldn't be lazy. Sometimes Nina would specifically tell them which chapters were written by herself and which were written by masters. Vivian and a few others read the master's chapter and lamented that Nina was lucky. They said in a guilty conscience that she had met her mentor. Nina's book quickly ranked among the top 3 on the reading list of Tomato Novel Network. You said the great man who taught you how to write was William. Vivian couldn't believe how coincidental it was. Most importantly, they had no idea that William had such talent and writing skills. I remember that one time when they heard Oscar bragging about his grades, he also mentioned that William got a 0 in the Chinese composition test. Yeah, Nina nodded. Then he briefly told her about how he went to meet his online friend last night and accidentally ran into William, and finally found out that William was the great guy. Now everyone was upset. Diana's eyes widened, and she looked like a mentally retarded person. Then you should be happy. Shen Manqing was confused, but she was also very happy in her heart. At least William was not as useless as they originally thought. William ignored me at Starbucks. When I came back, I wanted to contact him, but found that he had blocked me, Nina sobbed. Not long after that, my novel was reported for pornography and then removed from the shelves. Ugh. After saying that, Nina cried even harder. Nina's novel describes this aspect in more detail. But according to William, the readers are all perverts who just like to read these things, and only by adding some occasionally will there be traffic. They also felt that Nina's novel was much more exciting after adding some driving scenes. He also told her in person to add more similar plots. They then realized that Nina's book was most likely reported by William. Several people stared at each other, not knowing how to comfort Nina. Vivian patted Nina on the shoulder and consoled her. If the book is sealed, it's sealed. Just keep writing. Diana was furious. What a bastard. How could he do such a thing? I just said he is not a good person. But without William's guidance, I can't write well. Nina said, wow, and burst into tears. William, I don't quite understand this question. Can you explain it to me? Eva asked for help from William, who was working hard on his homework. Oh, okay, which question? William stood up, walked behind Eva, bent his upper body slightly, and asked closer. This question. Eva's whole body tensed up, and she pointed at a geometry problem and asked with some stammering. William took a look and immediately had an idea of how to solve the problem. He leaned over, picked up the pen in Eva's hand, and drew an auxiliary line on it. Look, first this way, and then this way. Finally, if we do this again, the answer will be revealed. William began to explain to Eva. Hey, why don't you answer me? Why don't you speak? He explained seriously, but Eva didn't respond, so William called out. Eva's body shook unconsciously. Oh, understood, Eva said a little nervously. William glanced at Eva suspiciously. He always felt that there was something wrong with this girl recently. It's just a topic. Why are you so nervous? EVA, what's wrong with you? Your face is red like an apple. Are you hot? Penny asked. Although it's almost summer, it's not hot enough, not to this extent. Yes, a little bit. It's no big deal. Eva replied in a panic. If it's hot, I'll turn on the fan for you. William patted Eva's shoulder and said. Eva didn't answer for a long while. William was about to get the fan. Eva suddenly spoke. William, let's go on a date. What? William's outstretched hand suddenly froze in the air. Thinking he had misheard, he turned his head and looked at Eva blankly. Penny, who was doing the questions seriously, raised her head and stared at Eva as if she had seen a ghost. Eva felt a little embarrassed by the two people's gazes. She lowered her head, reached out to brush the hair hanging beside her cheek, and tucked it behind her ear. She pursed her lips, raised her head as if she had made up her mind, and looked at William with firm eyes. William, let's go on a date. This time, William and Penny heard it clearly. William was still in a daze, and Penny stood up quickly, rushed to Eva, stretched out her little hand, and covered Eva's mouth. EVA, stop talking nonsense. Eva wasn't angry. She just gently pushed Penny's hand away. Nyin Yin, stop making trouble. Don't make trouble. You want my brother to be your boyfriend, and now you want him to date you. Tell me the truth. Are you attracted to my brother? Penny is puffy, with the 2 lumps of flesh on her cheeks puffed up like a blown-up pufferfish, cute and funny. Eva looked at William and explained seriously. Oscar's birthday party is in 2 days. In order to act more realistically, I think we need to rehearse. Dating is the easiest way for couples to increase their affection, so I think this is the best way. William looked embarrassed again. Isn't dating just shopping and eating? It's boring and tiring. It's more interesting to lie at home and play games. He really didn't want to go, but what Eva said is not wrong. If you really want to deceive others, you do need to rehearse in advance. He took Eva's money anyway. He still has credit because he takes money from others and helps them get rid of disasters. I can add more money. William was about to agree, but Eva suddenly spoke up. After a while, William received another 100,000 yuan from Eva. He suddenly felt like a gigolo. This made his heart ache slightly. If you guys go on a date, I want to go too. Penny became nervous when she saw that the deal was done between the two. A date is when 2 of us are together. What's the point of adding you in? William immediately gave her a bullet on the forehead, causing Penny to scream in pain. What time is it? William asked. After school, tomorrow night. Good. Chapter 48, Shut Up. Want a shopping mall, at the fountain in Gate 1 Square. William put his hands in his pockets and looked around for Eva. After he and the school beauty Chin agreed on the time and place last night, he went straight here as soon as school got out of school today. Since he took the bus and Eva was the driver, Eva should have arrived much earlier than him. But he waited for 10 minutes and didn't see Eva. This woman won't stand her up, will she? These young ladies are spoiled and do whatever they want, just like his sisters. None of them are good. Really doesn't come, William will be happier. He won't have to bow down and compromise himself for a few pieces of silver. Although he had no intention of returning the rice. At this moment, someone tapped him gently on the shoulder. William turned his head and was stunned, his eyes wide open. He saw Eva wearing a light-colored long dress that was longer than her knees, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders and a faint smile on her face, standing behind him. Eva is very beautiful, and even if she is just wearing a school uniform, it can't conceal her temperament. Today, William could clearly see that Eva not only put on makeup, but also dressed up exquisitely. Her whole face was fair and tender, and under the reflection of the light, it exuded a dazzling glow. The whole person looks like he came out of a comic book. William was a little stunned. Eva smiled. You've been waiting for a long time. William quickly came back to his senses, coughed awkwardly twice, and said calmly, It won't be long. There's only one William. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had been waiting for so long. Eva looked apologetic. It's only 7 o'clock in the evening now. According to the normal school dismissal time of 6 o'clock, even if it encounters the evening rush hour, no matter how early William arrives, he won't have to wait that long. So, according to Eva's guess, William left class early to attend the date tonight. She couldn't help showing a touch of emotion on her face. Don't just apologize, show some substantive appreciation. It's a small matter. Time is money. For you, sacrificing a little time is nothing. William thought to himself and began to hint wildly. Eva said, Oh. A faint blush instantly appeared on her cheeks, and she lowered her head. William sighed, and suddenly felt that Eva had a high IQ, but seemed a little slow in some areas. William, do you know how to go on a date? Eva asked, looking up. What's so difficult about dating? It's just eating, watching a movie, checking into a hotel, and a three-piece suit. William knew it, but he didn't say it out loud. He just pretended to be embarrassed and said, This is my first date too. I have no experience. It's okay, I can do it. I'll teach you. Eva nodded and pulled a notebook out of her bag. She opened her notebook and began to read it attentively. William looked puzzled and took a look. There were many words densely written on the notebook with neat and beautiful handwriting. After a while, Eva closed her notebook solemnly and said to William seriously, We should go eat first. No, it's time to eat, so it shouldn't matter whether you're on a date or not. You even took out your notebook and looked at it carefully for such a long time. William frowned and glanced at the eldest lady of the Chin family. Also, when on a date, couples must hold hands. After saying that, without waiting for William's response, Eva took William's hand and walked into the mall. Come on, open your mouth. William looked at Eva speechlessly, who was picking up some food, handing it to his mouth, and motioning him to open his mouth. EVA, this is not appropriate in public. William looked around furtively and advised in a low voice. Moreover, this emotionless tone doesn't sound like the interaction between lovers at all. It was clearly a mother feeding her son, as if she was going to beat him up if he didn't open his mouth the next moment. I read online that feeding each other can enhance the relationship between lovers. Eva said this with a determined look, stretched out her little hand, and stuffed the food directly into William's mouth. William was a little amused and wanted to tell her to watch less stuff on the internet, as a lot of stuff on it was lies. But seeing Eva flipping through her notebook so seriously, I couldn't bear to pour cold water on her. Seeing Eva's chopsticks coming toward him again, William had no choice but to say, I don't like being fed by others. Eva said, Oh, and put down her chopsticks without forcing her. You're just pretending to be such a jerk, but you don't even like being fed. That's right. If I had such a beautiful woman eating with me, I would die of laughter in my dreams. You stinky loser. This is the prime of your life. If you don't cherish it, you will regret it later. William looked towards the next table and saw 4 men staring at him and cursing with contempt and resentment on their faces. These men have never taken their eyes off Eva since William and his friend entered the store. After all, it is understandable to look at a beautiful woman a few more times when meeting her, and William didn't care. Now he's cursing people in front of them. How can William tolerate this? He immediately picked up a piece of meat in front of him and handed it to Eva's mouth. I don't like others feeding me, but I love feeding others. Come on, open your mouth. Eva, who was eating with her head down, raised her head. Her 2 beautiful big eyes like stars suddenly widened, her cheeks turned red, and then she opened her mouth cooperatively. Thank you. You're welcome. William put down his chopsticks, raised his eyebrows provocatively at the 4 people at the next table, and grinned. Hey guys, this bastard is making fun of us on purpose. Wow, why am I so handsome? But my goddess ignores me. How can a loser like him, who is so ugly, chase such a beautiful girl? I can't eat this meal anymore. Let's go. After dinner, William asked Eva about her next plans. He felt it was about time to go home. After Eva put away her notebook, she said, "Next, we should go to the movies." William looked at Eva strangely and couldn't help asking, "So after watching the movie, are we going to get a room?" Eva shook her head and said it was too early to book a room. According to the normal process, it would take at least 3 or 4 more dates before it could be possible. William breathed a sigh of relief. Oscar's birthday party was the day after tomorrow, and after Eva and the Chun family broke off their engagement, he would have nothing to do with it. "Let's not watch the movie and just go for a walk," William suggested. "Okay." Eva nodded and took out her phone to operate it. A moment later, William received a notification on his mobile phone that 100,000 yuan had arrived in his account. William took a look and saw that it was a transfer from Eva. Eva, in confusion, wondering if she had finally come to her senses and understood his hint and was giving him compensation for being late. But isn't this reaction arc a bit long? When they're on a date, boys usually buy gifts for girls. "You should buy one for me later." Eva lowered her head and said seriously. William was stunned for a moment. "As long as you like it." William shook his head helplessly and walked forward. Eva immediately caught up with him and held his hand. At this moment, William suddenly felt something in his eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. He stopped and rubbed it vigorously a few times, but there was no relief. Eva stood on tiptoe and came over. Just as she was about to check on William, a delicate cry was suddenly heard. "Shut up." Chapter 49, Let's Get a Room. The sudden sound scared the two men and made them stop. The two glanced at each other awkwardly and immediately looked away. The panic-stricken expression was very much like two adulterous men and women who were caught in the act and were at a loss as to what to do. They looked in the direction of the sound. "Nian, Nian." Seeing Penny running over angrily, William and Eva couldn't help but scream out. "What are you two doing?" Penny approached. She immediately asked angrily. William acted very calm. He had noticed Penny was following him a long time ago, but he was just too lazy to expose her and just let her do what she wanted. Eva's face looked a little nervous at this time, and her words were incoherent. "I'm checking William's eyes." You guys are holding hands, and you still want to lie to me. Besides, do you need to get that close to see the eyes?" My mouth almost touched it. Penny didn't believe what Eva said. From her angle, just now, she clearly saw William closing his eyes. Eva stood on tiptoe, and they were about to kiss. "No, it's too early to kiss now. If it's fast, we should kiss on the next date." Eva's face returned to normal as she explained calmly. "What? You guys are actually planning on kissing?" "Aya, no," Penny yelled, waving her arms wildly. William couldn't bear it anymore, so he grabbed Penny and asked her to calm down. "All of this is fake. After Eva's engagement is successfully canceled the day after tomorrow, we will just be ordinary friends. Why are you worrying about it?" Penny's eyes moved between the two men's faces, a look of suspicion on her face. "Okay, let's go shopping. You must not have had dinner yet. I'll buy you whatever you want to eat." Just like that, a date for 2 people turned into a shopping trip for 3 people. William bought some cosmetics and jewelry for Eva and Penny. Of course, all of this came from the 100,000 yuan Eva gave him. Tired of shopping, the 3 found a bench to sit down and rest, and then prepared to go home. "I need to go to the bathroom." William said hello and went straight to the bathroom to relieve himself. At this moment, Penny stared at Eva, thinking. Then he asked, "Eva, do you like my brother?" Eva, who was carefully looking through her notebook and occasionally making corrections with a pen while taking notes, was shocked when she heard Penny's words. "I didn't control the pen well and drew a long arc on the notebook." "No, I haven't." Penny stared at Eva, who lowered her head for a while, then patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. 2 beauties. Are you waiting for someone?" A young man dressed in hip-hop style, wearing earrings, a baseball cap, and a mask, sat down next to Eva as if no one was around. Given their beauty, it was common for them to be approached, and they were used to it. Eva frowned slightly, and without even turning her head to look at him, she just silently moved towards Penny. Not only did the hip-hop youth not stand up, but he shamelessly moved his butt towards Eva. Penny stood up quickly and pulled Eva away. Unexpectedly, the hip-hop youth immediately blocked their way. 2 beauties, meeting his fate. "Why don't we add each other on WeChat?" "Sorry, we don't have cell phones," Penny said directly. When words like this are spoken, it is clearly a rejection, and people who are sensible will usually leave on their own initiative. But the hip-hop youth not only did not retreat, but took 2 steps forward. "2 beauties. Are you sure you don't want to exchange contact information? I'm afraid you'll regret it later." Eva glanced sideways at the hip-hop youth, her eyes cold and calm. Then he turned around and was about to leave. The hip-hop youth suddenly became unhappy, because he clearly felt a sense of superiority and contempt from the eyes of the beautiful woman just now. "Wait a minute, do you know who I am?" His voice did not stop Eva and Penny. The The hip-hop youth quickly walked up to the two men, stopped them, and then took off his baseball cap and mask. Look carefully at who I am. The hip-hop youth looked a little angry. Eva still didn't react, as quiet as water. Penny looked at it carefully for a moment, and then cried out, "Mai Yibo, are you Mei Jibwa?" Mei Jibwa nodded, looking somewhat smug. Eva looked at Penny in confusion, waiting for her explanation. Penny quickly introduced the hip-hop youth in front of her. It turns out that the Mei Jibwa in front of him is a famous singer and a hot rising star. He once participated in a global talent show held by a South Korean entertainment company and became a trainee, blah blah. Anyway, he is very popular now. Eva doesn't care about any of this, and she has no interest in entertainment stars at all. Penny knew about this was not because she was a fan, but because Mei Jibwa was so popular and often appeared on TV, there was no way she didn't know about it. Eva said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions, and walked around Mei Jibwa, who was blocking her way. Penny was a little surprised at first, but then she quickly returned to normal and followed Eva away. This action of the two people made Mei Jibwa helpless. He is currently the most popular national star. Many girls are willing to die just to see him, and he has even gained a lot of fans for free. Today, he went shopping with his assistant and unexpectedly met two stunning beauties, which really excited him. I thought I would first get their contact information as an ordinary person and then try to contact them when I have time. But he didn't expect that the two of them knew his identity and could still reject him. This dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem. The assistant behind him was also shocked when he saw this scene. The two quickly caught up. "Two beauties, how about adding me on WeChat? You are so pretty. If you want to enter the entertainment industry in the future, our brother Jibwa can help you," the assistant said with a smile. She understands the psychology of contemporary girls, so she often uses this method to attract a lot of fans for Mei Jibwa. At this time, many people in the mall recognized Mei Jibwa and gathered around him, hoping to take photos and get autographs with him. When they heard someone reject Mei Jibwa, they all looked incredulous. For such a big star, let alone other requirements, just a photo taken with them, once they post on their moments, I wonder how many people will envy them. These two girls are indeed beautiful, but they are so ungrateful. Mei Jibwa's fans immediately started to criticize Eva and Penny. Mei Jibwa proudly held out the QR code on his phone in front of the two people, motioning them to scan it quickly. At this moment, Mei Jibwa found someone patting his shoulder. He turned around and saw a handsome young man looking at him with a smile. "That's not how you pick up girls." Mei Jibwa became unhappy after hearing what the young man said. He had at least 800 fans, if not 1,000, and yet he actually said that he couldn't pick up girls. "You can't even get my contact information. Look at me getting it right away," William said with a smile, coming in front of Eva and Penny. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, he took Eva and Penny's hands and said seriously, "Let's go get a room." The two blushed and nodded. William just pulled the two of them together, pushed through the crowd, and walked out. When he left, he did not forget to look back and gave Mei Jibwa a contemptuous smile. Chapter 50. Jessica's unexpected discovery. Today is Oscar's birthday party. After class, William took the bus directly to Chen's house. When he arrived at Chen's house, he saw that the yard was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. It is obvious that the Chun family invited many people from wealthy families today. This surprised William a little. In the past, on Oscar's birthday, the Chun family would either take him out for a trip or hold a birthday party for him in a hotel or at home. But it seems that there has never been such a big event like this one. He saw Vivian and others from a distance, standing at the door to receive guests. William did not enter through the front door. He did not want to attract the attention of the Chun family for the time being. The reason why he agreed to Eva was not only because of Angelia's request and Eva's compensation. Another reason was Oscar's false accusation and the Chun family's attitude towards the matter. Since they are ruthless, don't blame him for being ungrateful. He doesn't care about the engagement with the Chin family, but Oscar can forget about marrying Eva. Even if he wants to be a bootlicker, William doesn't want him to get his wish. Lick it in your dreams. William quietly entered through the back door. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. "Master Sure, you are back." He turned around and saw it was Aunt Wong. William immediately put his fingers in front of his mouth and made a hush gesture. Mother Wong lowered her voice immediately, walked up to William, observed him carefully for a while, and looked distressed. "Master Sure, have you been doing well outside recently? Have you suffered any?" William smiled, raised his arms, clenched his fists, and replied with a relaxed look, "I'm doing very well. Look, I'm a lot stronger." Wang Ma's eyes suddenly turned red. "Silly child, I missed you so much during your absence." William was in the Chun family. He often helped the servants with their work. Sometimes when they made mistakes, William would take the blame for them. He used to be a child from a poor family and lived a hard life. When he saw these servants accidentally making mistakes, being fined and scolded, or even being directly kicked out of the Chun family, he always felt sorry for them. As long as it wasn't too serious, he would take it all on. After all, he was the young master of the Chun family. No matter how serious it was, at most he would be beaten up by Richard. But for those servants, if they lost their jobs, it would be like the sky falling. So these servants have a good relationship with William. Okay, Aunt Wong, don't be sad. Go and do your work. I'll leave after I get my things. William comforted Aunt Wong. Yeah, okay. Wong Ma said after wiping her red eyes. Master Sure, are you hungry? I'll secretly get you something to eat. Before Wong Ma could finish her words, she was pushed away by William. William came to the hall and saw that the Chun family's hall was already crowded with people. Everyone was wearing suits and tuxedos, holding up wine glasses and walking in groups of 3 or 4, talking and laughing. Vivian and Jessica, who were greeting guests at the door, he didn't see anyone else. He crept up the stairs and groped his way to his room. Jessica, today is Oscar's birthday. Why are you still so unhappy? Vivian greeted a visitor and smiled at her third sister. But there was a hint of blame in his tone. Jessica sighed and forced a smile from the corner of her mouth. No, I just remembered that today is also William's birthday, so I felt a little uncomfortable. Vivian was startled, then patted Jessica on the shoulder. There will be opportunities later. Well, I must give William a good birthday next time. Jessica nodded and looked in the direction of William's room. From this angle, she could just see William's room. Suddenly, she was stunned for a moment, suspecting that she had seen it wrong. She raised her hand to rub her eyes and looked towards William's room again. William, Jessica shouted in confusion. After almost all the guests were received, Jessica went upstairs to verify. She felt that she was not mistaken. She did seem to see William entering his own room. Jessica was a little confused. Why did William run back to Chen's house at this time? Did he forget to take something? But she had already checked William's room and found all the diaries locked in the drawers. What else could he take? Soon Jessica came to the door of William's room. She took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. Then she saw William sleeping soundly on his bed, which was less than 1 meter wide. She walked slowly to the bed, walked along the edge of the bed, and looked at the sleeping William. For some reason, she suddenly had an urge to sit down at the head of the bed, lean down, and began to observe her brother who had been lost for many years, found again, and now left again. She hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now after a closer look, she realized that her younger brother was actually a handsome boy. But this sleeping posture is really not very flattering. He lay on his back with his limbs spread out, and his drool was already running behind his ears. Jessica burst out laughing and reached out to wipe his saliva. But just when she touched William's cheek, William turned over, scaring Jessica so much that she retracted her hand. William turned over, lifting up his clothes and exposing his lower back. The dense whip marks on his waist were also revealed. Jessica looked at the scars and felt a sharp pain in her heart. The brothers and sisters were cared for by Richard and Grace since they were young. They had never suffered any grievances or beatings. But her own brother, not only had he suffered for 15 years without a father or a mother, but he also had to be treated like this after returning to the Chun family. Even though he has countless faults, he shouldn't be treated like this. Thinking of this, Jessica's eyes suddenly turned red. She reached out and carefully flipped William's clothes up again. This time she could no longer control her tears, and they fell wildly. She saw that there was not a single intact spot on William's back. It was covered with whip marks. She had never cared about William before. She only remembered that in the past, as long as it was related to Oscar and Richard thought that William did it, no matter if there was evidence or not, William would be beaten by Richard. Oscar seemed to be helping William out, but ended up causing Richard to hit him even harder. Jessica wiped away her tears and looked at William's back again with heartache. When she was about to pull his clothes off, a scar suddenly caught her attention. The scar is located on the outer side of the back. Because William was lying on his side, most of it was covered. It was estimated to be about the size of a palm. The surface of the scar is uneven and dark brown in color. Chen Manqing is a doctor. She could tell at a glance that these were obvious signs of burns, and they were quite serious ones. Judging from the condition of the scar, it must have been a long time. Chapter 51. I care about William. Jessica stared at William's scar in a daze. Jessica, I've been looking for you for so long. Why are you running to William's room? At this moment, Vivian pushed the door open. Jessica hurriedly put William's clothes down and wiped away her tears. William, why are you here? Vivian opened her eyes wide, looking at William, who was sleeping soundly on the bed in disbelief, with a look of astonishment on her face. I don't know either. Jessica stood up from the bed, looking a little flustered. Vivian's voice was a little loud, which naturally woke up William, who was not asleep to begin with. William sat up from the bed and rubbed his eyes, looking sleepy. When he saw the two people in front of him clearly, he cursed in his heart. Even if you want to take a nap secretly, you'll be discovered. He felt that Chen Manqing and her sisters were not compatible with him. This family relationship must be severed cleanly. William, you're awake. Seeing William waking up, Chen Manqing immediately took a tissue and wiped the saliva from his mouth. William instinctively pushed her away with a look of disgust. William, what brings you back today? Vivian asked nervously. Nothing, I was just passing by and wanted to come and see if there was anything I forgot to take. William didn't understand why Vivian was so nervous, as if he was going to cause trouble today. Although he did come here to cause trouble today. I see. If you find that thing, leave immediately. Vivian looked anxious and said with some guilt, Sister, please let William have a meal before leaving. Seeing Vivian was in a hurry to get William away, Chun Manching felt a little unhappy and complained. Although he didn't want to stay in the Chun family, Vivian's words made William a little unhappy. Before, he would shamelessly let me come back no matter what, but today, when I just came over for something, he was impatient to get me to leave. This is because he is afraid of ruining Oscar's birthday party. William sneered. Why? Are you in such a hurry to get me out? Are you afraid that my identity as the real young master of the Chun family will be exposed, which will bring shame to your Chun family? I'm afraid your brother Oscar will be sad. No, it's not what you think. Vivian seemed to feel that what she had just said was a bit too much, and she hesitated and tried to explain. Today is not only Oscar's birthday party, but also the important day when he proposes to Eva. Recently, William and Eva have been getting closer. According to her guess, William may have fallen in love with Eva. She was worried that if William saw Oscar's proposal, given William's current personality, he might do something. Vivian didn't want any accidents to happen. She felt bad about kicking William out right now. She had no choice but to do so for the sake of the overall situation. After all, William is a time bomb, and it is dangerous to let him stay in the Chin family. Since it's not what you think, then it wouldn't be too much for me to have a meal at your Chin's house. William said lightly. On your Oscar's birthday, you held such a grand birthday party. And it seems that my birthday is today, and you guys are in a hurry to send me away just for a meal. To be honest, I feel a little sad. William glanced at the two of them, his smile growing wider. That's not what we meant. William, please don't misunderstand. Chin Manching explained anxiously. Okay, I'm a little hungry now. Please bring some food to my room. I will leave when I am full and will not appear in front of everyone to embarrass your Chin family. William stretched out his hand to stop Jessica from continuing. It would be really troublesome if he was driven away now. Vivian nodded in agreement. Big sister, third sister, we are all looking for you. What are you doing in this guy's room? Diana and Nina walked in. They searched Chin's house for a long time, but couldn't find the two people. Seeing that William's room door was open and the light was on inside, they came up to take a look. I didn't expect that they were really here. Diana was about to say something, but when she saw William, her eyes widened. You little bastard, why are you here? Nina saw William. Her lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with light, and she became energetic all of a sudden. William took 2 steps forward, faced Diana, and raised his hand, as if he was about to hit someone. Diana took 2 steps back out of habit. She was beaten twice by William and was a little scared. But when I thought that this was my home, I became braver. Didn't you say you would never set foot in the Chun family even if you died? Why are you so cowardly today that you sneak back here? Diana's tone was full of sarcasm. I'm not dead yet. William waved his hand indifferently. William, are you going to stay here this time? Nina's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard William's ambiguous answer, and she stared at William, waiting for his answer. Impossible. If his college entrance exam score isn't good enough to get an Oscar, he'll never come back. Diana said firmly. Diana, get out of here. Jessica yelled. William's grades. If it was really as agreed before, there was no way he could return to the Chun family. Diana immediately shook her head and left William's room angrily. The room suddenly fell silent. After a while, Diana arrived with Richard and Grace. Dad, Mom, this little bastard suddenly showed up at home today. He must have come here on purpose to ruin Oscar's birthday party. As soon as she entered the door, Diana pointed at William and cursed. Richard and Grace saw William. They had complicated expressions on their faces. Grace hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and held William's hand, saying, William, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? I missed you so much. Richard also said in a deep voice, since you were back, don't leave. Mom, no. He came back today because he knew Oscar was going to propose to EVA, and he came here to sabotage it on purpose. Seeing that William was about to be left behind, Diana shouted anxiously. Oscar is going to propose to Eva tonight, which William didn't expect. It's really a coincidence. Diana, a strange look. You guessed it right. Hearing what Diana said, the people present were stunned, especially Richard and Grace, who looked at William with some unfriendly eyes. Grace hesitated for a moment and said, William, why don't you come back tomorrow? You leave today. Richard looked grim and said nothing. This is Grace's decision. William reached out his other hand and removed Grace's hand from his wrist. If I leave today, I will never set foot in the Chun family again. Are you willing? William's words made Grace stiffen, and she remained silent for a long time. You can come back or not. No one here cares about you anyway. All we need is Oscar, Diana said disdainfully. Before anyone else spoke, Nina raised her hand cautiously. I care about William. I hope William can stay. Chapter 52, you guys are really good at playing double standards. Second sister, Diana, cried out helplessly. Think about it carefully. He usually pretends not to come back. So why did he come back today? Diana suddenly turned into Detective Conan and began to analyze the situation seriously. First of all, he couldn't stand the fact that we held such a grand birthday party for Oscar. He was just jealous. After all, no one had ever celebrated his birthday like this before. Secondly, he also likes Eva, and this time he came back, he must want to announce his identity in front of everyone and force Eva to give up Oscar and choose him. After listening to Diana's explanation, several people looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces suddenly became extremely heavy. Grace was even more disappointed. She had completely believed what Diana said. From the previous conflict between William and Oscar, because of Eva, they could tell that William was interested in Eva. They deliberately sent William to other schools, thinking that he would give up on his own initiative. Unexpectedly, I don't give up. At this critical moment, you still come to make trouble. Richard was even more furious. Rebellious son, do you know that EVA is your brother's fiancée? It's fine if you compete with Hauer for other things. What? You even stole his fiancée. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Vivian looked dejected, and her disappointment was evident in her words. William, EVA, and Oscar have been childhood sweethearts. Oscar dreams of marrying EVA. You're going too far. I am very disappointed in you. Nina and Vivian kept their heads down and said nothing. It was obvious that they identified with Vivian. William smiled and asked, but isn't this engagement originally mine? What's wrong with returning it to its original owner? William cared about this engagement. He would have announced it long ago. The reason he said this was to see how these people would respond. William, although the engagement was originally yours, your brother likes it. So can't you give it to him? Besides, EVA also likes Oscar, so you really don't have to do this anymore. Vivian continued. I know EVA very well. She is not a superficial girl. She likes outstanding boys like Oscar. Although my words may sound a bit harsh, William, you are indeed not as good as Oscar. And EVA won't like you either. Listen to my advice and don't make trouble. Maybe Eva has a crush on William, but Vivian doesn't think Eva will really like him as a younger brother. They can only be considered friends at best. That's right. If you can really make EVA like you, we won't have anything to say. But you actually want to use such a despicable method as an engagement to force EVA? How shameful. Diana angrily expressed her contempt for William. William smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't care about the engagement. I'll give it to your Hauer. I hope he can grasp it well. What do you mean you gave it to me? Do you have any shame? This originally belonged to Oscar. William ignored Diana and walked straight out the door. But Grace grabbed him. William, you can't leave this door now. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Yes, we can't let him go out. What if he secretly comes back and causes trouble? Diana said, pointing outside the door. Mom and Dad, please don't do this. I believe William won't do this. Jessica spoke anxiously for William. Nina nodded frantically beside her. Don't imprison William. I believe he has figured it out. Okay, stop talking. Let him stay here until the birthday party is over. As he said this, Richard shouted outside. Uncle Fong, come here for a moment. Soon, Butler Fong rushed in. He is not allowed to step out of this room before the banquet is over. Ask a few people to watch him. Richard ordered. Butler Fong could only agree with a conflicted look on his face. William became furious when he saw that Richard was serious. Richard, damn it. He cursed and was about to walk out. Several people were stunned by William's foul language. It would have been fine if they just called him by his name, but William actually dared to scold Richard, which once again refreshed their understanding of William. Richard was furious. What a rebellious son. What a rebellious son. How dare you scold your own father? You're going to rebel. You're going to rebel. At this moment, several security guards rushed up and blocked William at the door. William was about to take action immediately, but at this moment, he suddenly thought that his behavior would cause unnecessary trouble. If I ruined Eva's plan, I don't know how long I will have to act with her. Or if your identity is exposed and you lose the engagement, it will be even more terrible. Thinking of this, William gave up resisting and was pinned to the ground by the security guard. In fact, he was not worried at all even if he was locked in a room. He could just call Eva and ask her to rescue him. William was gently thrown onto the bed by several security guards. Richard warned Uncle Fong to keep a close eye on William. The others left. If Jessica and Nina hadn't stopped him, and if there were no guests waiting downstairs, Richard would have almost beaten William up again. After a while, Jessica brought in some food. William, you must be hungry. Eat first. Dad will let you out after the guests leave. William didn't hesitate and started to eat voraciously in front of Jessica. William, do you really like EVA? Jessica asked suddenly. William said without looking up, If I like her, can you give her back to me? Jessica was stunned for a moment, a little dazed. Then he replied, William, although the engagement was originally yours, EVA likes Oscar. There's nothing we can do about it. Haha, what'd you do if she liked me? William asked casually. Jessica was silent and did not answer. Why are you silent? According to you, since Eva likes me, shouldn't she be returned to me? William smiled, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. William just said these words casually. He didn't think Eva would like him, and he would not choose Eva. After all, they're from different worlds, and this is destined from birth. Of course, his situation was special. He came from a wealthy family, but fate threw him into the trash. No, William. Oscar has loved EVA since he was a child. It has always been his dream to marry EVA. Jessica explained hesitantly. You guys are really good at playing double standards. William's face darkened. Get lost now, idiot. I hate people like you who are so hypocritical here. William cursed at Jessica. Jessica was stunned and didn't move for a long time. She didn't expect William to say that about her. Tears suddenly burst out of my eyes. Chapter 53. Not allowed to appear in front of outsiders. After Jessica left, William took out his phone and called Eva, wanting to explain the situation to her and ask her to come and rescue him when the time comes. But I called for a long time and no one answered. What the hell is this girl doing at the critical moment? She doesn't even answer the phone. At this moment, the door clicked open again. Nina's head poked cautiously through the crack in the door. William glared at her fiercely and immediately shrank his head away. After a while, Nina opened the door and walked in timidly. You sisters are not done yet, right? What are you doing here again? William glanced at Nina with an impatient expression. Why? Are you here to pretend to be a good person too? No, no. Nina lowered her head, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands, feeling a little nervous. I'll just tell you straight away, I was the one who reported your book. I know. Also, I lied to you when I said you had a talent for writing books. You are actually a waste. Forget about talent. Even if I bring a dog here, I can write better than you. These words are really hurtful, especially for someone who has suffered a blow and has finally regained his confidence and is pursuing his dreams again. But so what? Not to mention in the past, even now Nina is not on his side. Does he still have to consider her feelings? I know. Nina pursed her lips, tears welling up in her eyes, and then she began to sob. If you want to cry, go outside and cry. Who are you trying to show off your pity for? William's words scared Nina so much that she stopped crying immediately. After waiting for a while, he said, William, I'm actually here to let you go. William was stunned for a moment, then walked towards the door unceremoniously. But you have to promise not to ruin Oscar's birthday party tonight. Nina hurriedly grabbed William, her tone pleading. It can be seen that your brother Oscar holds an important place in your heart. You are really a good sister. William sneered and mocked. Nina wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by William raising his hand. Okay, since you're worried, I won't leave, but I don't want to be locked in a room and feel bored. Just stay in the hall and watch over me, okay? Nina nodded with relief. If I leave now, I don't know if I can come back smoothly later. William finally decided to stay, but he couldn't get through to Eva on the phone, so this was the only option for now. The security guards outside the door saw William coming out, but did not stop him. William returned to the Chun family. He quickly became friends with them, and they had a good relationship. William was not like those rich young masters and young ladies, and never treated them as servants. They were also indignant about what happened to him. He was clearly the young master of the Chun family, but he was treated so differently. Don't worry, she was the one who let me out. It has nothing to do with you. You can just push the responsibility onto her when the time comes. William patted a security captain on the shoulder and pointed at Nina beside him. Master, sure, don't worry about us. The worst that can happen is we will be fired. We are not afraid of that. The security captain smiled and looked nonchalant. Nina, you let me out. It has nothing to do with them. You have to promise me that nothing will happen to them. Eva hadn't broken off the engagement today, and Oscar's birthday party had gone successfully, then maybe everything would have been fine. Otherwise, these security guards will definitely be held accountable, and he can't let them be harmed because of him. Nina nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, I forced them to let you go. They will be fine. When the security guards saw how much William cared about them, their eyes couldn't help but become moist. Thank you, Master Sure. Okay, don't call me Master Sure from now on. I have no relationship with the Chun family anymore. After saying that, William went downstairs and found a seat in a corner, and Nina followed him closely. Are all the birthday parties you've held for him like this? William asked casually as he looked at the huge crystal chandelier casting brilliant light and the guests in luxurious gowns toasting to drink under the light. Of course, we prepare Oscar's birthday very carefully every year. Sometimes I take him on a trip, sometimes I book an entire floor of a hotel, sometimes I take him on a yacht. It seemed that when talking about something that interested her, Nina suddenly became excited, sweeping away her previous dejection. Oh, there's only one birthday that was relatively simple. It was his 15th birthday, the one you celebrated together. It was just a simple family affair, blowing out candles at home. It was very boring. As she spoke, Nina suddenly thought of something, stopped talking immediately, and looked at William cautiously. William had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to care about what Nina said. He just stared blankly. Nina mentioned was the only birthday that the Chun family celebrated for him. They kept it low-key in order to hide his identity. In order to get him to sign the donation agreement, he was asked to celebrate his birthday with Oscar. The beautiful melody played by the band made William feel dazed for a moment, and he suddenly had the illusion that this was a birthday party prepared for him. He patted his face and smiled to himself. When did he become so superficial and vain that he had such feelings just because of a birthday party? Second sister, why did you let this bastard out? William was in a daze. An annoying voice rang out. He raised his head slightly and saw Diana glaring at him. Standing behind her are Grace, Jessica, and today's protagonist, Oscar. Oscar was wearing a suit and tie today, looking like a nobleman. He did not look as frail as usual, but had a confident and calm smile on his face. William was feeling stuffy in the room, so I brought him downstairs to get some fresh air. Nina glanced at Grace and explained, "No, someone like him has no right to be here. He must be sent back to his room." Diana raised her eyebrows and glanced at William with disdain. Jessica ignored Diana and said to Grace, "Mom, why don't you let William stay here? I'll stay and watch over him too. I believe William won't do anything." Third sister, have you forgotten what day it is today? There are so many guests today. If his identity is exposed, Oscar will be doomed. I don't think we can leave him here. Diana pouted and disapproved of Jessica's behavior. Grace was in a state of hesitation. Oscar, who had been silent all this time, hugged Grace's arm. There was a look of worry on his face. "I hope you can stay, but today I have to ask EVA. I'm afraid you will feel bad when you see me, and you might get sad and lose control." He didn't say all the words, but everyone understood. Grace no longer hesitated at this time, and said to Nina and Chun Manchine with a serious face, "Send William back to his room. He is not allowed to appear in front of outsiders without my permission." Chapter 54, Uncle, I finally found you. "Mom, please don't do this." William promised me that he wouldn't get in the way of Oscar. Nina pulled Grace and pleaded, "Second sister, you believed what that little bastard said. He also said he would never come back. But look, he sneaked back again today." Diana pointed at William and cursed. "Okay, don't say anything." Grace scolded. "Take William back to the room. William, bear with it for a while. I'll let you out after the birthday party. Don't be angry with me. I'm doing this for your own good." Grace spoke to William in a gentle tone. "It's another for my own good series." William couldn't figure out what Grace's good performance was here. "Uncle William, is that you?" A voice came suddenly, and William was a little confused. The voice seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. He looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. At this time, a fat man pushed through the crowd and walked out. He saw William. He looked anxious, walked quickly to William, grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Uncle William, it's really you. It's really you." "No, who are you?" William was confused for a moment, not understanding why the fat man suddenly rushed out, grabbed him, and muttered to himself, calling him seasonal vegetable. It's me. Fatty, you forgot." Seeing that William was still confused, the fat man quickly reminded him, Hepping Village, Hepping Village." William stared at the fat man in front of him, examining him for a long time. Then his eyes lit up, and he finally remembered. "Fatty, it's really you. It's me. Uncle William, I finally see you again." The fat man said excitedly. The fat boy's name was Zhuing Jun. He was sold to Hepping Village when he was very young and was a good playmate of William. William Ho Zhuing Jun was often bullied by other children because he was short and fat, but William Ho was full of justice and liked to meddle in other people's affairs, so he helped Zhuing Jun a lot. After that, Zhuing Jun treated William as his best brother and obeyed William's words. When Zhuing Jun was 9 years old, his parents found him and took him away. That year, when they said goodbye, Zhuing Jun pulled William's clothes and cried very sadly. The following year, William's guardians, his grandparents, passed away, and he was sent to an orphanage. He never saw Zhuing Jun again. The reason why Zhuing Jun calls William uncle is because Zhuing Jun's adoptive parents and William's adoptive parents are distant relatives, and William is of a higher generation. "Fatty, why are you here?" William asked puzzledly. As far as he knew, all those who could appear here today were from political and business circles, and the fat man's parents could only be considered middle class, which seemed to have nothing to do with this. "Mom, sister, look, this bastard not only sneaked back home by himself, but also brought back some indecent people." Before Zhuing Jun answered William's question, Diana pointed at the fat man and cursed. Fatty Zhu didn't understand what was going on and wanted to explain, but Diana didn't give him the chance. "What do you mean by you? Get out of the Chin family right now, or I'll call security." William glanced at Fatty Zhu and felt that it was not Diana's fault for misunderstanding. After all, the fat man was indeed dressed casually today. All the guests, not including the women, were dressed in their best. As for the men, no matter how casual they were and not wearing suits, they were at least dressed decently. Unlike the fat guy, he was wearing a pair of cropped floral pants and a pair of flip-flops, which was completely out of place with the atmosphere of the scene. You are fucking sick. You think I love coming to your crappy place? If you guys hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have come. The fat man frowned and opened the hand that Diana was pointing at him. Also, why did you call my uncle a bastard? I'm warning you, if you dare to call my uncle a bastard again, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Zhu Yingjuan's words completely annoyed Diana. She had always been spoiled, and except for the 2 times she had been humiliated in front of William, no one had ever dared to talk to her like that. You little bastard, just like this bastard, you are born of a mother, but not raised by her. If you don't get out of here, I'll call security. When Zhu Yingjun heard himself being called a beast, his eyes instantly widened. William saw that his fists were clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging, as if he was going to hit Diana. He didn't expect that after so many years, the fat man who used to be timid and cowardly would now have such a hot temper. Seeing the fat man raising his fist to attack, William held his shoulder. Zhu Yingjun, who was originally furious, suddenly calmed down and looked back with a confused look on his face. Uncle, can't I fight? She is Miss Chun, did you know that? No. Is there any way to cover it? Have. Hit harder. Okay. William patted Zhu Yingjuan's shoulder and then let go. Diana, S words were a bit harsh. Grace and the others didn't think there was anything wrong with it. William has become what he is today is related to the living environment he grew up in. He was influenced by some bad people, such as Angelia. Oscar brought such a messy person home at his birthday dinner, especially since Diana just said a few words to this fat guy, but he actually wanted to attack Diana. Diana was still frightened by the fat man's intention to attack, and she couldn't help but take a step back. If I got beaten, it would be so embarrassing in front of so many people. Besides, the evening dress she was wearing was a custom-made one, specially prepared for tonight. There was only one of it, and it would be troublesome if it got damaged. Diana finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw William holding the fat man. Fourth sister, don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Oscar then stepped forward and stood in front of Diana. Oscar's sudden appearance made the fat man at a loss for a moment. After all, Oscar had never scolded him. Brother William, don't hit my fourth sister. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. When there were outsiders around, Oscar cleverly changed the address to Brother William. William glanced at Oscar and had to admit that some people were able to walk high and run far and were indeed very capable. You are really good at pretending. William, I'm warning you. If you dare to touch Oscar, I'll make sure you die. Diana threatened behind Oscar. William, don't be impulsive. You know Diana is straightforward. Don't take some of her words to heart. Jessica persuaded him in a gentle tone. He was really afraid that William would take action in such an occasion. There were so many people at the scene, and it would not look good if something happened. William, I'm warning you one last time. Don't hit your brother. Oscar again, or else. Grace gritted her teeth and stopped talking halfway. Chapter 55, believe it or not, I dare to bury you. The fat man was a little confused when he saw the scene in front of him, and some of his accumulated anger had been released. He turned to look at William, asking whether he still wanted to fight. William also didn't want to make a big deal out of it and cause unnecessary trouble. When he was about to ask the fat man to stop, Oscar suddenly rushed over and grabbed the fat man's hand. Fatty, be careful, William reminded loudly. The fat man found that someone was hugging his arm, and he instinctively turned around and waved his arms, followed by a scream. William saw Oscar flying out in an extremely exaggerated posture. The fat man stood there with a confused look on his face, with countless question marks popping up in his head. He didn't understand why this sissy in a suit suddenly rushed up to him and hugged his arms. I just waved my hand gently. How could he fly so far and scream so miserably? Is his body really so weak that it could be so fragile? William held his forehead and shook his head, cursing in his heart. This is the 3rd time, and it's a blatant frame-up again. Isn't this bastard tired of using this trick? But this trick works very well. Seeing Oscar being thrown away by the fat man in front of them, several women from the Chun family screamed and rushed to Oscar like crazy. Oscar, are you okay? Oscar, where are you injured? Let me take a look for you. My poor Howard. Let mommy see where you hit. The scene before him made the fat man doubt his life. He waved his arms and punched William hard on the shoulder. William had no other reaction except to instinctively curse fuck. Fatty Zhu walked up to Oscar and squatted down. He was very curious and wanted to see where the other person was injured. But Oscar hid in Grace's arms as if he had seen a ghost, and then screamed at William. Brother William, don't hit me, please let me go. Asshole, tell this fat guy to stop, or you'll be in trouble. Diana was so angry that she almost fainted. She forgot what day it was and just kept yelling. The noise here was already quite loud, and her screams immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. William, didn't I just warn you not to hit Oscar again? Did you ignore my words? Oscar's injury made Grace lose her mind. Her eyes changed from tenderness when she looked at Oscar just now to coldness. and her voice became sharp because of anger. She walked up to William and slapped him in the face without warning. Mom, don't! Shin Manqin and Nina were shocked and screamed. But surprisingly, this time, before Grace's slap could hit William's face, William grabbed her wrist tightly in his hand. Grace was confused, and Jessica and the others were also confused. Although William beat Diana, he never saw her in person, and he had resisted Richard and Grace. William calmly shook off Grace's hand. Grace staggered and took a few steps back. Nina and Jessica quickly supported her. Grace was stunned. Although it was just a light shake, it felt like a heavy punch in the chest to her. His son actually beat her. Yes, to her, that blow from William was just a beating. She didn't understand why William had become like this these days, even though he had done some bad things in the past and had been criticized and educated by them. But I've always been obedient in front of them and never complained or resisted. Not only has his temperament changed drastically recently, but he has also started beating his parents. He is simply beyond redemption. That she was biased towards Oscar in some aspects, but she did not treat William unfairly at all. At least she ensured that he had enough food, clothes, and education, which was much more comfortable than living a hard life outside. Not only is he ungrateful to his parents who gave birth to him and raised him, but he is also beating them up and acting lawless. Thinking of this, a surge of anger filled my head. William, you dare to hit me now. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I don't know what you will do in the future. Grace's voice became hoarse and low. William smiled indifferently. If you mess with me again, I will bury you, believe it or not. One important reason why he can still swallow his anger is that his ability is limited now. He is just a small Karami in front of the Chun family, and he really can't do anything to the Chun family. After all, he has only been reborn for less than a month, so it still takes time for him to develop. Jessica saw more and more people gathered around, so she quickly pulled Yangqian's clothes and whispered, Mom, today is Oscar's birthday party. It's not good to continue making trouble. Reminded by Jessica, Grace realized that she had behaved a little out of control. Well, let's talk about this after the birthday party. Let's lock William in the room first. As for this person, Grace glanced at the fat man, hesitated for a moment, and said, Take him outside and keep him under guard, then call the police and accuse him of provoking trouble and causing malicious harm. William's face darkened, and he stood in front of the fat man. Grace, if you dare to touch him, you can't have your birthday party today. He didn't understand why the fat man appeared in the Chin family, but no matter what, he couldn't let the fat man get caught because of his own reasons. William's threat worked. Grace and others who were about to call security stop. As for you guys, go do what you should do. Don't mess with me. And let us stay here quietly. William continued. Yeah, Mom, you see Oscar isn't hurt, so don't make a big deal out of it. Or just forget about it. William with my second sister. Jessica advised with a worried look on her face. Grace hesitated, thought for a moment, frowned, and looked at William. When she was about to nod, the fat man shouted loudly. Let's just forget it. This grandson dared to pretend to be me. This matter is not over yet. Zhu Yingjun also reacted now. It was obvious that the sissy in a suit and tie in front of him wanted to frame him and William. Several people looked at Zhu Yingjun in astonishment. I originally wanted to let him go, but I didn't expect this fat guy to be so arrogant and ungrateful. William pulled the fat man's sleeve and whispered, Fatty, stop making trouble. If you want to take revenge, do it in private. We can't do anything to them here. Don't get yourself involved later. The fat man patted William on the shoulder, looking nonchalant. Uncle William, don't worry. If I don't kill this grandson today, I will not be able to swallow this anger. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and started making a call. In the study. Uncle Chin, Uncle Zhu, I'll have someone draft the specific contract details tonight. I will treat uncles to dinner tomorrow. Vivian stood up and bowed with a smile. An investor suddenly withdrew his investment a few days ago, leaving Vivian at a loss. Now that Qin Yushan and Zhu Wanjin have joined her, she feels relieved. Qin Yushan smiled and nodded, and said to Richard, Brother Chun, with such a capable daughter like niece Vivian, you can retire early. Richard laughed and said, Brother Qin, you are too kind. EVA is also very good, not inferior to Vivian at all. No matter how outstanding you are, you still have to get married in the end. Qin Yushan sighed and looked at Richard. The moment their eyes met, they burst into laughter at the same time. By the way, there's one thing I need to tell Brother Qin in advance. Chapter 56, Someone Beat My Son. As he spoke, Richard's smile became even more intense. Tonight, Oscar plans to propose to EVA during the birthday party. I don't know if Brother Yushan. Qin Yushan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, The engagement has been made a long time ago. It's only a matter of time. As long as the two children are willing, we as adults will of course respect their ideas. Brother Yushan has no objection. Then it's a done deal. Richard clapped his hands excitedly. Qin Yushan sighed. Brother Chun, I really envy you. Not only is your daughter capable, but even Oscar is so outstanding. Unlike my rebellious son, who is ignorant and has no skills, only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, and has made no progress at all. Richard was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a sense of pride arose in his heart. On the surface, he pretended to be extremely humble. Brother Qin, thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the compliment. Eva, Qin Yushan also has a son named Qin Hao. He has been uneducated and unskillful since childhood, and is good for nothing except spending money and causing trouble. He is the typical rich second generation who would squander all the family property in minutes if it were handed over to him. Compared with Oscar, is not in the same league at all. When Qin Hao was mentioned, William's figure immediately appeared in Richard's mind. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. William, just another Qin Hao? The two were so similar. Richard felt uncomfortable when he thought of this. He didn't understand why his own son was so useless. On the contrary, this adopted son who was taken away by mistake is outstanding and excellent, and he is pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at him. Therefore, it has also attracted the envious gazes of countless people. At this moment, he even had an idea in his mind that he might as well treat Oscar as his own son. As for William, make sure he lives a safe life and let him do whatever he wants. As for your identity, keep it secret and never make it public. Anyway, your two families will become relatives soon. Isn't his son also your son? What is there to be envious of? Zhu Wanjin, who had been left aside for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. Brother Zhu is right, huh? Qin Yushan and Richard laughed. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhu, where's your son? Is he here today? Qin Yushan suddenly thought of something and asked. They heard that Zhu Wanjin had a precious son, William, who was taken away by someone. Later, Zhu Wanjin went through great pains to find him back. Zhu Wanjin loves his son very much. In order to prevent his son from suffering any injustice, he sent his son born after his widowhood and remarriage directly abroad. Zhu Wanjin, who was originally uninterested in the business bragging between Qin Yushan and Richard, immediately became excited when he heard about his son. This brat just called me and told me he's here. He should be playing downstairs now. I heard from Brother Zhu before that my nephew is very handsome, and I really want to meet him. Richard looked interested. Zhu Wanjin patted Richard on the shoulder, his face calm and his heart beating, and he laughed. I'm not exaggerating. My son is really handsome, and the girls in school are lining up to pursue him. Then let's go down quickly. It's almost time. EVA should be arriving soon. Qin Yushan said with a smile. Several people stood up and walked towards the door. Vivian had already opened the door and was waiting. At this time, Zhu Wanjin's cell phone rang. After he answered the call, his originally happy smile suddenly turned gloomy. What did you say? Someone is bullying you. Wait for Dad. I'll be there soon. Brother, what happened? Richard felt puzzled when he saw Zhu Wanjin, who was originally cheerful, suddenly changed his expression. Someone beat my son. Zhu Wanjin put away his phone and said angrily. What? I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my Chan family. Richard glared and slapped his thigh hard. Fatty, today is Oscar's birthday. I didn't want to argue with you, but you don't appreciate it. Don't blame me for being rude. Diana put her hands on her hips and shouted arrogantly. Fourth sister, I have asked someone to call the security guards to take them directly to the police station. Oscar said while holding Diana's arm. At this time, the security guard arrived. Tie up these two men and send them to the police station. Diana pointed at a few security guards. Nina and Jessica wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Grace. William must be taught a lesson tonight. On such an important day, he was so reckless as to stir up trouble here. It's obvious that he's trying to cause trouble on purpose and doesn't want the birthday party to go smoothly. Seeing the security guards hesitate and not take any action, Grace shouted angrily. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it. If you dare to hit my son, I'll beat you to death. A rough voice suddenly rang out, causing the security guard who was about to take action to freeze in place. William turned his head and saw a middle-aged man who was a few points fatter than the fat man, striding out from the crowd, and the big gold necklace on his neck swung vigorously. The fat man walked up to Grace in 2 or 3 steps, raised his hand, and was about to hit Grace in the face. Brother Zhu, stop it. Richard behind him shouted in panic. Grace's face changed drastically when faced with a sudden change, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Hearing the shouts behind him, Zhu Wanjin's palm paused in the air, and then he fanned it down. With a loud slap and a shrill scream, Grace was slapped to the ground. It all happened so suddenly that Jessica and the others didn't even have time to support Grace. The originally lively atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Richard, who came from behind, looked at Grace sitting on the ground with swollen cheeks and red eyes, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this time, Zhu Wanjin looked at Grace seriously and exclaimed, Ow, why is it sister-in-law? I'm sorry. As he said that, he hurried over and helped Grace up. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I was so anxious just now that I didn't recognize you. I'm so damn. Zhu Wanjin apologized and slapped himself lightly on the face a few times. Grace pushed Zhu Wanjin away and glared at him. Seeing Grace angry, Zhu Wanjin came to Richard again and said sincerely, "Brother Chun, I'm really sorry. I just saw Ingjun being bullied, so I was a little anxious. That's why I didn't recognize it as my sister-in-law. I'm really sorry." William watched this scene and couldn't help but pull the fat man and ask, "Did your dad study acting?" Fatty Zhu smiled awkwardly. From the moment Zhu Wanjin appeared and took action, William watched the whole process carefully, especially the moment when his palm froze in the air. His expression was clearly hesitant, and he obviously recognized Grace's identity. Besides, who among those who can appear here is a simple person? But in the end, he still slapped her. How could Richard not be angry when his wife was beaten in front of so many people? Although Zhu Wanjin's explanation was reasonable, he was completely embarrassed. He ignored Zhu Wanjin and asked Diana and the others in a deep voice, "What happened?" Diana pointed at William and the fat man angrily and said angrily, "They beat Oscar." Chapter 57, Who is My Mother? Richard and Qin Yushan looked in the direction of Diana's finger at the same time. I saw a fat man who looked quite similar to Zhu Wanjin, waving his fist at Diana. This should be the handsome son that Zhu Wanjin mentioned, who has charmed thousands of girls. Next to the fat man stood a handsome young man. Qin Yushan didn't know him, but Richard frowned deeply. When Zhu Wanjin heard Diana accusing his son, he immediately pulled the fat man in front of him and scolded him harshly. "Ingjun, how could you hit someone?" The fat man looked aggrieved and quickly recounted how Oscar faked a fall to frame him and pointed at Oscar and cursed. "It's this bastard, he's the one who played me, and they even called the police to arrest me." "No, Dove, it was that bastard William. He ordered the fat guy to beat Oscar." Diana retorted unconvinced. Both sides have their own opinions, and I don't know who to believe. At this time, everyone turned their attention to the culprit, William. You were in the room. Why are you here?" Richard was so angry that he almost called his son a disobedient son, but luckily he reacted quickly and changed his words. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, William just sighed and said helplessly, "Mr. Chun, since things have come to this, it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. You should comfort the guests and prepare for Master Chen's birthday party. Isn't it more important?" William was really too lazy to waste any more words. After all, there was no point in continuing the argument. Without any substantial evidence, there was no way to prove that Oscar had faked a fall. Besides, Grace was also slapped, so he didn't lose out. His purpose today was to help Eva cancel the engagement, and he really didn't want to waste time talking about other things. William's words were immediately affirmed by Zhu Wanjin and Qin Yushan. Especially Zhu Wanjin, his own son was not injured, and he even slapped Grace, venting his anger. As for what the truth is, it doesn't matter to him at all. He just wants to get the matter over with. The two of them looked at William with admiration. The child looked quite old, but his words were mature and sensible. "Your name is William?" Qin Yushan suddenly became interested and asked with a smile. William didn't know who the middle-aged man in front of him was, but he seemed to have a good relationship with Richard, so he was probably some big shot. "This name sounds familiar." Qin Yushan stared at William, frowned, and muttered to himself. After looking at it for a while, Qin Yushan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. "Are you Eva's tutor?" William was stunned for a moment, then guessed that the man in front of him might be Eva's father. He nodded in affirmation. "Eva's grades are pretty good. You're able to tutor her. That's amazing. That's amazing." Qin Yushan sighed and looked William up and down, as if he had a strong interest in him. Qin Yushan's words shocked the Chen family and made them look confused. William's grades very well, so there was no way he could be Eva's tutor. "Uncle Qin, did you misunderstand something? William's grades are only good enough to get into a 211 university, so he definitely can't tutor EVA." Vivian expressed her doubts. "Brother Qin, you must have misunderstood. He can't possibly coach EVA." Richard's tone was firm, and he looked unquestionable. Seeing that the two were so sure, Qin Yushan suddenly began to doubt whether he had heard it wrong or his daughter had said it wrong. "Well, maybe I misheard, but EVA did praise this little brother several times in front of me. TSK, what good can he have? It's good enough that he doesn't cause trouble for others." Diana sneered, with a look of disdain on her face. Oscar felt uncomfortable when he heard Eva praising William in front of Qin Yushan. Fourth sister, although brother William has many shortcomings and sometimes likes to steal things from home, he is a good person by nature. "You bastard, what are you talking about? Uncle William would never do such a sneaky thing." Heard Oscar insulting William. He immediately got angry and raised his fist. William, however, looked calm. He pressed down Zhu Ingjuan's fist and told him not to be impulsive. Then he teased Oscar, "Just be happy now. I hope you won't cry with your mom later." No one present understood what William meant, but through the conversation, Qin Yushan judged that William seemed to have a close relationship with the Chen family, which aroused his interest. You seem to be very familiar with this young brother. Qin Yushan asked casually. Zhu Wanjin and Zhu Yingjun also looked at the Chun family members with anticipation. Zhu Wanjin has learned from Zhu Yingjun that William is the Uncle William that his beloved son has been thinking about. Zhu Yingjun had just met William, and they hadn't even exchanged a few words, so naturally he wanted to know about William. Faced with everyone's questions, Chun Jia was silent for a long time, not knowing how to answer, and couldn't say anything for a long time. Finally, it was Diana who spoke. He is our nanny's son. She said it firmly, as if it was the truth. After hearing this, the other members of the Chun family did not refute. After all, they couldn't think of a better explanation for William's identity. Is that so? Qin Yushan nodded slightly. Zhu Yingjun had tears in his eyes. Uncle William, it turns out that your life is so hard. No wonder you are bullied by them. William looked calm and glanced at the Chin family. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, where's my nanny mother? What's her name?" No one expected William to suddenly bring up this topic in public. The Chun family members were stunned and looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. "Since I am your nanny's son, why don't you call my mother out?" Seeing that the few people were silent, William stared at Grace and sneered. Grace had recovered from the slap in the face. Although she was still a little embarrassed, her appearance had returned to normal, except for slightly red and swollen cheeks. The guests present were also confused by William's question. They didn't know their own mother, but they asked others. What's even more bizarre is that the Chun family hasn't answered this question yet. The strange looks from the guests made the Chun family members feel nervous. At this time, no one came out to smooth things over, and everyone was waiting for the Chun family's answer, because they vaguely felt that there might be something big going on. William raised his eyebrows, his eyes swept across the faces of the Chun family members, and finally stopped at Grace's face. He walked up to Grace with a gloomy face, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then he put on a smiling face, leaned down, put his face close to Grace, and asked in a very gentle tone, "Mrs. Young, you should know who my mother is best. Can you help me call her out?" Chapter 58. Aunt Wang is my mother? William's voice was soft and gentle, without any questioning tone, as if it was really just an ordinary inquiry. But Grace couldn't help herself and took 2 steps back, her eyelids drooping, not daring to look directly at William. After a moment of silence, William suddenly leaned forward, grabbed Grace by the collar, pulled her in front of him, and suddenly shouted, "Speak. Are you mute? Where's my mother? Call her out." Halfway through his speech, William's voice returned to a whisper. Is she dead?" Grace looked at William with horror and said incoherently, She is not dead." William chuckled, his tone cold. "Since she's not dead, why didn't she show up when she saw her son being bullied? Or maybe she doesn't even have me as her son in her heart. No, it's not like that. She has you in her heart, and she loves you very much." Grace's eyes were red. Tears welled up in her eyes and then fell. William raised his hand, wiped away the tears from the corners of Grace's eyes, put it in front of his eyes, rubbed it, and said with a smile, "I don't know who these tears are shed for. There is no warmth at all." Richard looked at this scene with a frown on his face, feeling very annoyed. He always felt that it was not only Grace who was being questioned by William, but also himself. I also didn't know how to answer William's question. Vivian and the others all lowered their heads silently. They could clearly feel the sadness and helplessness in William's tone. It is a sadness of being abandoned. At this moment, they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, as if something was blocking their chests and making it difficult for them to breathe. Nina and Chun Manqing had an urge to announce loudly to everyone that William was actually the young master of the Chun family and their younger brother. But when they turned around and saw the lonely look on Oscar's face, the impulse was suppressed again. If the truth were revealed, their other brother's life would change drastically, and everything that belonged to him would disappear overnight. At least, the engagement with Eva no longer belonged to him. This is really cruel. At this moment, Wang Ma squeezed in from the crowd. "Master, madam, the guests are all here, and the time is not too far away. Can we start the banquet now?" The Chin family was worried about how the situation would end. If things continued like this, William's identity would be exposed, and Wang Ma appeared at the right time. Richard breathed a sigh of relief and was about to announce the banquet to end the farce. At this moment, Oscar pulled Wang Ma to William before everyone could react. "Brother William, your mother is here." To Oscar's action, at most there was a hint of disappointment on their faces. It turns out that William is really the nanny's child, and there is nothing big about this. However, several people in the Chun family were no longer calm. Richard even shouted at Oscar, "What are you doing?" Richard's sudden anger not only shocked Oscar, but also confused the guests. "Brother Chun, what's wrong? Isn't this William's mother?" Qin Yushan asked with confusion on his face. This left Richard at a loss for words. No matter what, William is his son, a member of the Chun family. It is only a matter of time before his identity is announced. How can he recognize someone else as his mother, especially Nanny? Now that Oscar had done this to him, he didn't know how to explain it. Uncle Chin, Aunt Wong is William's biological mother. It's just that because she is a nanny, William has always been unwilling to acknowledge her. My father didn't want to embarrass him, so he did this. Diana may not be good at other things, but she thinks very quickly when it comes to William's affairs. William's identity being exposed in the future, but when she saw such a good opportunity, she wanted to take the opportunity to confirm William's identity. Then, he will be driven out of the Chun family completely, and Oscar will be able to rest easy from now on. Diana, can you please shut up? Chun Manqing's voice was filled with anger. Oscar, who looked innocent and pitiful, and suddenly felt a trace of disgust in her heart. It is obvious that Oscar's actions were deliberate and full of scheming. The matter was about to pass, but he came here specially to do this. Seeing Jessica staring at him unkindly, Oscar lowered his head guiltily. Then he said, "Third sister, today is an important day for me. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? I am really afraid that something unexpected will happen and my wish will not come true." Oscar said this and looked at the Chun family members again. His words were full of emotion, and at the end, his voice became choked and tears really fell. After hearing this, the anger of several people from the Chun family who had originally wanted to blame him subsided a lot. I even felt a little bit of pity in my heart. Vivian, Nina, and Jessica stopped talking in the end and just lowered their heads silently. Richard just sighed and didn't refute it, which was considered as his tacit agreement. As for how to deal with this matter in the future, he can only think of another way. William looked at the reactions of his relatives, just smiled, and pushed Oscar's head aside so that he would not block his view. "Are you sure I'm Mama Wong's son?" William's question made several people dare not look at him. Not only did she not return the identity to William, she also found a nanny for him in front of all the wealthy families in Linhai City. William before, they were filled with guilt at this moment. But things have come to this point, they have no choice but to go all the way. Today is the important day for Oscar to propose to Eva. After weighing the pros and cons, they finally chose Oscar. Yes, you're the nanny's son, and you'll be so for life. Don't have any other unrealistic ideas. Do you understand? Diana sneered. William just smiled calmly and said to them, "Since you all said so, I admit it. I hope you will remember what you said today and engrave it in your heart. Do you understand?" William's words made the Chun family members tremble and stand there in a daze. "Little girl, what are you saying? What's wrong with the nanny's child? How come you don't know how to respect others at all?" Zhu Wanjin couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he walked over and put his arm around William's shoulders. "I think this little brother is very talented and will definitely be a great man in the future. He is much better than your sickly brother." Zhu Wanjin's personality is that of a rough guy, at least on the surface. He even dares to hit Grace, and he also manages these juniors and speaks directly. Diana, however, had a look of disdain on her face and clearly disagreed with Zhu Wanjin's words. In her mind, William was not even qualified to be compared with Oscar. Oscar in any aspect, not only in academic performance, but also in chasing girls. He still wants to pursue EVA. He's just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Just now, Zhu Wanjin slapped Grace in public. Diana had no respect for him at all and responded directly to him rudely. "What, he also likes EVA?" Qin Yushan frowned slightly. Chapter 59, the gift, is to wish you a happy birthday. Yes, Uncle Qin, Brother William also likes EVA. He always plays EVA when he has nothing to do. Oscar added, "A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman." Zhu Wanjin said with a smile, without caring. Qin Yushan's brows relaxed immediately. His daughter was beautiful and had many suitors, and William was just an ordinary boy in adolescence. It was normal for him to like EVA. Yes, but William, after today, I advise you to give up. Everyone understood what Qin Yushan meant. Oscar and Eva's engagement would be officially fulfilled tonight. After tonight, Eva will officially become Oscar's fiancée. Unless there are special circumstances, there will basically be no changes in marriages between wealthy families. I don't think William will let it go that easily. He confessed to EVA before, and after being rejected, he still kept pestering EVA. Oscar added fuel to the fire. Vivian and the others were stunned for a moment. They had never heard of this matter, but Oscar would not lie. William was also surprised. He had confessed his feelings to Eva, so how could he not know about it? This grandson started making up stories again, but he didn't care. Let him act like a demon for a while. He would cry later. Oscar's words made Qin Yushan's relaxed brows frown again. He sighed and said earnestly, "The relationship between men and women is not just about love. In the end, it is more about being well-matched. I hope you understand this principle." William was not angry at Qin Yushan's words. From Qin Yushan's tone, one could tell that he was sincerely trying to persuade him. And William also agreed with his words. If they are not from the same world, they will not be happy even if they are forced to be together in the end. In the eyes of others, he is just the son of a servant. How can a pheasant be qualified to be in the same frame with a phoenix? William smiled and said, I understand. William was so sensible. Qin Yushan nodded with satisfaction. Zhu Wanjin simply patted William on the shoulder and consoled him. William, there are always fish in water. If you have money, you will have plenty of women. Zhu Wanjin's words drew a round of eye rolls from the female guests. Zhu Yingjun also came over and whispered, Uncle William, don't be sad. I'll introduce you to some beauties who are prettier than the one named Eva. Have you seen Eva? And several of them. William asked. I've seen her photos online. Oh, she's been rumored to be a goddess, but photos are deceiving. I think she's just that. Zhu Yingjun said indifferently. Brother William, I hope that starting from tomorrow, you can promise me that you will not bother EVA anymore. Oscar hoped to get William's promise in front of everyone. William looked at Oscar strangely, thinking that you might not have tomorrow. He readily agreed. As long as Eva doesn't pester me, I will definitely not take the initiative to look for her. William said this. All the guests burst into laughter. They suddenly found the nanny's child very humorous. Eva doesn't bother me. Do you really think you are tall, rich, and handsome? How can a princess from a wealthy family still bother you? Qin Yushan shook his head, thinking that this little guy has a really strong self-esteem. TSK, how shameless. Diana glanced at William, her tone full of sarcasm. Zhu Yingjuan's face also turned red, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and whispered, Uncle William, awesome. Miss Qin is here. At this time, someone shouted. Then everyone made way. William saw Eva standing at the door. Eva's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a long dress with red as the main color and white embellishments. A head of long black hair, slightly curled, hanging behind her. The skirt was wide and light, swaying gently with her steps, like a blooming red flower, elegant and noble. Her appearance instantly eclipsed all the female guests. Zhu Yingjuan's eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, This is much better looking than in the photo. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, Oscar had a smug and proud look on his face. He quickly walked up to Eva and wanted to hold her hand. But Eva dodged it, which made Oscar extremely embarrassed. EVA, you're here. Oscar greeted her, but Eva ignored him. Instead, he looked past him and glanced at William. William was stunned for a moment, then nodded to show that he understood. Then, Eva greeted all the elders one by one. William was bored and sat down in the corner. Uncle William, you have a really good eye. Zhu Yingjun sighed beside him. Alas, it's a pity that the damn sissy got the advantage. Seeing that William ignored him, Zhu Yingjun talked to himself. But to be honest, Uncle William, even if that sissy didn't exist, I don't think she would look down on you. After all, your status is there. As he spoke, the fat man waved his hand again. This may not have much to do with money. After all, she is not short of money. Alas, it is like putting flowers on cow dung. Oscar with disdain and sighed as if he was a dead parent. EVA, you look so beautiful today. Grace held Eva's hand, feeling a little excited. After all, this is his daughter-in-law, who is not only beautiful but also outstanding. She comes from a wealthy family, but she doesn't have the temperament of a princess at all. Being polite and generous in dealing with people is something you can't find even with a lantern. She was very grateful that the old man of the Chun family was wise enough to make this engagement. Richard and the Chun sisters all smiled happily at Eva, especially Diana, who sat next to Eva and praised Oscar nonstop and even planned their future married life for them. Nina and Jessica's attention was on William at this time. But to their surprise, William had a calm expression and was chatting and laughing with Zhu Yingjun, and he didn't look sad at all. They were a little skeptical that maybe William had no feelings for Eva. Seeing that the time was almost up, the MC announced the official start of the birthday celebration ceremony. Oscar spoke from the landing of the stairs and thanked the guests. Then the family members started giving gifts. There were several sisters. Some gave me necklaces, some gave me famous paintings, and some gave me watches. And Richard gave him a villa. Grace gave him a Ferrari sports car. Finally, the MC came to Eva and asked what her gift was. After all, no one's gift is as meaningful as the one given by your fiancé. Eva was stunned for a moment, then replied after a pause, Happy birthday to you. Then what? Everyone waited for a long time, but Eva didn't take out the gift. The MC was a little embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do for a moment. Could it be that she didn't prepare any gifts? Everyone found it a little unbelievable. It's too much that I didn't prepare any gift for my fiancé's birthday. Qin Yushan noticed something was wrong, looked at Eva in confusion, and quickly came out to smooth things over. EVA prepared a gift, but she was in such a hurry that she forgot it at home. Eva had asked him for his opinion on birthday presents a long time ago, so she should have prepared it. Could it be that she really forgot it at home? Oscar said nonchalantly, I don't need anything else. EVA is the best gift for me. Oscar's corny love words drew warm applause from the guests. He pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Today, besides being my birthday, I have something very important to do. Chapter 60. Cancellation of engagement. Oscar said this affectionately, walked to Eva, and knelt on one knee. He took out a ring that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Eva. "Eva, I like you. Can you marry me?" Eva didn't know that Oscar would suddenly propose to her today. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly calmed down. She said expressionlessly, "No." Oscar, his hand holding the ring, froze in the air, and his expression suddenly became nervous. The guests were not surprised at all, even though the two were already engaged. But a girl should be reserved. How can she just agree to a proposal? What's more, she is the high and mighty Princess Chin. Oscar thought the same thing, so he adjusted his mood, looked sincere, and prepared to recite the proposal he had prepared long ago. The guests were also cheering and shouting on the sidelines. "Marry him! Marry him! Brother Chun, it looks like Oscar's proposal tonight won't go too smoothly." Chin Yushan said half-jokingly. "Ha ha, of course. Eva is not an ordinary girl. I would be surprised if she agreed so easily." Richard was in a good mood and not worried at all. He had absolute confidence in Oscar. After all, in the entire Linhai city, it was difficult to find a young man of the same age as his son who was so outstanding in all aspects. He doesn't think Eva would be interested in anyone other than Oscar. Eva is proud by nature, so she will definitely need some persuasion before she agrees. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked in William's direction and sighed. How great it would be if his biological son was Oscar. Chin Yushan nodded, somewhat helplessly. "That's true. My daughter is good in every way except that she's indifferent by nature, just like her mother. Even a talented kid like Oscar would have failed today if he hadn't put in some effort. Brother Chin, I want to get them engaged after the college entrance examination and then hold a wedding for them after they graduate from college. What do you think?" Grace looked at Chin Yushan with a smile on her face and asked. Chin Yushan paused, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have no problem. As long as Eva is willing, we can hold the wedding right now." "Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, you know that my most precious daughter in my life is me. When she marries into your Chin family, you Oscars must not bully her. Uncle Chin, you can rest assured. Oscar is well-behaved and sensible, and he will definitely treat Eva well." Diana patted her chest and assured. Chin Yushan laughed and nodded. "Haha, I know Oscar's character." As they were talking, they turned their attention to today's two protagonists, wanting to see what Oscar would do next. Oscar took a deep breath and took the microphone from the MC. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately quieted down and waited for Oscar's affectionate confession. But just when Oscar was about to speak, Eva spoke first. "Don't talk yet," Eva said emotionlessly, taking the microphone from Oscar. Oscar stood there in a daze, and so did the guests. "I have something to announce." Immediately afterwards, cheers broke out at the scene. It turns out that the heroine has taken the initiative to confess her love. I didn't expect this turn of events. I didn't expect the eldest lady of the Chin family to have such a strong personality. The guests at the scene immediately guessed what Eva was going to do. They thought that the young lady from the Chin family rejected Oscar because she was shy, but they didn't expect it to develop like this. "Haha, my daughter is indifferent to everything and never fights or competes. But if she really meets someone she likes, she could be very stubborn, and your Oscar will have a hard time in the future." Chin Yushan laughed. "Let him bear it. You should give in to a wife like Eva." Richard said this nonchalantly, then looked at Grace with gentle eyes. Thinking back to the time when he went through so much hardship in order to pursue his beautiful wife, Grace also had someone she loved at that time. But as time went by, he fell in love with her, and with his persistence, he became the final winner. Oscar was confused by the situation. After being reminded by others, he realized that it was Eva who wanted to confess to him. He was a little flattered because Eva had always ignored him and been cold to him. She was so proactive today, it seemed she was just pretending before. In fact, Eva has always liked herself, but she just doesn't like to show it. Oscar's inner excitement was instantly reflected on his face, with a chrysanthemum-like smile blooming on his face. Seeing that the goddess was about to confess her love to him, he held his head high and chest out, and was so excited and nervous that he couldn't help but adjust his tie at his collar. "Eva, go ahead." Eva nodded seriously and raised the microphone to her lips. "I'm officially announcing today that I'm breaking off my engagement with Oscar." Quiet. Dead silence. The originally noisy hall suddenly fell into dead silence. After waiting for a long time, sporadic sounds were heard. "Did I hear wrongly? I think I heard you're going to cancel the engagement, or something." Several people from the Chun family widened their eyes and stood there in a daze. Richard looked dazed and turned his head to ask Chin Yushan, who was also confused. "Brother Yushan, this is..." Chin Yushan did not answer because he didn't know what was going on. "My daughter wants to break off her engagement?" Eva mentioned this. "Big sister, second sister, third sister, did I hear it wrongly?" Eva said she wanted to cancel the engagement. Diana looked incredulous and muttered to herself woodenly. Uncle William, did you hear that? Miss Chin just said she wanted to break up her engagement with the sissy." Zhu Yingjun pulled William's hand and shouted excitedly. This way Uncle William will have a chance. It's difficult. Even if they cancel the engagement, your Uncle William won't have a chance. The status gap is too big. The Qin family will not allow it. Zhu Wanjin exclaimed. Qin Yushan and Richard kept bragging about how outstanding their children were. Zhu Wanjin got tired of listening to them, so he made an excuse to go to the bathroom and sat next to William and Zhu Yingjun. Little brother, after you graduate from college, why don't you come with me to Shangxi to mine? When you have money, you can come back and pursue this girl. Zhu Wanjin was very outgoing, and since William had done Zhu Yingjun a favor, the two soon became brothers. Dad, by that time, maybe their children will be old enough to help with cooking and the food will be cold. Zhu Yingjun glanced at his father and disagreed with the suggestion. I don't like her. William was touched to see that the two people were sincere in giving him advice. Didn't they say that you confessed to the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Zhu Yingjun asked puzzledly. That idiot framed me. I have no interest in the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and she won't like me either. Just like Uncle Zhu said, she and I are from different worlds. William explained. Zhu Wanji nodded, half believing and half doubting. Oscar, who was in the middle of the hall, stood there blankly, his eyes wide open, staring at his fiancée. He subconsciously asked, EVA, what did you just say? I said, I want to break off my engagement with you, and there will be no relationship between us from now on. I thought I had heard it wrong before, but Eva emphasized it again, making the guests certain that the eldest daughter of the Qin family wanted to cancel the engagement with the Chun family. Chapter 61, You Don't Deserve It. Qin Yushan stood up quickly and said in a deep voice, EVA, stop making trouble. His expression at this moment was more confused than anyone else present. This engagement was made before Eva was born. Over the years, Eva has never raised any objections. Although Eva did not show any affection for Oscar, at least on the surface. But Qin Yushan just thought that it was his daughter's nature, and she didn't like to express many things. After all, Oscar is an outstanding figure among many rich second generations. To take a step back, even if you don't like him, you should discuss it with him if you want to cancel the engagement. Then resolve it privately instead of announcing it publicly and embarrassing the Qin family. His daughter shouldn't be so ignorant of the seriousness of the matter. My lady, no matter what, can we solve it privately? Qin Yushan thought about it and winked at Eva. However, Eva simply ignored Qin Yushan's hint and spoke in a firm tone. Dad, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Qin Yushan sighed helplessly. He knew his daughter. As long as she made up her mind, there was no way that Ba Tai de Jiao could change her mind. I don't know how the Chun family offended her. Oscar, who was full of vigor and energy just now, suddenly became like a dead pig to be slaughtered, without any life at all. He slowly raised his head, looking hopeless, staring blankly at the peerless beauty in front of him. The woman who was so indifferent to him asked in a daze, why? You don't deserve it. Eva's answer completely crushed Oscar's proud self-esteem and made his eyes red instantly. He was born into a wealthy family, lived a life of luxury, had excellent grades, was doted on, and was a dazzling child of destiny in the eyes of everyone. And his fiancée, Eva, the princess of the Qin family, is his most boastful asset. But now, he was despised and insulted by his fiancée in front of all the dignitaries and celebrities in Linhai City. How could he not break down inside and make this tough guy cry? Eva, you're going too far. Seeing Oscar being insulted by Eva in public, the Chun family's stunned expressions instantly turned into anger. Diana even rushed directly to Eva and accused her. EVA, how can you say that about Oscar? I'm so sad. It was not the right occasion, so Grace could only suppress her anger and pretend to be sad. EVA, did Oscar do something to make you angry? Vivian is the company CEO and a relatively calm person. She was not blinded by anger and felt that there must be something hidden. Yes, EVA, if Oscar does anything wrong, please tell us, and we will definitely teach him a lesson. Jessica also advised with a worried look on her face. Oscar, hurry up and apologize to EVA. Richard yelled at Oscar, who was crying. He also thought that Oscar must have done something. Otherwise, Eva would not be so ignorant as to cancel the engagement in public without giving the Chin family any face. EVA, if there's anything, you two little guys should communicate well and don't say such harsh words. Qin Yushan accused in a soft and awkward tone. This girl's words really hurt her self-esteem. Zhu Wanjin and his son smacked their lips. Eva said was really hurtful to a man's self-esteem. Most macho men couldn't stand it. It was like telling a man in person that he was not good enough. William was also a little surprised. Does Eva hate Oscar so much? He didn't do anything to let me down. He just doesn't deserve me. Eva looked at his father and said calmly. Qin Yushan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he had an urge to rush over to cover the girl's mouth and beg her to stop talking. She will not be satisfied until she kills her biological father. Eva's words completely angered the Qin family. Grace could no longer pretend. Her precious son was being insulted time and again. If she continued to endure it, She would be unworthy of being a mother. EVA, shut up. Oscar is not worthy of you in any way, whether in appearance or ability. How can you say such a thing? Richard saw Grace letting herself go and pulled her nervously. What kind of occasion is this? As the mistress of the Chun family, how can she disregard her image and end up arguing with the younger generation? Grace immediately pushed Richard away and asked angrily, since you said Oscar is not worthy of you, then tell me, who on the scene is worthy of you? Find one that's better than Oscar. Everyone cast inquiring glances at her. They thought this was just a reason for Eva to break off the engagement and didn't think she had fallen in love with anyone. After all, Oscar is very famous among the wealthy families in Linjiang City. Everyone knows that the young master of the Chun family is very outstanding and has excellent character. Unlike ordinary rich second generations, he never eats, drinks, and has fun, and devotes himself to his studies. It is a foregone conclusion that you will be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University with your real talents and knowledge. They don't think there is any youngster out there who can beat Oscar. But surprisingly, Eva suddenly turned around and pointed in a direction. Everyone was puzzled and made way for them, then looked in that direction. William and the other two watched the show and commented on it, waiting for Eva's answer. At this time, Zhu Yingjun and his son noticed that the guests' eyes were suddenly all looking towards them. This confused them. Zhu Wanjin's eyes lit up, and he patted Zhu Yingjun on the shoulder and said, "Boy, you are hiding such a big thing from your father. Tell your father the truth. When did you hook up with that girl from the Qin family?" "I said my son is excellent, but that sickly boy can't compare to his handsomeness, right, Uncle William?" Zhu Wanjin turned around and showed off to William. He followed his son and simply called William Uncle William. William looked at Zhu Wanjin strangely, nodded in agreement, and continued to look up information. Zhu Yingjun was like a confused fruit on a confused tree. He smiled bitterly and said, "Dad, I don't know if you ask me. Maybe I am dreaming." While the three were discussing, Eva came to them. "What? It can't be that fat guy with big ears and fat head." Everyone's jaw dropped, and several members of the Chun family looked incredulous. Qin Yushan stood up even more nervously. Although Zhu Wanjin's family is also very wealthy, they're nouveau riche after all. Firstly, they lack the foundation, and secondly, it is a genetic problem. He doesn't want all his grandchildren to be fat. Besides, the fat guy Zhu Yingjun really doesn't catch his eye. William next to him made him very satisfied. But the Zhu family has always been in Shaanxi province, so he had no idea when his daughter and Zhu Yingjun got together. William in confusion, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. The moment the Chun family saw the direction of Eva's finger, their hearts were already filled with anxiety, and they had some guesses. Chapter 62, He is a beast, aren't you? Sure enough, it was just as the Chun family members and Qin Yushan had guessed. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Eva walked up to William, stretched out her delicate hand, and invited him. "Oh, it's my turn now." As he said that, William put away his phone, reached out his hand, put on Eva's hand, and let her pull him up. Looking at the backs of the two people, Zhu Wanjin and Zhu Yingjun were stunned. Zhu Yingjun said with a pig-like face, "Dad, Uncle William is a better actor than you. We were all fooled by him." Zhu Wanjin's face was full of smiles, thinking of the Chun family's insults to William just now, and said, "This is going to be a good show." Eva pulled William to the center of the hall. Her eyes swept over the Chun family members and finally fell on Grace. "He's the one who deserves me." At this time, there was no other sound except Eva's speech. Seeing Eva tightly holding William's hand, everyone remembered that not long ago, they had laughed at the nanny's son, both verbally and in their hearts, saying that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and why the eldest daughter of the Qin family would fall in love with a servant like William. Now he's being slapped in the face like crazy. The Chun family members were so shocked that they were speechless, and Oscar even sat down on the ground. What they were most worried about happened. When they learned from Oscar that Eva and William were close, they forced William to separate by having him transfer to another school. It's not because they don't have confidence in Oscar or worry that Oscar can't compete with William. In their hearts, William can't compare to Oscar, and Eva will never fall in love with William. What they are worried about is that William falls in love with Eva and takes the initiative to expose his identity. In this case, the Qin family will definitely not marry Eva to Oscar, and the final marriage contract can only fall to William. But the fact is, Eva not only broke off the engagement for William, but also insulted Oscar in public. I don't know what kind of magic potion William gave Eva. Faced with the facts, Grace still refused to believe that Oscar would lose to William. She was convinced that William had used some despicable means. She slammed the table and angrily asked, "William, how could I not know how much you weigh? Tell me the truth. What shameful means did you use?" Grace looked at Oscar, who was sitting on the ground with a look of despair on his face. She felt extremely heartbroken and completely lost her mind. Even the fact that William was also her son was ignored. Everyone agreed with Grace's words. Otherwise, they really couldn't understand why a princess from a wealthy family would abandon Oscar and turn into the arms of a servant. Most likely some weird tricks were used. William's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stared at Grace. He really couldn't understand why his biological mother would target him in every way. Under normal circumstances, you can still show a little gentleness to yourself. But when it comes to Oscar, she will abandon herself and even sacrifice herself without hesitation. What's the point of having a mother like this? Keep her for the new year. Grace, your precious son just broke up, and you are so sad. If he dies, will you be buried with him? William said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Is William sure that he is the son of Chin's nanny? How dare he say such things to his master? You beast, Richard roared. How could you say such outrageous words? Haha, you're not my parents. What? I can't scold you anymore, William said with a smile. You. Richard was shaking all over, but he didn't know how to refute. Diana, who was closest to the two, could no longer control herself. EVA, listen to what this little bastard said. You actually fell in love with this scumbag. It's not too late for you to turn back. Oscar will forgive you. Bow. Eva slapped Diana in the face. If he is a little beast, then aren't you one too? Are all your entire Chun family beasts? Eva's poker face finally showed a hint of anger. Also, who I like is not your business, Diana. It has nothing to do with your Chin family, and I don't need anyone's forgiveness. Do you understand? William stared at Eva blankly. From the conversation, William felt vaguely that Eva seemed to know something. Eva's slap shocked everyone again. No one expected that Eva would hit someone for William. It can be seen here that Miss Chin has a special feeling for William. Everyone looked at William with more curiosity. Diana was even more shocked. Eva, who always called her sister Diana whenever she saw her, actually slapped her for William. Nina and Jessica rushed forward and grabbed Diana to prevent the situation from getting worse. Qin Yushan wanted to run away at this moment. This mess was giving him a headache, but it was all caused by his precious daughter, so he had to find a way to deal with it. He pretended to be angry and shouted, EVA, how could you hit your sister Diana? Apologize now. Eva remained silent, just glared at him fiercely and ignored him. Qin Yushan was startled. He knew his precious daughter was angry, so he could only cough awkwardly and sternly reprimanded her. Don't hit her so hard next time. What if she gets hurt? Got it, Eva responded, giving her father face. Looking at Qin Yushan's attitude towards his daughter, everyone understood that the Chun family's marriage proposal was over. Unless the old man of the Qin family steps in, there will be no improvement. EVA, let's stop here for now. As for the engagement, we can discuss it with your Uncle Chun and the others in private. What do you think? Qin Yushan wanted to end this farce quickly, but seeing his daughter's attitude, the marriage with the Chun family had to be put aside for the time being. As for William, he can allow the two to date, but he will definitely not agree to marriage. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. He certainly couldn't let Eva marry his servant. The two of them should be in the passionate love period now. After a long time, they may break up on their own initiative without me doing anything. No, the engagement must be canceled now, Eva said firmly. Qin Yushan was helpless. No matter what, he couldn't cancel the engagement in public. Where would this put the Chun family? What's more, the relationship between the two families is not ordinary. Oscar on the side had already given up, his eyes dull and lifeless. He was now filled with hatred towards William and wished that William would disappear immediately. Hey, I remember William seemed to have violated the Chun family's babysitter before. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 63, Counterattack. The sound was neither loud nor soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Oscar, who was originally disheartened, suddenly had his eyes brightened. Today is his birthday party, so naturally many classmates are present. William molesting the nanny had already spread throughout number 1 middle school due to his publicity. At this moment, Oscar seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and was extremely excited. There is no way the Qin family would allow Eva to be with a strong prisoner, unless the Qin family is crazy. He still has a chance. Oscar couldn't wait to rush to Qin Yushan and said, Uncle Qin, Brother William has violated our babysitter. You can't let EVA be with such a person. When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with horror. Qin Yushan was even more shocked and asked Richard and the others, Brother Chun, is what Oscar said true? If William really did such a thing, it would not just be a character issue. How could he allow his precious daughter to associate with such a person? Richard and his friends were confused. They looked at Oscar in disbelief. They couldn't believe that their proud son, brother, would confuse right and wrong and frame William right in front of them. No matter how much he likes Eva, he shouldn't publicize this matter. What kind of occasion is this? Doesn't he understand? Seeing the blaming looks from his parents and sisters, Oscar immediately burst into tears and cried loudly. Grace saw this. She couldn't help feeling distressed, but finally she just sighed. Hey, Richard, Grace, Uncle Qin is asking you questions. Why don't you answer? William stared at the Chun family members with a smile on his face. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became extremely weird. William, who should have been panicking, looked relaxed at this moment. Instead, the Chun family looked unhappy. It was as if they were the ones who violated the babysitter. Seeing that Richard had not answered, Oscar immediately said to William, "Brother William, I am really sorry to tell you about your story, but I think Uncle Cheen has the right to know the truth." William once again experienced Oscar's shamelessness. "Go away. You have no right to speak here." William yelled at Oscar, scaring him so much that he ran back to Grace. You. And you, please don't be silent. Everyone is waiting for your answers." William pointed his finger in front of the Chun family members one by one. "Who on earth violated the babysitter?" William glanced at his parents and sisters. "This is your last chance to choose. Please be careful." Everyone in the Chun family was silent. They didn't dare to speak. No matter whose side you stand on, the other one will be doomed. Of course, they can also deny the violation and just brush it off as a misunderstanding. However, with Oscar repeatedly accusing William and William's current stubborn attitude, this reason is obviously untenable. At this time, Diana stood up and threatened William guiltily. "You, as long as you give up EVA, we won't bother with you. Otherwise, you are committing a crime, and we have ways to bring you to justice." With the power of the Chun family, if they are determined to deal with William, it would be an easy task. Even if he was wrongly accused, as long as the Chun family was willing, there was a way to prove William's guilt. William glanced at Diana with disdain, then looked at Jessica. "Ms. Chun-san, you have repeatedly expressed your concern and regret for me in front of me, and I am really touched. Now you have such a good opportunity to prove that your feelings for me are not false. Shouldn't you seize it? Hurry up and bring out the evidence to prove my innocence." Jessica trembled and lowered her head, not daring to look at William. "Remember, you owe me a life. I didn't ask you to pay it back. I just hope you can prove my innocence. This request isn't difficult, right?" William teased with a smile. Jessica raised her head. Her eyes were red at this moment, and she looked at William with a conflicted look. She didn't understand why her two younger brothers had to go to this point, why they couldn't just get along well and live in harmony as a family. Why did it have to get to the point where it was a fight to the death? Why let her make a choice? No matter which one it was, she didn't want to abandon it. And no matter which one she chooses, it means she may lose the other one forever. She owed William her life, but Oscar also saved her. Thinking of this, she glanced at Oscar. Oscar, at this moment, had already burst into tears, and the look he gave her was full of helplessness and pleading. She felt like she was going to collapse any moment. She looked to her family for help, seeking their advice and hoping they could help her. "Manching," Vivian called out to her and shook her head at her. Richard nodded in agreement. Their meaning was clear as their eyes met. The two were also very conflicted, but considering the Chun family's reputation and Oscar's future, they finally made a choice. Nina opened her mouth and closed it again, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know what. Grace had a determined look in her eyes and patted Oscar beside her. "William, our Chun family will not pursue this matter anymore. Please leave." After saying that, she turned her head and stopped looking at William. It was obvious that the Chun family had made their final choice. In front of a group of upper-class families in Linhai City, they acknowledged their crimes and chose their adopted son. "If you don't pursue it, I will." William glared at Grace, his eyes filled with disgust. Then, he stared at Jessica and grinned. "If you don't want to reveal the evidence, I'll publish it for you." As he spoke, William walked slowly to the corner of the hall and returned to Jessica, carrying his school bag. He glanced at his third sister coldly, then took out a file bag from his school bag and waved it in front of Chun Manching. He asked with a smile, "Do you know what this is?" Jessica shook her head in confusion. "Forgotten." William calmly opened the file bag, took out the documents inside, and placed them in front of Chun Manching so that she could see them clearly. Jessica's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She asked in a trembling voice, "How did this end up in your hands?" She remembered this was the DNA test report of the nanny and Oscar, the first report she got from the hospital, with the date and her name on it. After taking the report, she was kidnapped. Although the robbers were caught later, only the valuables in the bags were sold. As for the report, according to the robbers, it was dumped by the river. Later she went back to look for it, but couldn't find it. "I picked it up," William answered casually. That night at the police station entrance, when William learned that Jessica was kidnapped because she was picking up a report, he guessed that the report was worthless and was probably thrown away by the gangsters. Angelia and Penny were fast asleep. He sneaked back to the river to look for her. Unexpectedly, I had good luck, and a few thugs really threw me into the grass not far from the river. Chapter 64, Identity Exposed. After reading the test report, the Chun family members naturally recognized the document in William's hand, and their faces changed immediately. But after a while, Jessica seemed to have thought of something, and her expression relaxed. She walked towards the Chun family members and whispered something to them. The expressions of the Chun family members eased a lot. Jessica came back to William, her tone full of guilt. William, we are sorry for you. We will make it up to you in the future. Can you please leave today? William raised the corner of his mouth, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Jessica, don't be too happy yet. Do you think this is an anonymous test report that can't prove anything at all? William's words made Chun Manching's originally relaxed body suddenly tense up. William with horror. When she took Lisa's body fluids and Oscar's hair for testing, she did use an anonymous method to prevent privacy leaks. In other words, there's no need to worry even if this report falls into the hands of someone else. But looking at William's expression, it seemed as if he was prepared. Sure enough, William whispered in her ear in a voice that only Jessica could hear. Actually, after Lisa left your Chun family, I immediately took her to a specialized identification agency, took new samples, and did tests. As he spoke, William took out another file bag from his school bag and showed it to Jessica. Jessica stood there in a daze. William continued in a low voice. This is a specialized judicial appraisal agency with legal effect. The time and identity are clearly recorded, and the samples are also preserved. I also have the recording of Lisa's accusation. With all the evidence, your brother Oscar has no chance of escaping this time. A month ago, on the day William left the Chun family, he asked Aunt Wong to keep an eye on the nanny's movements and then inform him. Even if the nanny was not kicked out of the Chun family in time, he would find another way to send the nanny for testing. But to his surprise, before he received the notification from Wong Ma, an anonymous text message was sent to his mobile phone, informing him of the nanny's departure. When he found the nanny, he thought it would take some effort to convince her to cooperate. Unexpectedly, the nanny did not resist at all and agreed readily, which surprised him. William's words drained all of Chun Manching's strength, causing her body to go limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Vivian and Nina were quick to act and supported her. When the Chun family members saw Chun Manching's sudden change, they were shocked and their expressions became nervous again. Chun Manching quickly relayed William's words to them. The faces of the Chun family members were suddenly filled with shock. Not only were they surprised by the evidence in William's hand, they were also afraid of William's caution and scheming. They never imagined that William, who used to be timid and servile, would actually do these things behind their backs. But there was a different light in Vivian's eyes when she looked at William. Even Richard, who had always looked down on William and thought that he was a world apart from Oscar, actually had a slightly changed look in his eyes. With such spirit and wisdom, perhaps it is really possible to cultivate them. However, they were more worried about William publishing the evidence in public, which would completely disgrace the Chun family and make him a laughingstock across the country. The halo around Oscar will completely disappear, and he will be despised. However, Grace and Diana looked at William with fear and resentment. But soon, Grace's expression became kind and gentle, and her tone was soft with a hint of pleading. William, let's discuss these things in private, okay? I can satisfy you with whatever you want. William laughed and teased. You can find a new mother for me. What else can I ask for? The Chin family members were stunned for a moment. William ignored them and took out his cell phone, waving it in front of them, suggesting that they would call the police. Hurry up. Have you figured out a solution? William looked at Oscar with disdain as he looked at the horrified Oscar and urged the Chun family members. There's no point in calling the police, even if the evidence is right in front of you. If people from wealthy families are so easy to deal with, they don't deserve to be called the top of the food chain. The law is fair and strict, protecting people's lives and property from infringement, but it is not omnipotent. It's not that there are no loopholes. As long as it is handled properly, even a murderer can escape legal punishment by getting a certificate of insanity. Not to mention that it was just an assault on a babysitter. Even if the situation got out of hand, the Chun family would have a way to keep Oscar, or at worst send him abroad. But this is not the result William wanted. However, people of status pay attention to reputation, especially families with deep roots. The reason why he chose to expose it at this time was to increase his bargaining chips. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Eva's request so easily. William's actions made the Chun family members completely panic. If William called the police and the matter became a big deal, the impact on Oscar would be devastating. They can keep Oscar, but the stigma of being a power play foul may follow him for the rest of his life. Especially in a wealthy family, it is impossible to hold your head high. As for the engagement with Eva, let alone. Even without William, there would be no chance for him and the Chin family. Thinking of this, Grace and Richard looked at each other, and they seemed to have the same idea. They knew what William wanted most. Then give it to him. Grace sighed helplessly and said loudly to the guests, "Actually, I have something important to announce today." William's actions had already puzzled the guests. They didn't understand what he was holding in his hand, which made the Chun family's expressions solemn and relaxed at times. Now hearing that Grace had something important to announce again, they were filled with curiosity. "Actually, William is my son." Grace finished speaking, There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone's eyes were cast on William. How come he was the nanny's son just now, and now he has become a young master of the Chen family? This earth-shaking change made all the guests open their mouths in amazement. One moment, the scene was of a rich princess breaking off her engagement. The next moment, it was a scene of recognizing her relatives. The guests immediately felt that their trip tonight was worthwhile. Dad, Uncle William is actually the young master of the Chen family. I never thought that. Zhu Yingjun looked surprised. Zhu Wanjin's expression was relatively calm. Looking at your Uncle William's attitude towards the Chen family, he doesn't seem like a servant. It's unexpected, but reasonable. Today's show was really enjoyable to watch. However, since Uncle William is their son, why do the Chen family treat him so badly, as if they have a grudge against him? Zhu Yingjun couldn't help but wonder when he thought about how Zhu Wanjin doted on him. Not all parents are worthy of being called parents. I think the Chen family only has Oscar in their hearts. Zhu Wanjin sighed and said, Chapter 65 Oscar is also my biological child. William's identity was revealed. Nina and Chen Manqing felt relieved and smiles appeared on their faces. The stone in their hearts finally fell. Finally, they no longer have to make a choice. This compensation should satisfy William. They knew in their hearts that revealing his identity had always been William's wish. I remember that in the past, William would often follow them and ask them how long he would have to pretend to be a servant of the Chen family. At that time, they felt annoyed and just dealt with it casually. Brother Chun, this is serious. Grace's words made Qin Yushan very excited. If William is really Richard's son, then he doesn't need to be embarrassed and the engagement will remain the same. It wasn't like he had broken his promise, and tonight's matter could be resolved perfectly. Although William is not as good as Oscar, their statuses match each other. As long as Eva likes it, he will support her unconditionally. As for the molestation of the nanny, he believed in his daughter's judgment, and there must be some misunderstanding. Richard nodded and said, William was taken away when he was born. We only found him 2 years ago. You found it 2 years ago. Why are you only announcing its identity today? Brother Chun, this is not very fair of you. Qin Yushan's words left Richard silent, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't say that it was to take Oscar's feelings into consideration and to prevent the Qin family's marriage contract from falling on William. Grace reacted quickly, walked up to William, took his hand, and explained with a smile, William has been out in the wild for more than 10 years and has picked up some bad habits, which is a disgrace to the family. We originally wanted to train him well and then announce it to the public after he has changed his ways. After saying that, Grace looked at William with a smile. Her face seemed full of love. William also looked at Grace with a smile and placed her body in front of him. You guys have been very good at training me. It's like giving me a new lease of life. I'm really grateful. As he spoke, William's expression suddenly became ferocious, and then he slapped Grace hard on the face. Fuck, I'm here to solve your problems, not to try to get close to me, William said through gritted teeth. Everyone was completely confused by William's slap and didn't understand what was going on. The Chun family members looked as if they had seen a ghost, with their eyes wide open. This was different from what they had imagined. They had always believed that the main reason William was angry and left the Chun family was because the Chun family had never recognized his identity. This time, his identity was announced in public, so he should be happy. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, William did not hide it and generously admitted, I am indeed the child of the Chun family who was stranded outside. But, apart from giving birth to me, they did not do me any favors in raising me. After I returned to the Chun family, not only did I not enjoy the treatment that a young master of the Chun family should have, but for the sake of their adopted son's future, they treated me like a servant and targeted me everywhere. They never bought me anything, never said a word to show their concern for me. And when I was sick, they were only busy celebrating their adopted son's birthday. They even wanted to remove my kidney and give it to their precious adopted son. You said, what's the point of me coming here with parents and a sister like this? After saying that, William glanced at Richard, Grace, and Vivian with great indifference. Several people lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at William. The guests were instantly shocked, with shock on their faces. Everyone thought that the Chun family was simply out of their minds, as they were willing to sacrifice their own biological son for the sake of their adopted son. If they only relied on William's one-sided words, they might not believe it. But before that, they had witnessed with their own eyes how the Chun family disdained William in public, and they even had the audacity to ask William to recognize the nanny as his mother. Is this something a normal person can do? The look they gave William was full of pity. So, a month ago, I severed all ties with the Chun family and have no relationship with them anymore in this life. Actually, being an orphan is pretty good. William took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hand holding him tightly. He turned around and found Eva standing beside him with her head down. No, William, you really misunderstood. It's not what you think. Nina and Jessica looked extremely panicked. If these words were only said in front of them, they might still think that William was pretending. But now, in front of so many people, William was still determined to sever ties with the Chun family. This convinced them that William was serious this time. Jessica felt a little regretful. She regretted standing against William time and time again for Oscar instead of choosing him. You two should stop pretending. It makes me sick. William's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Nina and Jessica's hearts again, causing them great pain. Brother Chun, isn't it too much for you to treat William like this just for an adopted son? Zhu Wanjin couldn't help but interrupt. Because of my own negligence, my son was taken away by human traffickers and suffered so much for so many years. I am heartbroken. After finally getting it back, I tried every way I could to make up for it. In order to prevent him from suffering any injustice, I did not hesitate to drive his stepmother and her son abroad. And you actually did it for an adopted son? Zhu Wanjin said this with a look of contempt. His words also caused boos from the guests. When Qin Yushan heard that Oscar was an adopted son, his face darkened. Brother Chun, you Chun family must give me an explanation for this matter. You don't let your biological son marry EVA, but instead let an adopted son take his place. What does that mean? Facing Qin Yushan's questioning, Richard had no idea how to explain. His head was about to explode. No, Oscar is not an adopted son. He is also my biological son. Grace spoke loudly in panic, ignoring the pain on her face. Her words once again stirred up a huge wave, leaving people confused. Richard looked at his wife in astonishment, but with Grace's eyes, he quickly regained his composure, as if he had figured something out. The two nodded in tacit understanding. This scene naturally fell into William's eyes. I remember William and Oscar seemed to be the same age. Eva asked with a hint of doubt in her tone. Grace hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, Oscar is 1 year younger than William, but his household registration number is 1 year older. After listening to Grace's explanation, the Chun sisters, who were still in shock, finally reacted and understood Grace's plan. William looked at Grace meaningfully and said, My appearance today is actually a good thing for you. If your husband and I die accidentally, your precious son will truly inherit the Chun family business. Others didn't understand what William said, but Grace was shocked and looked horrified. Chapter 66, Best of 3. William walked up to Oscar and pulled him up. Oscar wanted to struggle, but was slapped twice by William and became stunned. Diana tried to stop them, but was kicked away by William. He dragged Oscar to Richard, scanned their faces, and sighed. Mr. Chun, your genes are not strong enough. How come this guy doesn't look like you at all? Then he dragged Oscar in front of Grace like a dead dog for comparison. Yeah, it seems that Ms. Yang's genes are strong. Do you think they look a bit alike? William's seemingly unintentional words caused a huge wave in the hearts of the Chun family, and Richard's eyes widened. I didn't notice it before, but now that I look closely, they are quite similar. But it was only a moment, and Richard smiled and shook his head. William and Oscar were born on the same day, which was impossible no matter how you thought about it. But Jessica's expression was extremely solemn. William had hinted about this matter again and again, so there must be something wrong. But she didn't know where the problem was. At this moment, she saw William shaking the test report in his hand at her and said something inexplicably. Do it again. The seeds of doubt have been planted, and any more words said will have the opposite effect. He casually threw Oscar to Grace, and then spoke to the Chun family members. 200 million, transferred to my account in 10 minutes. As he spoke, he waved the report in his hand. I will give you the report and recording later. It contains the information of the identification agency. You can go and dispose of all the evidence. You wish for it. Do you know how much 200 million is? Diana covered her stomach and stared at William with a vicious look. William, 200 million is indeed a bit too much. Well, if you're short of money, I will give you 20 million first, and you give me the report. Vivian sighed heavily. Haha, 20 million. Do you think I'm a beggar? The gifts from your beloved brother include a sports car and a villa, which must be worth tens of millions in total. Could it be that your precious brother is not worth that much money in your eyes? Or is it that your huge Chun family doesn't even have 200 million in liquid funds? William looked sarcastic. 30 seconds have passed now. I have sent the car number to your phone. Hurry up. The time has come. If I don't receive the 200 million, don't blame me for being ruthless. William came to the Chun family, this time mainly for money, although if he was given enough time, he could also get the funds. But if we want to shake the big tree of Chun family, we don't know when it will take. Besides, he has no money and no connections. If he wants to get started, he can only rely on gradual accumulation, which is too slow. As for the 10% shares promised by the Chun family after the college entrance examination, he has no hope at all. If the Chun family really wants to go back on their word, he will be powerless to do anything. Only what is in your pocket truly belongs to you. But it's so late now. It will take a long time to transfer 200 million to your account. Vivian looked embarrassed. William ignored her and just looked at his phone. You have 9 minutes. Vivian sighed helplessly, discussed it with Richard, and then started making the call. After a while, William's mobile phone kept receiving bank deposit notifications. 500,000 has been received. 1 million has arrived. 5 million has been received. 3 million has been received. When 10 minutes were almost up, the 200 million was deposited into the account. William clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Miss Chun, you are very efficient. As parents' sister, you are quite qualified. I don't know. If it were me, would you be willing to spend so much money to help me? I think they're unwilling to do so. After all, in your eyes, I am just a worthless weed." William smiled and handed the report and recording to Vivian. His goal was achieved, and he was about to leave when Qin Yushan stopped him. "William, are you really not going back to the Qin family?" William nodded, firm in his attitude. "You have to understand that this marriage was made between the Qin family and the Qin family. If you really want to marry EVA, I hope you can return to the Qin family. Compared to 200 million, identity is far more important." Qin Yushan advised sincerely. "Uncle Qin, I have no relationship with the Chun family, and it is impossible for me to go back. Just tell me how to cancel the engagement." William's answer made Qin Yushan sigh helplessly. "Alas, you don't understand the importance of this marriage to the two families." Eva frowned slightly, gave her old father a fierce look, and said lightly, "I am pregnant." Everyone, Qin Yushan and William were stunned, glared at Eva at the same time, and said in tacit understanding, "Stop making trouble. Uncle Qin, I don't have to marry EVA. I just want to cancel the engagement between the two families. Whatever debts may arise between your two families, that is your own business. You should not let EVA, your daughter, pay for you with her lifelong happiness." William's words made Qin Yushan's heart tremble, and the smile froze on his face. Eva guiltily and discovered that his usually indifferent daughter had tears in her eyes. Qin Yushan remembered that after her daughter cried bitterly when her mother passed away, she never cried again. He finally understood why his daughter, who had always been cold and arrogant, fell in love with William. People really care about her. Qin Yushan was caught in a dilemma. Several people from the Chun family stared at him nervously, fearing that he would really cancel the engagement on the spot. At this moment, someone shouted, "Since they are brothers, let's have a competition. Whoever wins will marry him." This proposal immediately made the scene boil. Two brothers fight to the death for a woman. What a wonderful script. The guests at the scene did not mind the big deal and echoed it. "Yeah, it would be best to have 3 matches, the best of 3 kind. That way it would be more suspenseful." The Chun family seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and things seemed to be looking up. Regardless of the content of the competition, at least Oscar has a glimmer of hope. Moreover, compared with William, Oscar's excellence is obvious to all, and William cannot compare with him in every aspect. Richard immediately responded, "Brother Qin, I think this method is feasible." Qin Yushan frowned, feeling a little conflicted. William inquiringly. William glanced at Eva and said calmly, "Let's talk about the content of the competition first." Although Qin Yushan loves Eva very much, William can also see that this engagement means something to the Qin family, and there may be some unknown hidden secrets in it. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Let's compare our scores. Diana shouted excitedly. William and Eva looked at her strangely at the same time. "That's fine, I agree." William's straightforwardness. Although William was the tutor mentioned by Eva, Qin Yushan thought that this was just his daughter trying to win William's favor in front of him. It's just a prelude to breaking off the engagement today. He knew Oscar's results, which were almost on par with Eva's. Qin Yushan was worried and confirmed it again and again, but William seemed indifferent. Chapter 67 Revenge begins. He then announced the content of the second competition. The second competition is about making money. Whoever makes more money wins. The deadline is the moment the college entrance examination results come out. Qin Yushan pondered for a moment and continued. The upper limit is 10 million. That is to say, when the college entrance examination results come out, whoever earns more wins. Whoever reaches the 10 million mark first automatically wins. Oscar was so excited about this competition that he immediately shouted, "I agree." With the financial resources and connections of the Chun family, let alone 2 months, even if he was given only 1 day, he could immediately make 10 million yuan. But soon Qin Yushan's words poured cold water on him. Of course, there are conditions and constraints here. William deeply as he spoke. First of all, you cannot engage in any speculative or investment activities, such as lottery, gambling, stocks, etc. Secondly, you cannot borrow the connections around you or any existing resources. Starting capital is also included. You have to earn every penny yourself. It is obvious that these restrictions were set by Qin Yushan to help William, as William has no connections and no resources. If there are no conditions or constraints, this competition will be meaningless. But even so, William is still at a disadvantage, as there are many invisible things that cannot be avoided. Oscar's progress will be much smoother because of the Chun family's relationship. In order to ensure fairness, I will strictly check and judge every amount of money you receive. If there is any problem, it will be automatically eliminated and not counted. Qin Yushan asked for their opinions. Oscar agreed readily. William asked after a moment of contemplation, what if the Chun family secretly did something bad and deliberately set a trap for me to frame me and put money into my account? This is a very serious problem. If something goes wrong with one of the funds, a chain reaction will occur, causing all incoming funds to be problematic funds. William's words reminded Qin Yushan. Qin Yushan said that although the Chun family is William's family, they are now William's opponents. If the source of funds is found to be related to the Chun family, it will all be counted. Of course, if William does the same thing in reverse, it will also count. William then nodded and said, I can take this competition. After that, in order to ensure the transparency of the competition and increase its intensity, Qin Yushan asked someone to create a group and added both parties to the group. And every fund of the two people must be coordinated with the dedicated personnel in the group, and then the situation will be fed back to the group. In this way, the two people can always understand each other's situation and enhance their sense of crisis. Afterwards, he would give each of them a bank card to facilitate the accountant's checking. Brother Qin, pull me in too. Zhu Wanjin shouted excitedly. Lao Qin, I want to go in too. Boss Qin and me. Seeing Qin Yushan create a group, the guests became excited and expressed their desire to join the group to watch the game. Qin Yushan thought about it and agreed readily since he had these people as witnesses. As for the third competition, Qin Yushan said he hadn't thought about it yet. After all, if the winner was decided in these 2 rounds, there would be no need for the third round. William walked out of the Chun family's door, and Eva followed him out. EVA, it was Nian Yin who told you about my affairs. William asked. From Eva's behavior at Chin's house, William guessed that Eva already knew everything, which was why she acted so extreme. Eva didn't deny it and nodded. Uncle William, wait for me. At this time, Xiaopeng rushed up from behind and hugged William, making William a little breathless. Zhu Yingjun let go of William. He immediately asked to exchange contact information with William. Sister-in-law, let's exchange your contact information. Fatty Zhu said to Eva with a smile. Eva was stunned for a moment, then handed over the phone. William kicked Zhu Yingjun. What nonsense are you talking about? We were just pretending. Zhu Yingjun pretended to cry out in pain and said with a smile, Uncle William, isn't it your birthday today? Let's go out and celebrate. William was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that after nearly 10 years, the fat man still remembered his birthday. At this time, Eva said, let's go to William's house. Angelia and Nian Yin are waiting. Wait for me. I'll make a phone call. As he spoke, William took out his cell phone and made a call. You can go in now. Don't forget to take videos and videos. In the car, Eva sat in the passenger seat, and William and Zhu Yingjun sat in the back. Uncle William, your parents and your sister are such bastards. I think it's too cheap for them to just take 200 million. Zhu Yingjun had no idea of the weight of the 2 small things, but for a rich second generation like him, money was just a number, which was understandable. Of course we can't just let it go like this. William smiled, took out his cell phone, and sent a document to Eva. EVA, help me do something. Eva, the co-pilot, nodded slightly. Good. William continued. I sent you a short essay about Oscar's assault on Lisa, and the anonymous DNA report is on your phone. By the way, there are also some recordings of conversations between me and the Chun family over the past month in which they falsely accused me. Please ask your public relations team to help me polish the plot. The more exaggerated, the better, and it would be better if you could put some loopholes in it. Find some big V media and distribute them to various self-media platforms. By the way, find more water armies, the more the better. I hope the news of Oscar molesting the babysitter will spread all over the country after tonight. Eva was startled, turned her head to look at William, and said with a smile, okay. Zhu Yingjun was confused. He just heard about William molesting the babysitter, and he didn't believe it at all. William took out the report again, and finally the Chun family readily gave William 200 million in exchange for the report. In response to Zhu Yingjun's questions, William quickly told him about his experiences in the Chun family in the past few years and the matter of the nanny. Zhu Yingjun cursed angrily on the spot. Uncle William, in my opinion, you shouldn't give them the report so easily. You will still be blamed if you do this. William smiled and said, it's okay, I have plenty of this stuff. Then just send out the real name version at night. Why send out the anonymous version? Zhu Yingjun said indignantly. You can't throw out the king bomb right at the beginning. William patted Zhu Yingjun on the shoulder and continued. You have to give them time to react. Besides, what effect can a report have? Let's let things ferment for 2 days. William's words made Eva, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turn her head and wait for his explanation. In fact, I just want to see if I can double the 200 million in a few days. Zhu Yingjun straightened up immediately. Uncle William, you have inside information about the stock market. William just laughed and said nothing. Chapter 68, do you like this gift? It was already 9 o'clock when the three of them returned to the community. The neighborhood should be bustling and lively at this time of year, but at this moment, it was deserted. This is too abnormal. At this moment, there was a sudden loud bang in the quiet community. William saw a beam of fire shooting up into the sky in the center of the community. Then it exploded in the quiet night sky and turned into star-like sparks. Then one after another fireworks shot into the sky, instantly lighting up the night. William stared at this scene in a daze. Just as he was stunned, countless rays of light shot out from the originally quiet and dark floors of the community in an instant, swaying in the air. "Happy birthday," Eva said to him. "You did this. Well, this is a birthday present from me and Angelia. Do you like it?" William now understood why Eva M.O. was late. "How do you get everyone in the community to cooperate with you?" "Just give me some money," Eva answered casually. It is true that money makes the world go round. Zhu Jun was stunned. This was such a romantic way to celebrate a birthday. He also wanted to try one. The fireworks continued to bloom, and Angelia and Penny appeared holding cakes. "Happy birthday, William." "Happy birthday, bro." Angelia smiled, but her face was full of concern. "Sister Angelia," William murmured, his voice choked. Why, you don't like it? This is an idea that the three of us have come up with after sacrificing a lot of brain cells. If you dare to dislike it, I'll beat you up." Penny threatened with a grin. "No, I like it very much." William's nose was a little sour. "Actually, as long as I'm with you guys, I'm very happy. I don't need these things." Angelia touched his head gently. "I guess you'll be wronged when you return to the Chun family this time, so I want to make you happy. Of course, this idea was mainly from EVA. You should thank her very much." No, you helped me a lot too," Eva explained in a panic. William smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you cancel your engagement and give you freedom." "Thanks. You're welcome." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "William." William turned around and saw Nina and Jessica's car parked not far away. The two of them were already walking towards William. The two walked up to William and said with a guilty look on their faces, "Happy birthday, William." William glanced at the two of them, and his face suddenly darkened. "Are you guys haunting me or something? Wasn't what I just said in your house clear enough?" Nina hesitated. "William, we don't mean anything else. Today is your birthday, and we just want to come and wish you a happy birthday." "Haha, now I remember my birthday." William looked sarcastic. Nina didn't say anything. She lowered her head and took out a gift box and handed it to William. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you." But she waited for a long time, and William didn't come pick her up. Nina's eyes were slightly red, and she could only take back the gift box sadly. Jessica patted Nina's shoulder and took out a pendant from her bag. "William, this is my birthday present for you. I think you will like it. Isn't this pendant the one with the family portrait, the one he treasured the most in the past?" William remembered that he had thrown it into the trash can that day. William hesitated for a moment, but still took the pendant. "Open it and take a look." Jessica looked at William with excitement. William looked at Jessica suspiciously, opened the pendant, and looked at the family photo again. "William, I have reprocessed the photos inside." The original family portrait showed Oscar standing in the middle with the whole family surrounding him, and William standing in the corner with a smile, half of his body covered by the frame of the pendant. The photo at this time shows William and Oscar standing together in the middle with nothing else changed. This was William's wish on his first birthday when he returned to the Chin family. I still remember that they were afraid of William at that time, so they took this photo out to show off and deliberately made him stand a little distance away from them. But now it's different. Jessica believes that William will definitely like this gift. Jessica originally wanted to find a group photo to put in, but after searching for a long time, I found that there was not a single family photo with William in it, not even a photo of William alone. In the end, there was no choice but to reprocess the family portrait in the pendant. "William, if you're willing, can we find time to take another photo?" Mom and Dad will definitely agree. Although at Chin's house today, William publicly announced that he had severed ties with the Chun family. But judging from William's actions in the past 2 years, it can be seen that William still cares about them and this family relationship. William is angry now. As long as they make amends little by little in the future, they believe that one day they will be able to move William and let him return to the Chun family. William smiled, covered the pendant, tilted his head, and said, "Jessica, you are quite interesting." After saying that, he took the pendant and walked to the center of the community, not far from the fireworks. Amid the exclamations of Nina and Jessica, he swung his hand and threw the pendant into the muzzle of the fireworks. With a bang, a new firework rushed into the sky again, exploded in the air, and turned into countless stars and dissipated. Nina and Chin Manching stared at the scene in front of them, tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, they vaguely realized that something very important to them was disappearing like fireworks in the night. They want to catch it, but it was getting farther and farther away. Nina's body swayed, and she squatted on the ground, crying loudly, muttering, "William, I'm sorry. William differently and bullied William in the past 2 years flashed through her mind. And when they stood against William time and time again for Oscar, the helplessness and despair on William's face was like a sharp knife, shattering her heart beyond recognition. William came up to them. He looked cold and glanced at Nina, then turned to Chin Manching with a mocking look on his face. I say you two have quite a lot of free time. Your brother Oscar is about to explode, yet you still have the leisure to chat with me here. Jessica was stunned by William's inexplicable words. At this time, Chin Manching's cell phone rang, and she picked it up. What? Oscar was taken away by the police. Chapter 69, Am I Going Too Far? Chun Family Hall. Receiving Vivian's call, Nina and Jessica hurried back. As soon as I entered the door, I found that the atmosphere in the house was weird and Richard's face was heavy. Grace, Diana, and Oscar were nowhere to be seen. Only Richard and Vivian were at home. What happened? On the phone, Vivian only asked the two to hurry back, but did not explain clearly why Oscar was taken away by the police. Richard looked a little unhappy when he saw the two men finally come back. Where are you two going so late at night? Today is William's birthday, and we want to give him a present. Nina's answer surprised Richard and Vivian. But then, Richard slammed the table angrily. Why are you still caring about that bastard? Nina and Jessica didn't understand why Richard was so angry. Vivian sighed and said, That night, Lisa went to the police station to report that Oscar had assaulted her. Just before you came back, the police came to take Oscar away for investigation, and Mom and Diana went with them. Vivian,